Madam
Council
Clerk,
President, he's right there.
Madam Clerk, you ready?
Yes, sir, I am when you are.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, Council President.
On behalf of the Paterson Municipal Council, I welcome you to the regular meeting of the Municipal Council of September 13, 2022 at 7 p.m. The meeting is now called to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call for municipal regular meeting September 13, 2022 at 7 p.m. Councilman Abdelaziz, Councilwoman Khan, Councilwoman Davila, Councilman Jackson, Councilman Mendez,
Good evening, Paterson, President and Clerk.
Councilwoman Mims,
Good evening, I'm here.
Councilman Uday.
I'm here, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Velez.
Present, Madam Clerk.
Mr. President.
Present, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Mr. President and honorable council members, this evening we have with us to render the prayer to be by the evangelist Kelly Moss Brown, and she is assistant pastor of Paterson Assembly Church of God, and she's the leader of the Heart of Hannah Women's Center. And also to lead us in the flag salute, the Honorable Council Vice President, Councilman Alex Mendez. Everyone at this time, please rise for the prayer and the flag salute. Thank you.
Thank you. Amen. I bring you greetings from my pastor, Reverend Dr. Bobby Moore, Paterson Assembly of God. Spirit of the living God, have your way in this place on today, Lord God. Father, we pray, Lord God, that you will touch our elected officials, Lord God. Father, touch all our leadership, Lord God. Father, touch our mayor, touch the administration. We pray, Lord God, that you will have your way in this city, Lord God. Oh, Father God, in the name of Jesus, have mercy on us, Lord God. Father, look on our education system, Lord God. Father, we pray for a spirit of unity on tonight, Lord God. Father, unify those that lead us, Lord God. Unify those that teach us, Lord God. Father, we pray that every need be met, oh God. Father, we pray, Lord God, wherever there's chaos, that you bring peace. Wherever there's dark, you bring lightness, Lord God. Father, wherever someone feels faint, God, we pray that you give us hope, oh God. Father, we pray for the homeless. We pray for the addicted. We pray for all those that are grieving, all those that are suffering. Have your way, God. Strengthen your people, oh God. We are a city, Lord God, that need a God. We need your stretched out hand to touch us in a mighty way, oh God. Touch our children, oh God. In the mighty name of Jesus, oh God. We ask for peace. We ask for strength, Lord God. Raise us up, Lord God, out of bad places, Lord God. Help us to be a light that's on the hill, Lord God. Oh, Father God, anything is possible with you. I know they look at us and say, look at Paterson, but we believe you for the impossible on today. In Jesus' name, have your way. Amen.
Amen.
Councilman Mendez, the flag salute. I take that, miss. Thank you. States of America, and to the republic which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Everyone, please remain standing. We will now have a moment of silence for our troops and those who have lost loved ones. Thank you. Everyone can be seated. Madam Clerk, will you please read the statement of compliance?
Yes, Mr. President. Statement of compliance with the Open Public Meetings Law 2022 to 2023. Meeting date September 13, 2022, time 7 p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting was compiled and disseminated in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Law in the following manner. 1, the annual notice of regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council was compiled for the year 2022 to 2023 on or about July 1, 2022. 2, a schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2022 to 2023 was duly transmitted on or about July 1, 2022 to the North Jersey Herald News, The Record, the Arabic Voice, Italian Voice, Passaic County Pulse, Dominicana News, Kiscader International, El Especial, the Paterson Press, the City Post News, and Tap into Paterson, in addition to any other publication duly requesting such notices. 3, the schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2022 to 2023 was prominently posted in the lobby of City Hall, first floor, in the place reserved for the announcements of this type. 4, the schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2022 to 2023 was duly filed with the municipal clerk. 5, a copy of the schedule of regular meetings of the Municipal Council was mailed to any person who requested and it paid the fee authorized by the Open Public Records Act. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're
Before we move on with the payments of bill, Council colleague, item number 12 will be taken off at the request of administration. Call for payments of bill for September 13, 2022. Finance
Council
Chair?
President?
Yes, Councilwoman.
Sorry, didn't realize. Right, summary of disbursements is $7,852,771.95, of which most of it is the payment, the county taxes of $5,645,707.58. There is no solid waste in this payment of bills, and there also was no payroll. If any council
Second.
members doesn't have any questions, I move to motion to make payment of bills.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call on payments of bill, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call for payment of bills, the amount of $7,852,771.95. Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Mr. President,
Yes.
the vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. Payment of bills in the amount of $7,852,771.95 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk,
Yes, sir.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes, I'm sorry. I just want to say I'm sorry that I'm late, but I'm coming from a funeral from Passaic. One of my commissioners' mom passed away, Mother Grace of Passaic, New Jersey. But I need to step out for a minute. There's a gentleman downstairs that needs to see me, and he's in a wheelchair, so I have to step out for a minute.
No problem, Councilwoman. Thank you. Madam Clerk, we will now open the public portion.
Sure, Mr. President.
How many speakers do we have, Madam Clerk?
I'll tell you in a second, sir. This time you have 15 speakers listed. Okay.
Madam Clerk, please call the first speaker.
Yes, sir. The public,
1 second, Madam
Yes,
Clerk.
sir.
Just a reminder to the public, we have a lot of speakers tonight. Please mindful of the time. Please finish up within 3 minutes. Also, we have some children in the audience as well. Thank you. First speaker.
yes, Mr. President. The public portion is now open, and our first speaker is Mr. Rucker. Mr. Rucker, please state your name and address for the record, and thank you.
Time, please. Ernest Rucker, Paterson. Let me begin this way. The reason I asked this family to stand up again, today was a very interesting day. It was a press conference. A chief was fired. I want to know why these 2 officers are still on the force. Felix was picked up on Union Avenue and never seen again. Protocol was broken. Policy was broken. I need answers. They need answers. And I'm telling you something. I'm not letting it go. You better hope I drop dead tonight or next week, because I'm not letting it go. Let me now run into this. I listened to the press conference. First of all, I have no love for the chief. I believe this chief did not deserve to be chief. But the mayor, 32 months ago, praised this guy and ran him through the sixth ward as the new bunch of sliced bread. And you see what we got. What was said in the press conference, I'm still a little disturbed. How do you blame a man for the spike in gun violence when we asked the mayor when he was sitting on that side about gun violence, and his comment was, this is all over the nation. Now, which one is it? Is the chief responsible for it, or is this a national issue? There are many things that are going wrong in this council. And my dear friend, Luis Velez, why do you keep joining these press conferences? The lawsuits that's going to come out of this situation is going to be tremendous. Tremendous. Sometimes we have to think, because it's very easy to give away taxpayers' money when you're not responsible for it. And yet, I hear from this side of the aisle, oh, we're for the community. We're for the taxpayers of Paterson. When is that going to actually take place? When is there some real action going to come from that side of the aisle that's going to be beneficial to the community? When are you going to say something about Felix? When are we going to get some real information being delivered to the public that we can use? And I want to say to Councilman Velez, I'm not Velez, Mendez. I want to thank you for taking that meeting with me and moving as quickly as you did with Corporation Council on the legislation on e-bikes and those motor vehicles that's running around the streets on sidewalks, bumping into people, knocking people down. This is what we want to see from our council. We want to see you part of us. Why do we have to pack this podium every week, week after week, and beg you to do the job we elected you to do? This is not. This is supposed to be a democracy. Well, I'm not going to stop, and if you cut the mic off, I have my bullhorn here, and I will use that to get my point across. So allow me to finish, please.
Please wrap it up, sir.
Let me finish, please. We are finished making excuses for elected officials. We are tired of people telling us, I won an election, but lost 3,000 votes. We're tired. And some of your colleagues are more tired than we are. It's time that you understand you do not tell us what to do. We tell you what to do. And we expect you to take that information, digest it, and figure out, well, is this good for Paterson or not? You're not doing that. You're taking care of your political needs. You're doing backroom deals. One time, Lewis is against the mayor. The following week after he talks to the mayor, he's back with the mayor.
Please wrap it up, Mr. Rocker.
Okay? Again.
Please wrap it up, Mr. Rocker.
I heard you, Council President.
Thank you.
That does not mean I'm going to honor your wishes.
Well,
all right? If you want to cut the mic off, have fun.
We don't.
All right? As I was let me finish.
Mr. Rocker, we don't need to.
Let me finish.
Respectfully,
Council President.
We don't need to.
Council President.
We don't need to.
A member of the public is speaking. Council President.
Your time is up,
my
sir.
time is never over.
Sir,
my time is never over.
Sir.
I'll tell you what. One way to get me off this microphone, you got two choices. Call the law enforcement behind here, whose obligation is actually to protect you, not to remove a member of the public.
We don't want to do that.
No, but I'm begging you to. I'm begging you to, because I'm going to finish.
You are part of this community.
What you're doing right now, sir,
respectfully,
is you're forcing me to talk longer. You're forcing me to talk longer. You're forcing me. These questions are asked every week. Mr. President.
You are, sir, you are past your 3 minutes. I'm respectfully
Well-
asking to please wrap it up. Wrap it up, please.
If anyone here wants to say to me from the public,
Can you please
just
wrap it
a
up,
minute. If someone here from the public wants to tell me I'm past my time, then I will stop talking. Until then, I'm going to finish. Sir, let me finish.
Please wrap it up.
Let me finish.
Please wrap it up.
Council President,
We are not gonna go
hold
back and forth.
it. You,
Please wrap it
this
up.
back and forth, like you tell us, there's no back and forth when I'm on this mic.
Please wrap
All
it up.
right, please. As I was saying, before I was so rudely interrupted by someone that's getting paid with my tax dollars, we need answers for this family. We need change, and I believe the change is coming to the police department is a good change, and I support that change. But we're tired of you telling us when to talk and when to shut up. Your 3 minutes means nothing to me. My name is Ernest Rucker, and I just approve that message. Have a good day, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, next speaker, please.
Yes, Mr. President. Next speaker is Christopher, I'm not sure if it's Brown or Bohr, the last name. Christopher, is that Christopher here? Please state your name and your address for the record. Thank you.
Christopher Bowen Paterson. Good night to council members and staff. As a homeowner of 2 family on North 5th Street, Paterson, I'm here tonight with my wife. I have come here to talk briefly on our current financial hardship and soon the loss of our home. Since February 2022, our tenant paid only $2,000 with an outstanding balance for unpaid rent to date is $10,800. Filing for non-payment of rent to the court dated March 17, 2022. Follow-up was made and I was informed that the court is presently working on 2020. An application was further filed with Passaic Emergency Rental Assistance Program, ERAP, dated June 8, 2022, was submitted. After an extended wait, we had to cancel it because by the law, it says that we cannot take a tenant to court if they're filing for funding to help them with their rent. So I had to cancel it. This is affecting more landlords. This is a serious problem and needs an immediate attention. With rising costs for products and services, increased property taxes. My daughter just started college. We had to pay for some of our college tuition. I have loans, including school loans. I've graduated from New York University and I still have loans that I have to pay. Our savings have been exhausted with no other options. If we do not receive an assistance right now, what are we saying? Are we waiting for us to be paralyzed by the system that should protect both landlord and tenant has given the power over to decisions for landlord to tell me a few weeks ago that they're not moving out until the court tells them that? So if the court is on 2020 and they're waiting, what are we waiting for? Are we waiting for us to lose our home that we work hard for? We never ever file for any government assistance. As a man of God, as a husband, as an uncle, a brother, we work hard. And I instill in my children to work hard and go to school. But yet still, what do I tell my children? That we have lost our home because the government failed to assist tenants in the meantime so that the court could catch up and getting them out of our place? We have received a sewer bill that is $135.19. and the government lets me know that if this is not paid by a certain time, they will auction my house. But yet still, that is $135 and some cents. But give me 30 seconds. But yet still, we have to make sure that the place that we rented is tenantable, unless the government will come and said we're a slumlord. We are abiding citizen, and I hope that we can get a solution either to fund the rental assistance. And you know what, lastly, ladies and gentlemen, we have tenants that are working but yet still refuse to pay the rent. Who on earth going to follow up with that? I have lost over $25,000 on a home because of tenant not paying.
Please wrap it up, sir.
I am wrapping up, sir. Right? My number is 973-610-0148. And every week I call the rental assistance, and yet still there is no funding. I'm begging each and every one of you. I'm pleading each and every one of you. Me and my wife do not want to lose our home. That's my daughter and son's investment. Are we going to sit here and let us lose our home? I hope I can get a call. Because lastly, Council President, I called the mayor. I got his number. I texted him that I have an urgent matter. I got back a reply to say, what's the matter? Instead of, how can I help you? Can you come and set an appointment to speak with me? That's how we elected you guys to do. I hope someone hear me tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Next speaker, Mr. Daniel Burgos.
Council President. Council President.
Councilman Velez, after the
Yeah,
public
I
portion.
sat
is
upstairs and the sound, please, if you scream at the mic, the sound is going to be distortion in the TV. So,
Thank you, Councilman. Please proceed.
Hi, my name is Daniel Burgos Mejia. Again, I come to the City Hall to present Silk City 1, which is a QR code that I plan to spread on every door with the goal of providing the people 3 options. The first option would be city jobs, whether this could be governmental or local. The second option is any city events. They, of course, have to go through the approval of the city. But it could also be like basketball games or sports between John F. Kennedy and Eastside. And the last, it would be the city council or cities elects. Within this option, we would have a video of each and every one of you as a council member presenting yourself, your vision for Paterson, and what do you plan on doing to better your ward. There would also be on the bottom of that section where we will have like a small history explaining about your background, where you come from, basically a story, the story of your life. Then you would have the checklist where with that checklist that we collect of basically the people saying the issues that are being presented by the people. You will have that checklist where once you finish with something, you would be able to check it online, and the people would get a notification. Now, there will also be a comment section as to where if you are doing a great job, then the people will be able to comment and keep on motivating you to do a great job. Or if you're not doing a great job, then with the law of recall referendum, they would be able to remove you out of office. That's by gaining 25% or more votes from registered voters. Now, the whole goal of Silk City 1 is to be able to use the money that I've mentioned. It's not 251, it's actually 150,000. So I could be able to try to clean the river through the method of hydroponics and aquaponics, which would be a great place for people to come and visit and see how does the city keep on pushing forward. I've sent you guys a Adobe signature where you can sign it online. Feel free to review, and I look forward to receiving your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Next speaker is Mr. Gilmore.
Come on, yo, come on. Back him up. I'm always going to stand with this family because it's the right thing to do. I'm adopted now. I'm changed my name to De Jesus too. I got a couple things to say, but let me tell you something. I am pissed tonight because I saw that press conference and it was terrible. You don't do that to people. Right or wrong, you don't do that to people. I don't care how bad or how disappointed you were in his performance, you don't do that. You talk to people in private. You don't berate them in public like that. It was wrong. And he's civil service. Can't fire him like that. And he's a whistleblower, just like me. I'm a whistleblower too. You understand? I reported people taking bribes. I reported illegal conversions. And I'll be so glad when Judge McDuffie get back on the bench.
Yes, sir.
Because I'm tough, he's tough, but I'm fair, and so is he. I always respected him on that bench. You understand? Lies, lies and more lies. What in the hell is going on at Pittscliff Stadium? They have announced that the Jackals are coming here to make Hitchcliff Stadium their home for the 50 home games that they have. Who approved that? Andre Putin? Because at the end of the day, you didn't approve it, you didn't review it, you didn't debate it. The commissioners on the Board of Education don't know anything about it. What's going on? $100 million changed with a signature. That's right. Taxpayer money. Somebody say it again. Where is the accountability of those that we've elected to stand in our stead for the accounting for the monies that are being spent? $100 million, and now all of a sudden there's no track. It was touted that this was for the students of the Paterson Public Schools District because that's where the old Negroes used to play. I'm so tired of hearing about them Negroes. You know, because today, I'm a black man. I'm a black man. No political ties one way or the other to race. I'm black. Not Negro or whatever else we've morphed back to or devolving to. We had a Negro committee that supported the mayor, was supposed to support the best vetted black candidate, and sold us out to become deputy mayor. Come on now. That's the way it go around here. You can buy some of these Negroes for a quarter. So at the end of the day, let's talk about and be responsible and accountable for the taxpayer funds. $100 million, and now all of a sudden, there's no room for our kids at the stadium. I'm wrapping up.
Thank you.
$100 million. Now they're going to come back for an additional $4 or $5 million because they have to reconfigure the stadium. Who approved this? Are you crazy? This is not a totalitarian state. This is supposed to be a democracy. So let's get on the stick. Let's hold people accountable and cancel whatever's approved because the press conference is tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock. I plan on being there. I plan on being there to witness it, bear witness myself.
Thank you, Mr. Gilmore.
Thank you very much.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Next speaker is Mr. Hakeem, Bilal Hakeem.
Mr. Bilal Hakim.
Just give me a minute because excuse me, we can sing together, but we can't speak at the same time. Still under medical supervision, but I did want to come to the council meeting to say a few things. Qala wa rabishari sadri wa li ukhdida min lisani Yefkahukali. I ask the Almighty God, Allah, to loosen the knot in my tongue so that what I have to say hits the target and that nobody misunderstands anything that I'm saying. Just some short points. The DeJesus family do not go nowhere because we stand with you, and we have to stand with this family until we bring the city to its damn knees. And I mean that with everything in me. All of you here, stop sitting on the silence, because it is your son, your brother, your daughter, your mother. Stand with them. Bring the city to its damn knees. That's all they're going to understand. I just come back from travels, and when I came back, I struck ill. I want to say, first of all, who will introduce a resolution to clean up Broadway, which is profoundly ugly? Who? Who amongst you? Who will second it? Who will third? I want to hear that. Who will do it? It's been going on. My oldest daughter is 38. Seen mayors and council people come. We need a plan. Clean it up. A main corridor coming in and out of the city. We should all be ashamed. Everybody that sits on any position, a main corridor. I listened to this here mayor, berate the police chief, and watch the councilman Louis Velez. Where's he at? Get your butt back up in here. He needs to stop acting like Droop Along from Ricochet Rabbit. Every time he says something, him say, and he just tagging along. He ran for mayor knowing he did not have a chance to win. He didn't have a chance to survive like a snowball in the hellfire. But he was designed to siphon off votes. Tell him bring his butt back in here. The mayor is announcing that the jackals are coming because they're homeless. We opened the door for the homeless, and they're all over the place. But we don't need the jackals because the mayor is a jackal. The mayor is a shayateen. The council speaks Arabic. El Abdul Aziz, they speak Arabic. They know what a shayateen is. He's a demon. I said it. And if he wants to debate, we can go live, and I'll point out one by one. And other items, anyone want to debate. Because as I travel, I'm telling all of you right now, the old people say this here, that God sat on me. Well, God sat on me. And I'm going to say it if it's the last time I ever speak. I'm wrapping up, Council President.
Thank you.
The Congress race is coming up. And, the mayor has his eyes on that seat. He'll never get it as long as I live. And I did announce that if Benji wanted it, he should step forward. But I'm saying to you right now, don't ignore this man. Stand up, Billy Prep. Get to know him. Hold up. Don't clap, please. I need to get this out. You jackasses. I'm talking about you people that go with the Democratic Party as your religion. You jackasses. Stop being a jackass. The Bible said that the jackass spoke back one time. So begin to speak back. Examine what you have received. I'll pull that record out. The congressman can come and debate me too. Board of Education candidates. 3 seats up. This man right here, Corey Teague, we must send him back. Mr. Capers, are you in the chambers? Mr. Capers, we must send him back. And there's a vacant seat. We must send Valerie Freeman, who is the people's champion. Them other jackasses don't deserve a vote. And I said, if they don't like the word jackass,
Thank you.
come and meet me. No, you wait a minute. Last but not least, I want to thank the councilman at large, Fordham Udine. I texted him the other night because the music was so loud. I live on Broadway in the heart of the ugliness, and I ain't gonna move. You know why? Because you're gonna clean that mess up. You're gonna clean it up. You're gonna clean it up. Like Mike, who passed away, ran for the Board of Education. He said, fix the school. Fix Broadway, man. It's on all of you. To have the place this ugly like that. I mean, the children coming out, it affects their spirit and their soul every day. An owner of the building asked me, would I help him? And you know what I told him? I'm going to help you. You know why he asked for my help? He said, because the police won't respond to his calls. He don't want the people in front of his building, but they won't respond. And I watch them just ride by. People are gambling. You know when you're gambling and drink, you know what happens? People will pull up, excuse me. They pull out guns to get to shooting and fighting. All these crowding up and congregating, break this and stuff up. Now, if you need some advice, I have a friend who was a former police chief. I know something about policing as well. I work for campus police. But a friend of mine was a police chief. He's not a police chief anymore because he refused to bring a politician down like you guys. He refused to do it. He wouldn't do it. They want a prominent politician who I will leave nameless right now. But that's all I have to say. Do your job. Just like you went out campaigning, going into the community, get your butt from behind them seats and come walk in the neighborhoods.
Thank you.
Whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Next speaker, Miss Angie Gerlin. Miss Angie Gerlin. Angie.
Good evening. It's me again,
Good evening.
Angie.
Good evening.
I have, damn, where'd he go? I need him. I have a few things to say to him because he's a press man. He likes the press. So I'm going to give him the press about. Okay, don't say I misunderstood something you did a few council meetings ago, because I did not misunderstand your ass getting up and talking behind the council president ear, talking about some Gio couldn't pass his time. It was not a misunderstanding. You said it, own up to it, don't be a pussy, because you always in front of the cameras. Own up to it. I didn't misunderstand you, sir. Okay, next. Marisa, I actually got to commend you. I'm very proud. You made a comment that I have never heard come from you. You said, todos tienen que respetar las leyes de la ciudad, okay? Which means everyone has to respect the laws of the city, okay? Why are these police officers not being held accountable? Why? I know why, okay? I'm gonna tell you why. Because according to the other officers that got convicted, the judge that convicted them said that Hayden condemned the convicted cops for committing heinous crimes that violated their oaths to protect the public. But she also was highly critical of the Paterson Police Department, which she said was bankrupt of simple human values. Yes, he failed Paterson, the judge said of Torres, but the police department was also failing him and others. Okay? Now, while sentencing Bustillos, Hayden said that the crooked cop's new job at the IHOP restaurant has him working in a culture that is 1,000% better than the one he left behind in the Paterson Police Department. The judge said Bustillos' crimes as a Paterson cop, were a reflection of the police department culture. Okay? But the Assistant United States Attorney Thomas Kearney said Mr. Torres fell into the lure of easy money. Bustillos was the first ex-cop to be sentenced Thursday. He apologized for his crimes and attributed them to the culture within the Paterson Police Department. I feel that the culture of the whole department was a certain way, Bustillos said during his hearing. At that time, I didn't feel like anything we were doing was wrong. I felt that that was the way of the department. I regret everything I did, I regret. Okay? Now, one of the victims filed a complaint against the former police officer. Okay, so the man filed an internal affairs complaint about the attack, said Sue, but Paterson's in-house police investigators determined that Penn had done nothing wrong, the prosecutor added. they lied and they covered up so that the internal affairs investigation went nowhere. Sue said, "We can't ignore the impact on the individual victim," she added. "There were still officers doing things the right way," Kearney said. "There were sergeants who were not stealing money. There were other avenues, other than adopting to the ways of the robbery squad." Toledo was the member of the robbery squad who sent the infamous "everything we do is illegal" text message to one of his crooked cronies in his trial testimony. Now, also, I want to finish with, you guys hired this officer, the chief, right? He was from Oakland. How do people from other cities get to work in the Paterson Police Department? So it's no longer the Paterson Police Department, it's every city police department. Aren't our residents supposed to work here?
Thank you.
And another thing, you guys said long-term abatement. What's a long-term abatement? What's that definition? What's a long-term abatement? Because how do you give somebody a tax abatement for long-term? What's...
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Next speaker, Ms. Crystal Garcia. Crystal?
Good evening to all in attendance. 224 days and counting, on September 10th, 2022, 6 former Paterson police officers that were targeted for police corruption by the FBI and sentenced for robbery squad activities. These officers were sentenced last week by the feds for the reign of criminal activity that terrorized the community of Paterson from 2015 to 2018. Officer 1 was sentenced to 2 years in federal prison. Officer 2 was sentenced to 18 months. 3 other participants was in the conspiracy of the rogue officers were also sentenced. Officer 3 and 4 sentenced to 2 years in federal prison, while Officer 5 was given probation. Under federal sentencing guidelines, all 5 face prison terms between 30 to 37 months. However, the United States Attorney General Guidelines Office asked for reduced prison time for these crooked cops as part of the deal, in which they testified against their supervisor, Officer number 8, a police sergeant who was convicted of overseeing the conspiracy and labeled the ringleader in a trial May 2022. That sergeant was scheduled for sentencing on Monday, 12th of September, and was sentenced to 33 months in federal prison. Collective charges for this rogue robbery squad range from illegal stops and searches, stealing drug money from dealers, selling the stolen drugs out of their patrol cars, assaulting citizens and levying a running tax, a brutal beating if the victim ran from police during the illegal stop. Conspiracy to violate individuals' civil rights using unreasonable and excessive force in violation of individuals' civil rights and filing a multitude of false police reports. These crooked cops testified that they targeted suspected drug dealers who were less likely to file complaints against them. The Assistant United States Attorney, G. Sue, highlighted a 2015 incident which she said, Officer number 2 responded to a noise complaint and beat a man so severely he was hospitalized with a broken eye socket. The man filed an internal affairs complaint about the attack, said Sue, like Angie just said, but Paterson's in-house police investigators determined that there was no wrongdoing. It's officers patrolling officers. That's what our IA investigation. There is no prosecutors investigating the IA. That's bullshit. Like everything else on their website. We can't ignore the impact on the individual victim, she added. In another case, Officer 6 sold drugs from his Paterson police vehicle while on duty. He was sentenced to 66 months in federal prison after admitting the drug dealing and hospital attack. Officer 7, who was Officer 6's partner, assisted in the assault of a suicide patient at a hospital emergency room in March 2018. He served a 6-month prison term for his role in the ER incident. With all this police corruption in the limelight, the brutality is still active until this day in the police department. I refer to the recent case of Hanif Booker. We wonder if yet another cover-up is in the making with the Felix de Jesus missing person case and current Paterson Police Department IA investigation into what happened on February 2nd, 2022, during Felix's interaction with two rookie Paterson police officers. I omitted the names of these officers in the statement because our goal is to show the pattern of corruption still exists in this rogue police department. However, all these criminal events are all a matter of public record. If you would like to know all these officers' names, you can read the article. In closing, as the Assistant United States Attorney, G. Sue, stated during the course of the above-mentioned criminal cases, and the quote, "We can't ignore the impact on the individual victim, and in our case, Felix de Jesus, who was last seen alive via police body cam, walking with all body parts working other than them breaking his arm." Police in the hands of Paterson Police Department, which was two rookie Paterson Police Department officers that, of course, was given an order. We demand accountability, transparency, and most of all, answers.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Next speaker, Mr. Giovanni de Jesus. Giovanni.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Paterson. Good evening, family. I'm here, saying again, 7 past months, right? My brother's missing. As y'all can see, my parents not here. There's so much pain that they holding, you know? I don't wish this on nobody. It's very stressful. It's very painful. I have to sit here. I don't even want to be here at the moment. Sitting here, just watching everybody that I've been asking for help. Supposed to help the city of Paterson. You know? Just give me a minute, please. Just give me a minute, please. I just want everybody to be quiet and just listen to me. No eating, no leaving, or nothing. This is stressful. 7 months now, my brother's missing. 7 months that I don't know where my brother is at. 7 months of my nieces and nephew crying, my mother, my brother, my sister, my family going through it, the community, to figure out what the fuck happened that night with these two cops. What happened? What did they do to my brother? What did they do? I've been asking this. I've been asking to put the video there, like that we all can have the same pain that I got. I wake up every single day at 5 o'clock in the morning, every single day to go to work, and I still think about my brother. I work in Weehawkins, West New York, all that. I see water, where these two rookie cops, one of them is Jacob Feliciano, the other one is Di Sorrilla. They have family members that work for the city of Paterson. They have family members that work for the city of Paterson. You know, now, the mayor trying to cover things up. The other day I asked him, Mr. Mayor, when he was here last Tuesday, Mr. Mayor, what can you do for my family? Nothing. Could you help me, please? Could you put the feds involved in this? Could you put higher authorities involved in this? We've been calling the IA, the prosecutors. We've been calling everybody, and you know what they tell us? It's under investigation. It's under investigation. What the fuck are you guys investigating? Can't y'all see it on the video? 2 fucking rookie cops took my brother. Took him, disappeared him. Mr. Council President, I apologize. It was in your ward. What have you done for my family? What have you done for me? Huh? What have you done for me? For my family in pain? Huh? But if it would have been me grabbing one of your officers and disappearing him, trust and believe, I would have been doing jail time. I would have not been doing fucking 3 years, 32 months, or none of that. I would have been incarcerated life. Do you understand that? Or y'all do not understand that? I guess y'all don't, right? But me, as a family, I will get justice for my brother. And I will like for their family members that they know who they are to come in this mic and speak about it. What happened to my brother that night? Huh? What happened to my brother that night? What went down with my brother that night? As y'all can see in the video, my brother had a broken hand. My brother was highly intoxicated, and there wasn't no cause for my brother to be arrested. So why did they put him in the taxpayer patrol unit and took him and misplaced my brother? From a visual area, Union Ave and Marion, they took him to Front Street and Prickness? What type of policing is that? What type of shit is that? Huh? On a cold blue weather, February 2nd, 2022? And now the mayor, he could put up his podium, whatever he want, to talk shit about the chief? Listen, talk about my brother. Bring that podium out to see if we can find my brother. And another thing is, we do not need your $10,000. We have $20,000 of ourselves. All right? And now, another thing is, we need justice. We need accountability, like he said, like he do accountability and he's here for the family and the public. Oh, well, whole accountability of the two officers that took my brother and misplaced my brother, and my brother 7 months ago still missing. And he have their family still working. So how y'all gonna tell me? And I want answers. If not, I just must sit here. I'm gonna come back next week. Have a good evening, everybody.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Next speaker is Mr. Teague. Corey Teague.
Corey Teague, 65 Prince Street, Paterson, New Jersey. We're here once again, unfortunately. And I say unfortunately because every week that we come here is another week that we have no answers for this family. And it hurts me when I have to talk to the family knowing that there is no answers for them. And we talk to each other all the time. And it's extremely disheartening because I'm a father. I couldn't imagine my son disappearing. Not even, if the bus comes late to drop him off, I'm calling the bus company to see where he's at. I couldn't imagine my son disappearing, not even for an extra half hour beyond the time that he's supposed to be there. So for it to be 7 months is just absolutely ridiculous. As you know, Felix De Jesus, this was February 2nd, 2022, and he was the subject of a brutal attack by 2 Paterson police officers. When I came here last week, I said a few things, and one of the things I said is that there is, well, actually it wasn't a couple, it was a couple of weeks, that there is a cancer at 111 Broadway. And it appears that the mayor tried to pull a Trojan horse and get rid of the chief. So he made Bakura a scapegoat to try to make it seem like, okay, Mr. Teague said there's a cancer down there, so let me just get rid of the chief, and then we could say we got rid of the cancer. It's much deeper than that, and he knows it. For all we know, Bakura might have had some information that he didn't want to get out to the public. I don't trust the mayor. I don't care who does in here, I don't trust him. I don't trust him, and I think that that thing that he pulled today was to cover his ass, because he knows that there's something coming down the line and he doesn't want to get caught in the shuffle. But there's that thing about karma again. I spoke about karma and how karma is going to hit this city until they do right by this family. I'm here for this family, and they mentioned it. They mentioned it as well, so I'm going to mention it too. Brother Hanif Booker, who we saw the police drag into a garage and beat senselessly, put him in the hospital, a bone sticking out of his stomach. They pumped him with Percocet so that he wouldn't feel anything. And then they came back to the hospital and they walked in the hospital room and said, "You must be with a gang. What gang are you with?" Just like that. You got to be in a gang. What gang are you with? They wanted to make him say that he was part of a gang because they needed a reason to justify what they did to him. I want you to hear me. They made him say, he didn't say he was in the gang, but they tried to force him to make claim of being with a gang so they could try to say that he was resisting arrest. When you look at that video, that brother was not resisting arrest. He was handcuffed inside that garage with his head being smashed against the inside of the garage door. I keep coming back to karma, man. You folks don't seem to get it. I pray for this city every day, and I hate when I hear tragedies, but karma is going to hit this city. Until you guys do right by the families, karma is going to hit this city. And to the ones that tell me, oh, you know, it's campaign season, you shouldn't be talking so hard about what's going on in the city and the police, you don't have to tell me what I need to do. I'm a community activist before anything else, And that's what I will continue to be. Because I want to be able to go to bed at night. I want to be able to look at myself every day in the mirror and know that I did the right thing. I don't give a damn what happens in November. I'm going to be able to sleep at night because I know that bad karma ain't coming to me because I'm standing up for what's right. Good night.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Next speaker, Mr. Billy Primfree. Billy?
How's it going, Council and the City of Paterson? My name is Billy Prempe. I'm from the 4th Ward of Paterson, New Jersey, and I'm currently running for Congress to bring some serious change to the 9th District. I'm also here with several representatives of the 9th District. That's 25 municipalities in Bergen County, 9 in Passaic, and 2 in Hudson County. And one of the main reasons why I decided to run is because of some of the things that I see going on here in the City Council. Obviously, the people in the city are frustrated and sick and tired of a lot of the things that are going on, and sadly, I see many of you, and I like a lot of you guys, but I see some of you guys getting on your phones, you're ignoring these people, and you're not getting these people the answers that they need. There's no specific reason in the world why this family should wait 7 months, almost 8 months, and almost get no answers as to what is going on. My question to you all is this: have any of you guys reached out to the FBI? Have any of you guys pressured Bill Pascal to get federal involvement inside with our police department so that they can assist our police to get the job done? I'm almost positive not a single one of you have done that. But at the same time, you guys will go out and you'll tell the City of Paterson to come out, vote for this same slate. The gentleman that was here earlier as well, that's having a hard time paying off his home, it was you guys that came out to go and tell us to go and vote for Governor Murphy. And now he's losing his home. This whole tenant nonsense wasn't happening before until the governor got involved. And you come out always around election time and tell us to go out there and do that. So I want to give you guys very briefly, before they cut off my 3 minutes, a little bit of what I want to do for the New Jersey's 9th District, and also what I want to do for New Jersey and how Paterson is going to benefit. The number one thing that I want to do, and I believe that it'll not only help the education system here in the city of Paterson, but it'll also help across the United States. My Freedom of Education plan will create a federal tax framework that will allow for businesses to get involved and invest in our schools to bring trade programs to every single high school across the United States. When children are equipped with the appropriate education and skills that can provide them for high-skilled labor, we can put more money in their pockets and help turn this country around. The second plan that I've got, the Revive America plan, a plan that will allow for businesses to invest in these derelict factories that are sitting on our municipal tax rolls, currently not being used, and provide tax incentives for businesses to hire people from within our counties. And lastly, what I think is one of the most important things is term limits, my 8, 10, 12 term limit plan. The president can get a lot done in 8 years. Why is it that we have a congressperson that's been in there for 26 years, constantly saying he's fighting for you, but throughout my entire life, I'm 32 years old, lived here my entire life, Paterson has only gotten more and more worse. But at the same time, we're told, the people are told, vote for this guy because he's going to fight for you. 26 years is a very long time to get a lot of things passed, and nothing has made anything better in this city. In fact, things are getting worse. My ward, the 4th Ward, is getting gentrified. People are being pushed out of their homes, and many people can't even afford to stay in this city anymore. And this is no shade at you, Ruby. I know you're fighting for the people out here. This is no shade on you. I know a lot of this stuff is probably outside of your hands. Now, lastly, the City of Paterson, we're overtaxed and we get little to nothing in return. The SALT deduction was recently reduced under this previous administration, and many homeowners can't take advantage of these tax incentives. Yet, we have homeowners like the gentleman here who are losing their homes. And it's not just here in the city of Paterson. I see this going on all across the state, and I believe I have the ability to do it. And lastly, I'm going to leave you with this. The federal government has funds. You guys know that the federal government has funds. There are a lot of problems in this city that many people have advocated for. For example, Mike Jackson has advocated for many years to get some community centers here inside of the city, as well as a trauma center. The money does exist. The same way Bill Pascal was able to go and get a firehouse up here at the top of the falls and put his name on it, the same way we can get those funds to actually take care of the city. But what I see is you guys don't want to do that, or else you guys would have brought this up. You would have brought this up. He's the only person I see fighting for this. It's absolutely possible, and when we have resources for our children, we have job opportunities for our children, we can actually make Paterson a great place again. I have a vision for the future, and I'm telling you all, November 8th, you have the opportunity to vote differently. Don't vote the exact same way just because they told you to do so. You guys know exactly what you're going to get for the next, for 26 years. You've had the same exact thing and nothing has changed. You know exactly what you are going to get. I'm 32 years old. I should not be up here running. I should be enjoying my life. But at the end of the day, if I don't stand up and I don't say anything, shit is going to get worse. Excuse my French. It's going to get worse inside of this city. So make the right decision. Come out and vote. If you want to contact me, I'm not a suit and tie politician. I'm not a super hard guy to find. Give me a phone call. Hang tight. Give me a phone call. My number is 973-851-1657. I'm not going to run from the hard questions. I'm willing to debate. I'm even willing to debate the current congressperson. October 16th, we're supposed to have a date. Will he show up? You guys have to pressure him because there is another side.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
There is another side. Thank you.
Yes,
Next speaker.
yes, Mr. President. Next speaker, Sebastian Mejia. Sebastian.
Sebastian Mejia.
Good evening, council. Good evening, public.
Good evening.
7 months. You know, based off of my knowledge, 7 is a number of completion. You know, they said that the world was created in 7 days by the Most High God. But I don't see, unfortunately, I don't see a completion to these horrible events that this family has been going through. I don't see an end coming to it soon. Why? Because in order for that to happen, it's going to make a lot of people uncomfortable, and it's going to ruffle a lot of feathers. But the truth will set us all free. The hostility in the city is tangible. It's in the air. You know, and when I come up here, I don't want that. I don't want tension in our city. I want us to be working together. In order for us to do that, we need a clean slate. We need transparency and accountability. We've been asking for it for so long. We've been asking for it for so long. 7 months. I implore you all, put yourself in the position of this family. How would you act if that was your loved one who went missing in the hands of people we have entrusted to uphold the laws of this land? In case we all forgot, this is a constitutional republic, meaning that we choose you all to represent us, our interests, not your own. A lot of taxpayer money has gone on to a lot of projects in this city, and you know what I'm talking about, the stadium. Since the beginning, I thought this would be positive for Paterson. I still think that this is positive for Paterson. But don't sell me a Honda and don't sell me, you're gonna sell me a Lexus and it's actually a Honda? No. Don't sell me a field of dreams when in reality it turns into a field of schemes. Don't do it to me. Because if you're promising that our children of this school district are going to be put first, put them first. If the New Jersey Jackals want to call this their home, and if it fits within the parameters of their professional organization, welcome. That's my alma mater. I went to Montclair State. I've seen the Jackals play, but I'm more interested in seeing our students have the resources that they need to thrive. There's plenty of athletes in this city, track and field in particular, that are great, and that opens up the door for scholarships. You're gonna make your money back. I'm not, you know, the people who have invested in this, the stakeholders, if you will, you're gonna get your money back, but put the interests of the children first. Don't put your own self-interest above the future. Put we over me. Thank you.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Next speaker, Mr. Elvis Durham. Elvis.
Mr. Elvis Durham, how y'all doing? 4th Ward, Paterson, New Jersey. I know y'all looking, uh-oh, here he go. Might surprise y'all tonight. Check this out. Want to speak to the black community. It's time for us to pray. It's time for us to get to know the Almighty God. The black community and the Hispanic community. The politicians, see what they're doing? 7 months, right? Time for us to come together. We too divided. That's why they do this to us. To us. And look, what's going on in the city of Paterson, New Jersey? They did their best to try to make sure that I won't find out about Mr. G's Diner. It's closing. That's the black headquarters. We go there for lunch and breakfast and dinner. I go there, I'm gonna miss that place, y'all. Every morning, Saturday morning, 8 o'clock, I get my grits, bacon, stage sauces. 8 o'clock, then come back at 2:30 and get my collard greens, rice with gravy, and barbecue ribs, and a glass of homemade iced tea. So we just gonna sit back and let it go? Black community, I know we got a lot of black organizations that got money. And we got black leaders say, oh, come on, we gotta come together. Come on, let's come together now. Let's get the place. Let's get the place. Or let's help Mike Jackson open up Jacksonville. Let's put our ego to the side. Let's help him open Jacksonville. Yeah, hey, whatever how he feel, hey, it's about Paterson. It's about Paterson, people. It don't have to be once a year. We have to wait till the Great Falls Festival to come together. African Americans, Hispanics, the Arabian community, we came together for the Great Falls Festival, and yes, it was the best Falls Festival I ever seen since I was a kid. The group RIF represented, every group represented. Not one fight, not one shooting, not one stabbing. But we gotta wait till once a year to do this? We don't even have no performing arts center in this city. But y'all so comfortable. Everybody, oh, I'm doing a good job. I'm council. Third largest city in New Jersey. We don't have no bowling alley. We don't have no skating rink. We have to pray, people. Do these people really care about us? Do they? No. If they don't, come behind me. I'm young. I may not know it all. Come on. We can all learn from one another. And let's build this city. God bless y'all, and good night.
Thank you, Mr. Durham. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Next speaker, Ms. Frances Harrison.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Frances Harrison, Eastside Neighborhood Association. I'm here to speak on two of the ordinances that are on the book right now and several other items. The speed hump that was introduced by Alex Mendez and chaptered by the council as a whole, it is something that is needed for the speeding and all the traffic that we deal with in this city. But again, it comes down to legislation, which we've been asking this council to do for as long as I've been in this city. We have ordinances that are not being enforced, so I'm hoping that this will help cut down on the racing and the other things that the community has to deal with. So I applaud Mendez for bringing this forward, but we need much more legislations from you people, and we need you to take the time to look at. The thing is, we've been complaining for several years about the dirt bikes and all the other stuff, but see, if you notice what's going on in this city, once you let one person or one group of people do something, then it becomes an open gate. So these bikes have been all over. It's not one particular part of the city that is not dealing with this. And it's a wonder we haven't seen more injuries or some deaths from these bikes. And it all comes down to, again, the enforcement that we are not getting from this city. Taxation without representation is our song. Paterson is all about that. We are not getting the things that we need. So I'm applauding all of you to look at these ordinances that affect us that we're not getting any resolve from. And even if we do resolutions or ordinance, it still comes down to enforcement. The other thing I wanted to speak about is the Jesus family. I noticed that Paterson doesn't have a news outlet. If it doesn't come from Tap into Paterson or Paterson Time doing the rah-rah dance for this mayor, we don't find out what's actually going on in the city. I really would like to know how many people know that in the last month there has been bodies found all over this city, in the river, in abandoned houses, in the woods, bodies. But nobody knows anything about that because it's not in Tap into Paterson or Paterson Times. Okay, if you look at the Passaic, South Passaic paper, you will see some of the things that are going on in Paterson that we are not privy to. The other thing is there has been an influx of robberies on Hondas. How many people know about the catalytic converters and the airbags that are being stolen out of people's cars? Nobody's talking about this. And as we said before, the police just ride by. And if you have an opportunity to talk to the homeless or the people who are panhandling, why are you here? They will tell you because Paterson police does not bother us. And I don't know who's responsible. Why isn't it a collective effort? But we are taxation without representation, and it is sad.
Thank you, Ms. Harris.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Next speaker, Mr. Danny Gonzalez. Danny Gonzalez.
Danny Gonzalez, Paterson, New Jersey. Assalamu alaikum, my brothers and sisters. Peace be with everyone here. On the first reading ordinance number 5 and 6, this long-term tax abatement, can we give it to the gentleman that's losing his house? Instead of giving it to developers? They're gonna develop here, they're gonna invest here. They're money hungry. We don't need to give Paterson away. Hitchcliff Stadium, the Jackals, great, bring them in. Where are they gonna park? I saw a video Mike just did. There's 300 parking spots, 150 are already leased out, or something like that. All of them. All gone, all gone. Gilmore, you were there too, yes. How many visitors are we gonna get for the Jackals? Could we house them? Parking-wise, because I spoke to like 85 families from 1 o'clock this afternoon, that immediate area, I think it's your district, yeah. They're not happy because they're saying they're parking their cars on top of each other already. So where are they gonna park? Figure that out. Did you approve it? Did you approve already for the Jackals to come in for the city? No. The investments in our parks, we're dumping a lot of money into our parks. And I say dumping and not investing because there's no security for the kids. Imagine you love steak and I cook it up real nice for you. Then I serve it to you in a garbage can lid. You won't need it. The kids can't play in the parks for as beautiful it is. Why? Because decent families are not going to send their children to play where there's drugs being sold, where there's needles on the floor, where there's homeless scheming, have a drive-by. We don't know what beef this people that's hanging out there or have with someone. So you're making the parks beautiful, but the kids can't really enjoy it. And if they are, their parents are stressed the F out while they're there. Councilman, specifically Mendez, and I'm gonna say it so our Spanish community that's listening could understand. Yo sé que tú quieres correr para alcalde, tú tienes el apoyo de nosotros. Puedes averiguar a la familia, la FBI, si tú puedes ver cómo se pueden envolver. What I said was, Alex Mendez, I have your back. I understand he wants to be mayor, and I support him. If he could help the family, the whose family, figure out how to get involved, the FBI, if it's got to be specific person, because when you say it in general, everybody pushes it under the rug. And lastly, hopefully you're watching, I don't know what camera I'm in, Kenneth Morris, we need you. Thank you.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Next speaker, Deshaun Johnson.
Someone mentioned it earlier, and it definitely, the tension is definitely thick here. So I'm going to do a little bit of healing. Paterson raised, we may bend, but never fold. Silk City smooth, yeah, we gonna hold. See, it's on our fabric. This is a place of gold. History that never gets old. Great falls of trials and tribulations. No small feat, that's just life's stipulation. The ending that marks the beginning of Paterson's new situation. People and institutions with the same destination. A more peaceful, prosperous community, knitted together tighter than a bird's feather. Any storm Patersonians can weather, so the time is now, let's do better. There's a lot of reoccurring themes that I hear from people in the crowd. There's a lot of reoccurring themes that I see in the news. There's a lot of reoccurring themes that I see on social media. And now I'm not the most religious guy, but I have started recently going and digging into that Bible a little bit. The first chapter of Genesis, God established the 3 P's. The platform, right, in the beginning, which is time, the heavens, space, the earth, matter. That's the first P. The second P was the process. See, and that's where a lot of us are getting confused. I think everyone in here wants to have a better city. But for us to have a better city, we gotta do better in the city. For us to do better in the city, all of us individually has to be better in the city. And now I'm gonna start with myself. I'm a teacher in this city. Every day I wake up, I try to be and give the best version of myself that I can to my students. See, I'm taking accountability for what I can control. And what I think, one thing I'm hearing from everyone else, accountability, transparency, right? And responsibility. So can all of us individually, the members right here, I'm not gonna yell at y'all, I think y'all had a tough day, right? But I am gonna say, can individually, each and every one of you, take some responsibility? Say, you know what, I'm gonna control and do the best that I can with what I have, right? Take some accountability, get this family some answers, right? Accountability, get a city a reason what's going on with this stadium, right? Accountability, responsibility, what's going on with Broadway? Accountability, responsibility, what's going on with our taxpayers, our homeowners? That's the thing that just kind of keep percolating it to me. I don't got all the answers, but what I do know and what I do see is that something is brewing here in Paterson. I smell it, I feel it. I'm Paterson raised, so I've never felt this before, right? I think we're on the tipping end, and especially with that brother right here, everyone online, Mr. Prempe, Everyone online needs to go do some research into him, look into him, read about him, contact him, right? Because he mentioned something. He said, listen now, 26 years, I'm 29 years young. So literally all my life, Mr. Pasquarello has been congressman as well. And something he said, and I'm wrapping up, right? Not much has changed. We've been on a downward trajectory. It's time for Paterson to start moving upwards. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Commissioner Capers?
Commissioner Capers.
Hey, good evening, council members, and good evening, Paterson and community here. Just going to be brief before you guys. Just want to just give you an update. The school district, Paterson School District, opened its doors on last week. We're facing some challenges that all districts across America are facing. We currently have a little over 100 vacancies that we are actively and aggressively are filling. Just so the public knows that we do have a job fair this Thursday on the 15th of September. Also, in great news, the board unanimously approved the extension of the all-boys school academy that will now serve our young black and brown students, young males, from the grades 9 through 12. I want to thank all my colleagues, one is here, publicly for their support in this initiative that I brought forth to make sure all of our young boys' needs are met when it comes to an equitable, quality education. I would love to talk more about what we're doing at the district. I'll bring up more different issues. Just keep following us. Look on our webpage. But there's two issues I do want to bring up to the council and to the administration. As I travel from school to school on a daily basis, I notice how crosswalks are faded, and in some areas do not have any lines at all. This is very troublesome, and this is a danger to all pedestrians, not only our students. I have a list of schools. I'm not going to sit here and pinpoint the wards and all other. I'll have a list of schools I can share with all you guys at some time if you guys need it. Our last issue is a very important one of all. We have an ordinance, a city ordinance on the books that makes it illegal for the sale of tobacco to young minors. Right? This is a citywide problem, right? The school district, since we started last week, we confiscated over 100 vape pens and other illegal paraphernalia that's being sold by these different stores to our minors. So we just need to hold these store owners accountable and enforce the law that's on the books. Together, the Board of Education and this council, we could accomplish a lot together if we communicate together and we work together. So I definitely want to share that list to you guys about the crosswalks. A lot of our schools need to be addressed. I deeply appreciate your time. Thank you to the council. Thank you to the council president. Let me go. And thank you to the community. God bless. Have a good night.
Thank you, Commissioner Capers. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir. Ms. Wahida Mohammed?
With God's name, good evening.
Good evening.
First of all, I want to start with the whole Wimberley family story, because we might have forgotten. But I just want to say to you, we always saying to our young people to pull yourself up by your bootstraps. This young man did only create his own straps, his own boots, and now we're trying to take that from him. Are you serious, Mayor? I was told this is your mess that you're trying to cause, but I just want to put you on notice. Held to the no. That's not going to happen. The other thing I want to say to you, Councilman Al-Aziz, and I know you're saying all the time that I'm calling you out, but I want to know, why is it that you, well, I do know, because to me, if it's not in your ward, it's not important. But why do all of you sit here and watch this store right next to City Hall, put all this mess on the street that makes us look like a jungle, and say nothing? Does this man have all of you in his pocket? I know he has the mayor. Yes, Councilman Jackson, I know he's missing you. But what is going on? Why aren't we saying anything? Are you waiting for somebody to fall or get hit by some of this mess and then say you didn't know? You do know now. So fix that. Yeah, of course. And it's time for you to start understanding one thing. I don't know who is it on here, and I don't know if any of you are brave enough to say, who is it that would think that you can put somebody on our boards that don't live in Paterson? Are you serious? You're now bringing people from the outside to sit on our Board of Adjustments, the ordinance, all these things that you're trying to do, and bring in your own people from wherever it is to sit on these boards. Can I go to Clifton and get on their Board of Adjustments? Are you serious? The other thing with this whole Hinchcliffe Stadium, when I heard that now there are only 3 people from Paterson that is building that stadium, when we were so excited about that whole project being a way for our people to learn and to be not only employed, but have careers. Because I'm going to tell you, those things pay good money, and that's one thing that our people do need. Now, let me say to the Jesus family, years ago, I experienced that, but praise be to my God that we didn't have to go 7 months. But I do know for the 1 month that we went and our person was missing. And yes, her body was washed up in the Passaic River. And I know that pain. So I know that they are suffering, and you all, for whatever reason, are sitting here like it does not matter. That matters. You can't sleep with that going on in your heart. So you need to do something. And I know you're going to say there's nothing you can do, but I don't believe that, and neither do they. Now, the last thing I will say to Corporation Council, I said to you, brother, I see your heart, but please don't let this administration cause you to do anything stupid that will cause you to lose your license. But I will tell you, they will do anything, and I mean anything, that you will sign off on, whether it's right or wrong. So be very careful, because you have to know that only your God is going to hold you accountable for what it is that you do. So just remember that. God bless you all.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam
Yes,
Clerk.
Mr. President. Last but not least, Ms. Gina Johnson.
Ms. Johnson.
That's the last speaker, Mr. President.
Thank
on
you.
the public portion.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Gina Johnson, 148 Pearl Street, Paterson. I'm here because on behalf of my nephew. I was here in December and again in February. My nephew was a candidate for the fire department. This is a young man I raised. I've raised him since he was 7, when my mother passed. And I'm proud of him. He's worked since he was 15. He's a great father. He's responsible, and he's independent. And he passed the firefighter's test twice. The last time he took the physical part of the exam, he was number 1 for the day. The problem came with the psychological, as it does for so many of our young people who aspire to serve this city, fire and police. When I was here in December, I gave the city council a resume for Dr. Curtis Branch. Dr. Branch is a psychologist who's been in practice going on 30 years. And he also served as the psychologist who administered the psychological exams for the city of Denver, Colorado. He did that for 14 years. My nephew, one of the things they cited in his psychological was that because he had so many tickets and he had so many traffic stops, that they felt as though he had no regard for the law. Now, my nephew has never been arrested, has never been in trouble, and I raised him to be polite and respectful when he interacts with law enforcement. But as a black young man in this city, you get stopped. The police are looking for guns and drugs. And when they don't find them, they give you a ticket. And that's part of being black in America. But when you, my point is that the people who give these psychological exams need to see it from our perspective and need to have some kind of familiarity with our reality, how we have to live, and the constraints we work under and we live under. So the first time I came, I asked the city council if they would investigate and find out exactly how many people, young people from the city of Paterson that take the test, pass the test, actually get hired. And what percentage of the firefighters, police officers, and other civil servants in this city actually grew up here, actually went to school here, actually live here, because they don't. Now, they might have a Paterson address, but it's not, they got it for the convenience so they could be hired. That's my request, is that as a city council, that you become more active in advocating for our young people to get jobs in this city, to serve this city. And the last thing I want to say, I want to address this to Ms. Long, the business administrator. I've been looking at the city council meetings and watching the interactions between you and the council, and I am appalled. I'm appalled at the way that you address the elected representatives of this city. Your tone appears to me to be contemptuous and condescending. And please remember, the people of this city elected each and every one of these people who you see before you, and they demand, well, they are entitled to your respect, because
Thank you, Ms. Johnson.
when you
Please wrap it up.
disrespect them, you disrespect us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Motion to close the public
Motion to close the public
portion.
portion. Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call to close the public portion, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call to close the public portion of the regular meeting of September 13, 2022. Councilwoman Cotton?
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome.
You know, I'll save my comments towards the end. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes to close the public portion.
Thank you. Councilwoman Davila?
The same, yes, to close the public portion.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Due to the restriction on time, I'll comment now and later. See, because here's the realities. Everyone who comes to the microphone, first of all, let me applaud your efforts. Let me applaud the efforts of every one of you who've come to this microphone who has refused to be muffled, to be marginalized, restricted by time. You know, because when you have concerns and real issues that's on your chest, you should be able to come to the people who you elect, who you depend on, who you trust to represent you, to at least be able to express yourself without being, as Ms. Johnson so eloquently put it, marginalized or served with a tall glass of consumption. Anyway, the real failure, and it's strange because you come here every week talking to the council about issues that really the council don't make decisions on. But the council is really who's failing the public. The council is really the ones that's failing the public, because the measure of checks and balances falls on this council. This council has yet to call a committee of the whole to investigate all of the things that you're talking about. So we're irate about the uptick in crime. If you look at the overall crime, the crime rate, violent crimes nationwide, which the mayor continuously acknowledges, has spiked all over the place, but the crime levels have been tapered here. Let's look at these fires. How many fires? You got fires happening and the footings are being dug the very next day. Marshall Street and Slater, they already got footings in the ground. The fire just happened last week. But yet, where's the arson investigations? We haven't had one. You know, I call this council is the financial, has the fiscal responsibility, the fiduciary responsibility to monitor the spending. We gave the Hinchcliffe Stadium $100 million, of which everybody came here and touted, well, we're going to create jobs, 3 jobs. And then I see the economic development director, look at his face. Look at him over there with this like condescending attitude as he pulls up outside of our city every day with a $40,000 increase that he just got, while we have members of the public who are having a difficult time paying their bills and their tax bills that this administration had raised. That laugh, bro, he just don't understand. See, when you grow up in a city like this, you understand the levels of respect. And see, some people just don't understand that because they think they could just come through here and they have 2 police officers here, so now they can talk to you and treat you any kind of way. And see, this is how our community is being battered. This is how we're being battered. We're being taken over, beaten over the head with a bat, and they're robbing us right in our face. $90 million. They just brought in 2 new companies who brought in a whole new two different crews, and they let go 4 other Paterson people. He want to contend with that? I asked him a long time ago, so provide the list. You claim there's so many Paterson people working there, provide us with the list. Discredit my argument. What's happening here? As your nephew was robbed of his opportunity because he had a parking ticket, this fire chief just brought on another young man from Wayne who did not pass the fire exam, but he's being paid on our payroll as an EMT, which nobody from Paterson has ever had this opportunity to do. This is the 3rd young man now from the city of Wayne that this administration has allowed to work here, gaining seniority, getting a check, being paid by our tax dollars, and he did not pass the fire exam. But nobody from Paterson is being allowed to do that. We fired over 25 Paterson residents who worked as EMTs because we claim you must be a fireman now to work as an EMT in the city of Paterson. We fired all these black and Hispanic people, and if you believe that there's not a racial overtone to all of this, I beg to differ. Oh, yeah, let's talk about the zoning officer who we illegally hired, who didn't live here, who didn't have any credentials, who overstepped a young man who was working for the city for 27 years, who had a licensed architectural design degree, overqualified for the position. The other person didn't even have college background, but he was making double what he was making, double. So you talk about the field of dreams, how about dreams being shattered? How about that? How about dreams being stolen? Because that's what's happening here. Now, we want to place blame. I sat here. I was the only one. I begged council, please, we cannot allow this mayor to ramshack the police department. We had one of the best law enforcement agents who ever put on that uniform in Troy Oswald. This mayor, oh, he's not, you know why? For $6,000. He fought him for $6,000. $6,000. So we pushed him out, and then we sat right here on this stage while he held his hand up, the first Muslim American. We want to celebrate that. And this gentleman is a very good person. I've known him for years. I've never said anything against what he's done. And now here you have the mayor putting all the blame. It's no different than the director of DPW. When the city's not clean, we want to blame the director of DPW, but look what the tools we give them to work with. Yet you have people in the administration getting $50,000 raises while people can't pay their mortgages. And the police chief is short on manpower because you don't want to pay the officers, and all the young officers who are getting jobs here, they get a job here and automatically they're being snatched up by another department. But we're expecting for different things to happen. So now here's another thing. Anticipate this. Deputy Chief Lourdes Fallon, Watch the knife that goes in her back now. Another grown Paterson native who's going to be slighted, has seniority as deputy chief. They're going to pass her over because of political opportunities that's going on in the police department. And here's the bigger part. Watch the lawsuit that follows from this chief that we will all pay for, because they don't care. It's not their money. It's not their money. Their children are not being impacted by it, and this council is sleeping while all of this is going on. I've asked for everything every single night. Where is the fire investigations? Where's the arson reports? They're non-existent. They're non-existent. And to the young gentleman in the back, the teacher, brother, I respect you greatly, man. And I appreciate your effort and what you do here. Educate your students on the process of voting, because this community is plagued by poor voting and uneducated voting. We vote for people because they know how to do the cha-cha slide. We vote for people because they give you $20 lunches. And these same people are selling us out. Look at his administration. None of the people who he has working here have lived here. Do they understand the culture? Do they understand the struggle of where we've been, where we come from? So we put a few dollars in a park, and then we hire all these outside contractors and let them make all the money while the parks are being destroyed and they're under lock and key. I said I was going to talk now and later, so let me rest now because I'll have more. And Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Oh, thank you, Councilman. Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let me just take a few minutes to address the public that came in. I want to start back with. Danny Gonzalez came to the mic. He was one of the last speakers that came to the mic and request me to stay behind the Feli de Jesus family. Today I feel very emotional when some of the family members mentioned 7 months. It's a shame, and as a parent, I'm feeling emotional as a parent because I have 3 children, 22, 18, and 14. And I can't imagine how I feel if that would be one of my children, one of my son or my daughter. And what I need to say to the family of the Jesus family is that I request multiple letters through Corporation Council. But I'm gonna send a letter to whoever I need to send, a personal letter in my capacity as a councilman, to anybody at the state level and a national level. We have to come together. And I recommend the family to do a peaceful rally citywide. The entire city of Paterson have to get behind this family. It's a shame. 7 months passed and we don't know nothing. There's an investigation, we don't know the status of the investigation. So the time to take action is now, but all the community need to get behind this family, and this situation have to take national TV attention. Nationally, everybody have to be behind this case because, listen, this family's been here since this happened, and you don't get an answer. I will tell you, in my capacity, I will send a letter to everybody at the national level, and I will be behind you on that rally. Please get that rally together. Bring everybody behind all of you, and let's do a rally citywide because we need answer. I feel it's a shame, and I feel embarrassed to be here every week in every meeting and see this family complaining in front of us with no answer. And if you allow me, if you could make one of those signs, I would like to have one of those signs right here permanently in every meeting. I know you guys going home after the public portion. I need one of those signs. I will look at it. I need that sign in front of my chair in every meeting, because we all have to come together in support of this family. And Danny, you're totally correct. I will never give up. The city and the entire city of Paterson know that this mayor came after me and after my family, and he tried to take me down and put me into jail because I know that I'm a real threat for him. On the last 2 elections, I became second highest vote getter. And everybody knows that he didn't win this election fairly. Everybody knows that. And I will tell you how, and I challenge any person to stay opposite. He took me to court, and he took me to court until the last week of the election. And he held on over 12,000 votes by mail until the last week of the election. And after that, We got over 12,000 vote by mail, only 6 days away, 5 days away from election day. Over 3,000, a little bit, 3,000 and change came back. Close to 9,000 people couldn't vote on election day because if you get a vote by mail, you don't have the chance to vote on the machine. That's how he got elected. That's how he got the difference. He know that I'm the biggest threat for him, and he know that I got the number. And I'm not gonna stop because I love my city. I'm not going nowhere. I have my family, my children. I invest in the city since I came into the city of Paterson, and I believe that we could have a better city. Let me just tell you another reason why I feel embarrassed to be sitting here. Bilal Hakim, he came and he spoke about Broadway. What I feel, after the election I came back and I sit here, and I'm not a person that I've been beating the mayor in every moment. No, I'm not. I came here to legislate. That's the reason why you see legislation with my name. I don't talk to talk. I'm all about action. Now, I feel so sorry for the city of Paterson because we have a mayor that he doesn't understand priority. We're building beautiful park that our children cannot enjoy because we have drug addicts, we have people homeless, we have so many people around there. Our city is not safe, and he got the resources to get the job done. Broadway shouldn't look like that, all filthy, with so many people breaking the law, panhandling, prostitution, people drinking, urinating in public, all those nonsense. We should not be going through this in the city of Paterson. And he has the resources to correct the problem. He's putting people in place to make sure that they get the job done. That's how I feel when I sit here and I hear all of you coming and complaining about a problem that he got the resources to get it done. And the best example is this, and I'm gonna close with this. I was the first elected official in the city of Paterson that at the last meeting recommend a board to oversee the Hinton Stadium. I was the only elected official. Dave Gilmore make a comment about that. Okay. And after that, now, tomorrow, there's a press conference that the Jackal are coming into the city to utilize the stadium, where we spend over $100 million. So what about our children? What about the city of Paterson? So listen, community leaders, elected officials, I hope that you fight really hard in support of our children, because we don't know what's going to happen. We don't know what's going to be the result of this, but we spend $100 million and more money to renovate it without being open to accommodate this team. That doesn't belong to the city of Paterson, but now we have the second largest school district in the state of New Jersey, and they're not gonna be able to enjoy that park. So all I'm saying is that priority have to be on top of this administration, on top of the mayor, because he's the one. I didn't know nothing about this negotiation with that team, and tomorrow there's a press conference based on what I hear. No, it's not. And I'm not saying that they should not come into Paterson, but our children have to go first. Let's put a board together to oversee the stadium, and we don't need to be on that board. We're the legislative body. We could elect board members, churches, first-base community, choose whoever you want, but people from Paterson that care about our children, that care about our community, that will make sure that they will fight for the stadium to make sure that our children utilize that stadium for our kids to get scholarship and to move forward with their life. That's my recommendation. I was the first one to say this, and I'm gonna keep fighting for that. The administration should not have the power of the stadium. And also, there's a shared services agreement with the city, with the Board of Ed. We have a Commissioner Caper here. I don't know if they're aware about that negotiation, but there's the negotiation between the Board of Education and the city. That's what agreement is when it comes to the stadium. So I'm very concerned about what's happening in the city of Paterson. Very concerned. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Mims?
So there is a lot that's been stated, but let me do this first. To the De Jesus family, I've always stood with you. I know sometimes at the mic people say, no one has been with the family but one person. That is absolutely not true. I've been with the family from day one. When I received the call from my brother Jorge, who had me to reach out to you, and I have been consistently supporting this family and in prayer with this family in regard. So when I hear things like that at the microphone, I have to correct it because it's an untruth. And I know the mic gets hot and people get flustered sometimes, but to this family, I respect you. You know, I'm praying, and my prayer is that your family member is soon returned to you. Keep fighting. You know what I've told you. God will get the last say. So many things have been stated about quality of life issues in our community. And I know when people come to the microphone, we're the people that you're yelling at, but we're not the individuals that enforce the law. We write laws, we can amend them, but when it comes to the enforcement of laws, it is the administration that is responsible for a lot of the stuff that you hear people at the microphone yelling and saying, why is this not done? Why is this not happening? It's not us. And I know we sit and we take the brunt of it and we sit here, but it's not on this side of the dais that is dropping the ball. So let me say that. On the other side, when you talk about two things, so I have to agree, I think Councilman Jackson talked about it, when he talked about we had a police chief here. And I remember the chief, and I remember him before I got here in 2018. I never even knew that he wore like the white collar because I always saw him in jeans and out in the community. The community heavily respected him. Even to this day, he's heavily respected by the community. And a lot of council members had issues with him not being a part, a lot. But he asked us to allow him to get the package. And we were like, okay, we had a conversation and we voted in favor of what he requested at the time. And there was an appointment. We did not vote on it as a council. It was appointment by the mayor to appoint the first Turkish police chief. The mayor said, this is a great person. He's gonna do all these wonderful things. That was in February of 2020. Remember this date. He said, this is who I'm appointing to be the police chief to ensure that the quality of life issues are addressed in the city. He is wonderful, he's great. We had a big event here. If you Google it on City of Paterson YouTube, you'll find the video. I watched it because I want to remember what was stated. But what I found most egregious today, well, yet last night, we saw that the police chief is suing the city and suing the mayor. That came out last night. It's in an article. You can Google it. But what was egregious today was that there was a press conference. First, it was there's an emergency public service safety announcement happening at 10 o'clock in the morning. And I saw it, but I was like, I will not go, because when I'm not aware of what's happening, I'm definitely not going to show up. So I watched the press conference. And as I watched the press conference, I cried. You know why? Because February 2020, he was the best thing since sliced bread. He's gonna do great things. He's gonna do this, he's gonna do that. But here now, September 2022, some of the things that were said about this guy, and I'm not defending him or his performance. I'm talking about the things that were said about him today were disheartening. The name he was called was disheartening. But I'm going to put this on record. I'm going to give it to Corporation Counsel to give a response later, because I'm always questioning the legality of what happens. Because it's not about the man and the person in the person of the chief or his work performance, because he's suing us. So I'm not going into that. But I will put this on record, the legality. When an individual is a civil service employee, Corporation Counsel, please write this down. When it comes to a civil service employee, we are not supposed to terminate them outside of a 3-step progressive discipline process. So I am asking just for a written statement to come back to this council, was that done? Because what we received was a letter that was sent. We got a great, probably soon to be appointed. Prayerfully, you'll get 4 more votes. Before you can terminate a civil service employee, There needs to be a 3-step progression, and it has to go to an administrative law judge. I want you to hear this. An administrative law judge. So I want to know, because he already said he was suing us, but now there was a press conference done, and I love it because when I'm talking, they're like, she don't know what she's talking about. Trust me, I know what I'm talking about. There has to be an administrative law judge that makes that request of termination after a 3-step progressive discipline. And I am asking because now, whatever was the situation between the mayor and the chief has now become a city's problem. Because what happens is, after someone says, I am suing the city, I am suing you as a person, we should advise the individual that is, that they're saying we're gonna sue you, to not say anything. Because whatever you say after that point becomes a part of the case. And there were some very defaming comments that were made today. And I want everybody to watch it. Go on the city of, on Facebook, it's City of Paterson, and watch it for yourself. It was about an hour. It was about an hour. And Corporation Council, please, I'm asking, because we as this governing body, we have had many lawsuits since I've been on this council, since 2018. Many lawsuits. And here we are facing another one. In addition to it, there was evidence given to substantiate the lawsuit today. And that's a problem for me as a sitting council person who is sitting here that have to go into our executive session to hear what's going on, but today we witnessed it live. We witnessed it live. You were not there. And I want to give credit to the director, the police director, because he was wise enough to say, we're just going to protect the city. He didn't make any defaming remarks. He didn't even address what was going on at all, because he knew. He knew if anything I say here would be a part of the pending case. And it's an operable situation that happened today, Corporation Council, and it is egregious. Because I'm a taxpayer. You're out there, taxpayers. We had a taxpayer come to the microphone and talked about how he's about to lose his house, and we're openly giving away lawsuits today. Openly gave it away. Openly gave it away. It is bothersome, and maybe that's why you weren't there, Corporation Council, because that's why I like you. That's why you weren't present. That's why you weren't there. I'm just saying, I'm just putting that out. But we have to be so careful, because as a council member, and I know when these things are happening, you're supposed to be quiet, but to what happened today, it is our responsibility to open our mouth and to stay our disdain for putting this city and our taxpayers in jeopardy. You can whisper, you can chatter all you want. You can look it up on Wikipedia. You could go to the legal library. But everything I stated is law. And we are clearly in violation today. Now I want to go to the Jackals. I have nothing against the Jackals. I don't even know them. So they're not the Yankees, they're not the Mets, they're not the Atlanta Braves. I don't know them, right? I don't know them, so can't say nothing good or bad about them. I have no, you know. But what I am going to state, when Hinchcliffe Stadium came before this council and it came before the school board, there was written, documented agreements that we voted on. So if there are any changes to these agreements, which there will be, because the Jackals have 40 home games and then they have practice. In the agreement that we approved, it states that we will have home field advantage for our kids in our high schools because they don't have it. Sometimes the games are forfeited because they don't, right? Capers, you're a coach, you know. They don't have home field advantage. But it also allows our kids to be able to practice and to play on the field. Now, how is that going to happen? How is it going to happen with the Jackals having 40 games plus practice? That's not their practice. They have 40 games plus practice. You know what, I used to say maybe it's not the case, but I've come to the conclusion that you are not fighting for Paterson residents. You're not fighting for Paterson residents. You are not. You're not fighting for our residents. You're fighting for people that don't live here, and it's a move to gentrify the entire community. It is very clear, and Councilman Jackson, I'm wide awake. I am not, if I was asleep, I took the crust out my eye, and I'm wide awake now. Because it is really sad to sit here and to see what's happening. When you can, to Bilal, I'm sure he'll watch it. Bilal, I hear you about Broadway, but we approved millions of dollars for Broadway. It was brought to this council, and we voted yes. We're going to clean it up. We're going to put a response team. We're going to do all this stuff. And we voted millions, not 1 million, millions of dollars for the corridor of Broadway. So the question is not, why are we not? The question is, where is the money? Where's the money? Because we approved it. We approved it. And I'm telling you, I don't care about the whispers, because I'll go back to the tapes. It was brought, right, Councilwoman Cotton? It was brought before us. We're going to have an opioid response team. We're going to do it, and it starts off well. We're going to have foot patrol election time. We're going to have people walking the beat. We saw the picture, one picture, next day, no more walking the beat. When they can, residents call me in the middle of the night, and I get up, and I go to BP gas station in the middle of the night, and they have the whole strip shut down like it's an open club. It's a problem. It's a problem. I went myself, and I got out, and I said, what is going on? I couldn't believe it. This is going on, and it's just 26th and 7th Ave. For 5 years, I have begged. 7th Ave, 8th Ave, 9th Ave, I begged with the speeding going on. It took a fatality to put a four-way stop for someone to get killed, a guy to get killed, for a four-way stop sign to go on 9th Ave and 26th. We just had another major accident there a couple days ago on 26th and 9th Ave. Can we please, Madam B.A., welcome back. Can we please do something on 26th and 9th Ave? I'm not waiting for the speed bump ordinance. I don't want to wait, because it was just the car was slammed into the pole on 26th and 9th Ave. No more yelling. I'm not finger pointing. Every time you hear me, I'm going to speak the facts. And if it's questioned, I'm going to bring the videotape. And I'm going to let you, I'm going to start bringing my phone out, and I'm going to start doing this so you can hear their voice and what they said. Because time out for our community getting the short end of the stick. And some of you said it, you're right, we do come out and ask for your vote. We ask you to vote for us, and we get here, and so we have to open our mouth and say something to the best interest of the community. Every one of us see what's going on. Every one of us see what's going on. Now, I'm going to be watching tomorrow. I'm not going. Listen to me clear. I won't be there at the press conference tomorrow, but I'm watching. Because when I asked, is it true that they were coming, they told me they're going to roll something on top of the field. How are you going to roll something on top of a brand new turf? So I'm going to be watching, because I want to hear what is going to happen in the press conference that did not come back to this council for an amendment to say we're changing what was presented. Let me tell you something. Paterson, it's time to wake up. It's time for you to stand up and say something before you don't have a place to live, before your children don't get a good education, before you don't have a place to just, we could go on and on what you're just not going to have. $1 million, $100 million into Hinchcliffe Stadium. And there's only 3 people I saw there from Paterson. And I kept going because I was like, maybe tomorrow 5 more people coming. Maybe somebody else is coming. And that was something that was promised. Paterson. I am shaking my head at what is going on because it is sad. It's really sad. And I know that you're seeing it. I know you're experiencing it. And guess what? I'm a big girl. I don't have an entourage. I don't need no bodyguard. I stroll right by myself. Because what I say, I can say it twice. And then I'll bring the facts behind it. But it's really a sad day. It's a sad day when we can do one thing and then change it in the spirit of hypocrisy to make the community believe that we got their best interests at heart. Paterson, shame, shame. I'm going to see if they can revive the Shame on You. Remember Channel 2, Shame on You? I'm going to ask them, can they bring it back? Because it's time for that to come back.
After.
My vote is yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Udine?
Good evening, Paterson. Good evening, everyone. Those who are here today. You are here because you care about Paterson. Because sitting here for 3, 4, 5 hours and sharing your concern, how many of us would do that if we would not care about Paterson? I would just restate what Mr. Rucker said when he spoke many things, but out of his many things, one thing he said, that we are here because we are representing your interest. My point is that the checks and balance between executive body of the government and legislative body of the government, we are actually here, those who are sitting here, are we really here to covering your interest? If this is the case, why fraction among us? If something good for people, why not us, the council bodies, get together and fight for people's interest? So we have to fix ourselves at the same time to make sure that we put people first. One thing, many things are addressed by my council colleagues. One thing which is, I feel is very important, is covered as one of the person named Christopher, I forgot his last name, from North Fifth. He mentioned about his unpaid rent, and I think I should address that because this is not just one Christopher. There are so many other suffering for that because we are protecting the tenants in certain ways because they are not paying rents months after months, but there is no consequence on this, and homeowners, they're losing their homes because they are not able to pay their mortgage. That's what's happening at this point. Now, I'm not sure, corporate counsel, that if we as a council member can do anything to make those cases forward with a mobile court or whatever options possible to resolve those issues. Because this is, Christopher came here to share his concern, but another example I can give, I called Councilman Velez about a month ago. You remember, Councilman? There is an issue in Fifth Ward that exactly the same thing. The person is not paying rent, he's working. He's not paying rent intentionally because he knows that our court is way behind and nothing's gonna happen if he doesn't pay. And the person is saying, you don't have to pay anything, just leave my house. That's all you have to do. And I shared this story with Councilman Velez that if he can, since he's Fifth Ward, and I as at large, I can also go with him, see if we can come up with any solution among, between these two parties. So this is what's happening. So advise us that what we can do as a council body to move those cases forward using any other means we can do to protect our homeowners. Second thing, many things were addressed. So many of us, here covered many things. So I thank everyone. I thank Brother Hakeem, who was here. You texted me around 2 o'clock, I think 1:30 in the morning. And I did not know whose phone number was this, but I tried to address the issue right away. But anything, again, I'm saying this, that if we are here to cover your interest, we have to make sure that we, as a city council, have to address all the issues that our community is facing. We need more town hall meetings, not the meetings that we are one-way presentation. Again, I'm saying town hall meetings, I want from our council members as well to taking questions and concerns from our community and work accordingly, not to hear for hearing purpose. And I feel exactly the same thing happened. When you guys come here, you share your concern, and we take it, we hear that, we respond to you back, but our action doesn't actually say that we're really taking you seriously. So we have to fix ourselves here in the city council first, to come together for people's interest. And my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to be brief. I saw all the comments saying, even that you see me back and forth taking calls from the community, but I'm listening through another system in the back. I'm aware of what's going on in the public portion. To the gentleman, and Udin, for your information also, we have a Passaic County landlord and tenant court, okay? He raises concern here. Yes, it had to be taken care by the landlord and tenant court. Councilwoman Ruby Cotton also predicted way before the end of the pandemic, when the courts will be open, thousands of cases of landlord-tenant court will be in front of them. And let me say this, you know, the rescue plan, the rent relief from state government, from federal government, the relief from the $600 weekly that they used to give a pandemic, all that come in place when they have to go to a landlord and tenant court, because the judge is going to ask you what you did with that money. So when they apply for rent relief, that means that the state or the government will take care the debt into that point they put the application. But moving forward, they have to be responsible of their rent. So it's a responsibility of them, it's a responsibility of the landlord to make the case in the landlord-tenant court. I will urge that because the Passaic County Landlord-Tenant Court is located at 77 Hamilton Street, right? Hamilton Street. I would recommend that every Tuesday, the Board of Commissioners have their meetings to make sure they are aware of the situation, of the condition of the appointments of the court, and they probably could address it with the administrator, de novo, and address it with the judge to open space in the calendar and to accelerate this landlords and tenant case as soon as possible. That is fact. That is the discovery that I do every time they come here and speak about something. And this is the information and the correct information that the resident should receive. Listen, I know, Councilman, you didn't call me for that situation about landlord and tenant situation, that in the Fifth Ward, that the tenant didn't want to pay rent to the landlord. If I could go and do something, I told him the only thing I could do is go there, how I could help you to pay your rent instead of being evicted. So from there, I can't do a lot because it's a landlord-tenant court situation. But we're here to listen to the concern, but there's other venues that people could go in the commissioner, in the fifth floor, the second floor, 401 Grand Street, and address also the county situation. To the Giovanni de Jesus family, a month after the incident that you guys reported the missing of your brother, of Heldon and then Paterson, I was the first one to say, we request an FBI investigation. I find out that the lead agency, Heldon, have a report of missing person. Paterson has a disappearance report person. I will request it again. And the chief is here today. how they call it, it's a name they call it,
On
the,
average, we go up 3% every year.
not the chief appointed, the chief, acting chief. Please, let's not jump the gun. Acting chief is here, he'd listen. If there's any way that this request could be made, I know there's a change of command. The first responders are Paterson Police. The second responder will be the county. The county have to, it's a process, state police, et cetera, et cetera. If there's any way that we could activate an investigation in that level, please do so. I recall, and my colleagues could recall, about 2-3 years ago, the disappearance of a young lady. They activate satellite. They activate the FBI. Unfortunately, they find the body behind the brownstone, and I recall that. So if they did that with that type of case, I think they could do any type of investigation deeply to bring a result to information to the family. We care, but we cannot give you something that we don't have. So that's one of the things that I have to say regarding of about this situation. The next thing I want to talk is Commissioner Capers. I know you mentioned about the crosswalk and a list that you have. Please share us, the committee of DPW, for we could, for even the directors here, also the director would like to have that list. Keep in mind that the Division of Traffic is a 4-man crew, and it's for 8.9 miles square from the city of Paterson. So we're trying to catch up if the weather permitted, but we on top of that, okay? Also, I know a lot of people have brought up the issue, Madam BA, and through the phone, the traffic condition from the Wayne Bridge all the way down to Grand Street. There is 1, 2, 3 traffic light. I already spoke to the traffic engineer and also Mr. Satudo for the approval of equipment to put sensors for the light could change at the same time and flow the traffic, because in the morning it's tremendous, in the afternoon it's worse. So there's 3 traffic light. If they coordinate those changes of traffic light, probably the traffic will flow a little bit better. Mrs. Wahida Mohammed, you know, I don't know if she left, ma'am. Everybody knows I come to the city hall back and forth. My secretary knows, Madam Clerk knows. There's not a moment that I don't stop in that store, in that corner, and I remove the vehicles blocking the crosswalk. I tell them what to do to clear the sidewalks, but I'm not a cop. I'm not an inspector. So in our size, a council person, we do what we have to do. It's not my word, but we address accordingly what we see. So last but not least, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to advise the community that is watching still out there that this next Sunday is the Dominican Parade along Park Avenue. Please come enjoy with your family. We're going to have a lot of music, a lot of activities, and this is for the whole entire family. Also, I had to say thank you to Mr. Charles Flores for stepping up for every parade that they are in the city park, Paterson, for their contribution, because he gave back to the community the same way other does. So, Madam Clerk, once again, and last but not least, we receive a letter, and Madam Dr. Liz Simmons, there's a statute, NJSA 40. Column 69A-60.7.
Okay.
I think that's the letter that
That still
it
does
will,
not
it will
exclude.
answer. It will answer. I don't want to discuss. This is
does
the letter.
not.
This is the letter. I didn't interrupt you to clarify that. I'm telling about the letter and the statute that it says there. So,
But that still does not
Madam,
preclude
Madam
the
Clerk,
law.
as I say, last but not least, thank you. My vote is yes to close this part of the meeting.
Thank you. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
We're closing the public portion.
Yes, so to the people that came here for Hinchcliffe Stadium, and I heard some of my colleagues talk about the use. I'm going to read what's in the agreement, and we have 2 Board of Ed members here. The ball's in their court. The redeveloper shall accommodate use of school parcel Lot 6 by the school district subject to the following. The school district shall submit an annual reservation of usage of the field and our spectator seating area to include dates, times, purpose of use, and approximate persons in attendance not later than June 1st of each year of the lease term. The school district annual reservation for usage of the field and or spectator seating area shall not include more than 180 days of use. Whatever this council, whoever wants to say, we have no say on the use of Hinchcliffe Stadium. The school district's the owner. This agreement was passed by the council, so if there's an issue with the use of the stadium, I suggest you go see the Board of Education, because this passed our council already 3 years ago. The school district could reserve the field for 180 days of use, and they have to submit it by June 1st. That's not my thing. I am just reading what's in the agreement and the facts, and I'm directing the public, if you have an issue with Hinchcliffe, the owners of that stadium is the school district. And on the tax abatement, the tax pilots to the residents that are here, I have more to say that when that item comes up, believe me. I'm just staying quiet. My vote is yes, and you'll hear from me once those items come up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Mr. President?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. To the Jesus family, my heart goes out to you. You guys believe it or not. Me, my family, we are close friends with one of your family members. I know them for years. You might not know, and I don't like to put it out there. Okay, and what I'm gonna say is, as a council member, I don't have an answer for you. And if any of the council members said they do, I think they're lying. You know who has answer for you? People in the second floor, and prosecutor office. That's the fact. That's the fact. I'm speaking, please. I'm speaking now. I'm speaking now. And Madam Clerk, and for Hinchcliffe Stadium, for the people who spoke about Hinchcliffe Stadium, like Councilman Al Abdulaziz said, Board of Education is the owner of the stadium. Okay, that's one thing. Another thing, we need to roll the tape back and see who supported these agreements as well. Thank you. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The vote is 9 in favor, none against. The public portion for the regular meeting of September 13th, 2022 is hereby closed.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councilwoman Cotton?
Thank you, Council President. I know normally how it goes, but I want to say to Felix, the Husu family, we all care. We don't have no answers. But what I found and I discovered, and Councilman Mendez hit it on, you got to start emailing everybody all over the world. They need to, I find that people sometimes can't understand things until they see it in black and white. And they see it in black and white, and they gonna keep, they see people names on them. You can have a judge name. You can have the Attorney General for the United States of America. When they start seeing all of that, they start responding. Because I had something with a house on Carroll Street. They weren't responding. We had the email. It took 2 years before. I'm just saying to you, I'm going by what Councilman Mendez said. Let's start this campaign. Let's start it. Let's start the campaign because we all feel it. We all hurting. You know, I cry. And you know what? Some people say, well, Ruby, you know what? You have to come here. And for me to say, I don't feel your pain, yes, I do feel it. We all feel it because all different things have happened to a lot of people here. And I just want to say to you, my prayers are with you. I pray every night that we find something. Somebody please send us a sign. Send us something. I don't know what it is, but something. Tell us something. I know, and I'm trying, and we don't get no answers.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I want to say,
please, no back and forth.
Please, Council President. I want to say to, they talked about Broadway. They talk about Broadway. Let me tell you something. My mom had 5 children. 3 of them was addicts. And you know what? Some of those people I walk on Broadway right now are the same people from 20 years ago that won't get help. And I walk those streets, and Bilal, no, not Bilal, Akbar, we're out there. We're doing our best, Akbar. Nobody can say we ain't been out there by BP every Sunday, trying to tell people, go get some help. Akbar, I've been out there with you in the rain, in the snow. But I don't be, Akbar, I just show up. I always say to people, you don't have to be invited, just show up. Just ask for help. And it's so, and now that we have, and I want to get it straight, we did have a grant that was given to us for the opioid. And I said to them, if you don't put the right people in the right place, it's not going to work. They finally just went out an RFA, meaning that who's going to walk down Graham Avenue, who's going to walk down 12th Avenue, who's going to walk down Godwin Avenue, who's going to walk down Governor Street, because everybody can't walk down those streets. They cannot walk down them streets. I've been around here for 60 years. But I'm just saying, so now they came up and they finally listened to what I said. You gotta put people like us, regular people in those areas. You gotta put us. You gotta put regular people to talk to people, because they're not listening to nobody, no outsiders that they don't see. They know Akbar. They know David Gilmour. They know people. They know Wahida Muhammad. And they know how they come and talk to you. They do that. And so I'm saying now we finally is gonna do it differently. This is our second year. We're finally gonna get it done differently. And if anybody ever saw that video at the BP, you know, it probably was 300 kids out there partying at 1 o'clock, but the BP gas station was closed. But I just want to say that there's certain things that we can do as a community, and people have called me to go tell their tenant to pay rent. I can't go tell no tenant to pay rent, because then something gonna happen to me. What do I look like telling you to pay somebody rent? But that's what's happening, and I can understand that. And let me tell you something. The state of New Jersey just put aside $2 billion for school construction. $2 billion ain't nothing for the entire state of New Jersey to build schools. $2 billion is nothing. I'm not sure how much they allocated to the city of Paterson, because they didn't have it broken down. But there were certain times, and I'm talking about 20 years ago, when they built Panther Academy, I told parents, don't go for that school. It got no gym, it got no library, it got no lab, it got nothing. Those kids got to walk across the street to the college. When you accept everything they give you, you take it, and they just give you nothing. They give you nothing. And you know why? Because they didn't want kids to go to East Side or Kennedy. They had academies all over this city. And I fought. No, your kids deserve a school with a lab, a school with a library, a school with a gym, a school with a cafeteria. That's school to me. So I just want to say, I just wanted to point out some of the stuff that's missing. And even when we started the arts, I say to people, you got it. I done been to Trenton so many times. I would get off work 6 o'clock in the morning, get on the bus 7:30, we down in Trenton. When they don't hear from you and they don't hear your name, I said, until we go to Trenton to the Arts Commission, they're never gonna hear us. You gotta start showing up at those meetings in Trenton, at those meetings that people may not think you have to, but you really need to, because that's how they know, you know. One year, the state gave out $18 million. The city of Paterson got nothing, because nobody was down in Trenton at those meetings to make sure that we were supposed to get something. So there's a lot of things that's going on. Hopefully now with this new situation, the new way they're gonna do this opioid thing, that we will get more help now in areas, and I'm talking about the whole Broadway, all the way up. And I wish that, and Akbar, he knows, we're out there trying to convince them, and I don't know what to say. But to you all out there, we all hear your pain, we all hear it, we all feel it. Don't think that we don't feel it, because we do feel it. And I just want to say that we do feel it. Council President, thank you,
Thank you, Councilwoman.
for letting me say those few words.
Thank you. Councilman Davila, Councilmember, please be
I want to
mindful.
thank Council President because he said we'll close, but it's obvious that everyone had something to say, and Councilwoman Cotton and I said we're going to go ahead and vote and then continue with the meeting. So it's only right that I have a few words first to the family who comes here day in, day out for the last 7 months. Now, I'm going to direct the questions to the individuals who need to answer, and that is the administration. So Corporation Counsel, where are we with the internal affairs investigation? Where are we with the responses of the prosecutor's office? Because all is directed and the anger on this body, and we have no answers. So we get the frustration, we get cursed out. I'm getting messages from individuals who are saying there are children there. That is not the way we conduct ourselves. But how do I tell a family that's grieving, that's upset, to lower their voice? There's nothing that we could do. So we stand here, and it's true. You know, as Councilwoman Cotton says, we all feel the pain. We're born and raised here. We live here. We eat here. We shop here. We have family as well that are addicts. My God, that have AIDS, that hang out in the streets, that eat at the Evas. It's hard for us too, but we get it. We are elected by the people, and you all deserve a response that we cannot give you. So you may think that we're being hypocritical or whatever the case may be, but that is not true. Everything has to be channeled to the individuals. Heldon Police is the lead agency. The prosecutor's office, the prosecutor. Okay, and Paterson, absolutely. Paterson, I'm not taking away the onus from Paterson. Please don't think that at all. It is it's very upsetting and demoralizing for the individuals in the Paterson Police Department that are doing the right thing. And yes, I'm with you, that if someone has done something wrong, they need to be removed. But there's a process. Unfortunately, that is the law. We have a judge here. We have a judge here. We have a judge here. We have a judge here who knows the law, who knows conduct. We know that. So all I'm saying, I wanted to express, and I thank Council President because he's giving me the opportunity to at least express, because I don't want you guys thinking that.
Please, we're not here to go back and forth. Please.
Okay, all right. So to the family again. Okay, to the family, and again, I needed at least to express, all right, that we will continue to do what's in our right and within our power. To the statements made about Hinchcliffe Stadium. To the statements made about Hinchcliffe, to the statements made about, I don't know where and who, some of the individuals that spoke that are saying that there's not going to be a track field there. I don't know where you got that from, because that's still in the plan and that is happening. The 180 days that will be, yes, the school district owns it. We have commissioners here, okay? But the other 180 days will be part of the city, will be part of the entities who the city chooses.
Right.
Okay, so all I'm trying to say is this. Look, there's a lot of misinformation being given, and it's great when, you know, some individuals give information, okay, to get the crowd riled up. But the reality is, and I always say this saying, the proof is in the pudding. Okay. Again, don't know where the statements are made about the removal of the track field. Okay, that's one. The other thing, in terms of the jackals, we don't vote on that. We don't vote on that. So when you say, oh, where's the agreement? We, this council, does not vote on that. So with that said, I'm going to leave it at that. I will continue to pray for the family, okay, and to the constituents that came out and all of those that call us day in, day out concerning individuals, tenants who are not paying their rent. I've had landlords call me up and show me pictures of tenants who are away on social media. They show that they're in Aruba and they're all over, right? And they owe them a year's worth of rent, a year and a half's worth of rent, and that they work, all right? I'm gonna leave you guys with this. I lived and owned my home in North 9th, 150 North 9th for 21 years. While I lived there, there was a situation right on Clinton. Councilman Jackson, you probably will remember this. There was a landlord that went and knocked on the door because he wanted to get his money, his rental money. You know what the person did when they opened the door? They shot him and killed him. All right, we, this council, when some people say, I'm going door to door and I'm telling people, you can't get involved in that, because if you do get involved in that and you get hurt or you put the city in liability, that's on you. That's your onus. So with that said, we will continue to assist and direct and make sure, okay, that we are able to assist and direct all of those individuals that need assistance, either through our Health and Human Services Department, either through the state, you know, with our state legislators. We're going to do what's within our power. With that said, Council President, thank you very much for giving me the word.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilmember, please be mindful of time. It's 9:37. We have 59 items on the agenda. We haven't done even one yet.
I know.
Madam Clerk, let's
sir.
do the consent agenda
You
first.
want to do the consent?
Thank you.
Okay, sure, Mr. President.
What are we doing now?
Do consent
The
first and
consent,
then-
okay.
Oh, consent.
We'll now do the
We'll do
consent
consent
agenda
and then we'll-
items. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the council and will be enacted by one motion. The items listed on the consent agenda are numbers 13 through 45. Any item may be removed from the consent agenda by the request of any council member, and if so removed, will be treated as a separate matter.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilman Mendez and Councilman Velez. Roll call on consent agenda, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call on the consent agenda items 13 through 45. Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilman Davila? Yes, Councilman Davila. Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
You know, as we vote on these items, it's like a cluster of items. I want to make just a generalized statement, because I will be voting in protest against this consent agenda, just because, you know, in Councilwoman Davila's remarks, she talked about how we don't have the ability as a council, but we actually do. We have the ability to hold these entities, these organizations, these projects accountable. We have yet to do a financial audit on the Hinchcliffe Stadium spending. And I'm gonna say this, I'm gonna just put this on record, because Mr. Mike Powell, I used to regard you as a friend. We sat on the board, I sat on the board at the community charter school where you was embezzling money from there as well. And now it's very, very clear. You are a flat out racist. And that's the problem. See, you sat right there as me, as an elected official who you refuse to speak to when you're working on projects within my ward of the people who I represent. You sat right there. Another resident had to pull me to the side to let me know all of the negative things that you had to say about me. But see, I'll say things about you to your face in public. But let's talk about the racist activity that went on under your regime. Let's talk about the illegal firing. Let's talk about the illegal firing of George Meadows. I'm sorry, brother, excuse me. Let's talk about the illegal firing of George Meadows, who now has won a lawsuit against the city. This guy has cost us more money. The illegal firing of Director Dave Gilmore. The posting of putting Mr. Charles forward before this council to talk about what he's going to do for black people, as all black people was excluded from anything that dealt with cannabis. You are racist, and everything shows that. Show the list of the Paterson people. See, because what's going to happen, people out there are going to get frustrated. And unlike the mayor, you don't walk around with an armed guard. Unlike the mayor, you don't run around with an armed guard.
Councilman Jackson.
I'm sorry, Council President, I'm speaking. This is my time to speak. You can't decide what things I talk about that you want to muffle, and if I'm saying something that's favorable to the council, then you don't want me to stop talking.
You cannot mention somebody's name and directly accuse of something.
I'm speaking directly to him.
I know, but
he's a racist, and I'm going to make that known.
Corporation Council? Corporation Council?
Corporation.
Corporation Council. Come on. Can a council member address such a way to a director or an employee of a city?
Thank you, Council President, for that question. Council is certainly afforded wide latitude in expressing themselves. However, there is a decorum that should be observed that is worthy of the Honorable Municipal Council, and personal attacks, and I have to double check our code, but are not only disfavored but possibly prohibited. But once again, I trust the judgment of the Honorable Municipal Council to be able to make that decision and ensure that they conduct themselves with the honor and dignity of this council.
So here we have the mayor just went on national TV and berated a police chief. Here I am in a council meeting speaking facts. I'm putting context to the facts that I'm speaking. I'm talking about actual events. He's the gentleman that hired Mr. Torrey, who's unqualified, who refused to recognize and acknowledge his lack of qualifications, kept him in the position for a year. He's the gentleman under his leadership, all of the illegal conversions, these illegal basement and attic apartments, the lack of due diligence by the code enforcement agency, it's under his leadership. So where am I talking, what things am I stating that's non-factual? He can have the opportunity to go to the microphone and discredit anything I'm saying. Here you have Milton Robinson, who grew up in Alabama Projects.
We're voting on
Council President,
I'm very aware of what we're doing.
I know, but
I'm very aware. I have the right to speak about whatever it is that I like to speak
voting
about.
on an item, you're going off topic.
Well, Council President, you who maintains decorum in this chamber should make sure that city employees, specifically non-resident city employees, don't go out of their way to speak derogatorily about an elected official.
It's a hearsay.
It's not hearsay. He sat there and acknowledged it. He sat there and acknowledged it.
Come on, Councilman.
He sat there and acknowledged
Let's
it.
stick to the agenda. Is okay, Council Director Powell.
This is not a KKK meeting.
Point of order, Council President. Point of order, Council President. Point of order, Council President. Point of order, Council President.
They'll be unsuccessful now.
Council President, point of order.
Yeah.
Please continue with the agenda. Please, Councilman.
So let's continue with the facts. Mr. George Meadows, who we heard from his attorney, who now our residents are going to pay a handsome lawsuit, as they're going to do it in the case of Mr. Gilmore, who there was no investigation launched, and this council sat and did nothing. What's your responsibility, Council President?
What did you do? What's your responsibility?
What I do every night. Hold you accountable.
Talk. That's all.
Hold you accountable.
All you do is talk.
Keep the fire under your behind. Hold you accountable.
Believe me, I'm stronger than that. You know that.
I don't see it.
Please.
I don't see it.
Councilman, you know that.
Where's the strength?
Council President, point of order. Council President.
Stay in your lane.
Council President, point of order.
Make me stay in my lane.
Council President,
I like
Councilman
to see
Jackson. Council President, point of order.
Yes.
When a council member asks point of order, you have to give the floor, please.
Yes, go ahead.
I'm going to just say this. Everyone has the right to say what they want to say, but speak with facts. Number one. Number two, the same way no one should address any of us by name, we should at least give the respect to not address a director in this type of public forum. You want to discuss their work performance? Then we write them, and we can go ahead and do that. Third, there isn't anything different. There isn't anything different with the comments, Councilman.
Please do not speak from the audience.
The councilman who is expressing, who has the right, he has the floor to vote, right? And I understand that we should stay on topic. Making the statements and referring to the director and that he's responsible under his leadership, right, for all the illegal dwellings and everything under the sun that he mentioned, that is on record. There's nothing different than what the mayor did today when he spoke. And I'm not saying I'm in agreement. This is not what I'm saying. I'm just saying it's the same thing when he said that under his watch, things were going on. All right, so let us be careful that if we say one thing on one side, that we also say on the other side. That's all I'm saying. We should at least try. My God, we have families here with children on the spectrum, my God, and this is not the way we should be conducting ourselves. Councilman Jackson, I would say to you that if you want to have a conversation about a director, let us have them raised, and let's have a conversation that is addressed correctly.
May I finish?
Go ahead, Councilman.
So, and I understand you're in a rush, but listen, the conduct of this council is the reason this city's in the condition it's in. The reason we're being ran over by overdevelopment that he has been a part of, meeting illegally with board members, which he should not have done. And this young lady who sits next to me, which I respect her greatly, as she was the council president, I have put that request in multiple times to Rice him, to call him to the committee of the whole, and I have not gotten the support, and she refused as council president to do so. So that does not mean that I will preclude myself from educating the public on these are factual matters. These are people who have been impacted that you, the taxpayers, will pay for. George Meadows was the city planner who has all the credentials to do so. He's been the city planner for quite some time. He legally went blind. They broke the ADA guideline requirements. Instead of providing access for him, he's a handicapped person, and they should have provided certain outlets for him. They failed to do so. What did they do? Illegally fired him. And what are we doing now? We're paying that bill because he sued the city and he won. He was vindicated. Mr. Gilmore right now has the city in court. And the evidence in which they made accusations to discredit and defame him of accusations of sexual assault, they don't have no evidence for under his leadership as a director, under the direction of this BA and this mayor. So if I'm stating anything that's not factual, then please help me figure that out. And if this is not the platform to bring that to the table, then what is? Because we, as the council, should be holding these people who work here accountable. He just got a $40,000 raise. He doesn't live in this city, and you can't tell me one thing that he's done to help promote the livelihood, the safetiness, and the ensure some of the young people in this community have a better life as they move forward. But you know what? Everybody wants to muffle the truth. I will not allow that to happen. Not while I'm sitting here. So we can sit here and approve all kinds of things and vote and say, oh, we're doing a phenomenal job and we're doing this, while this city is still in the worst condition it's ever been in the history of me living here. I'm not going to sit here and let the rest of them, they can sit here and play that game, but I will not. I called for a committee of the whole multiple times, and I have not gotten the support. Now this mayor, another $100 million has left our community. We didn't provide any job opportunities, and then when it's all said and done, we have developers leaving with multi-million dollars of developers fees, $15 million in developers fees for Hinchcliffe Stadium, and I can go on and on and on. Anyway, Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So we're voting on the consent agenda. On the consent agenda, we have regular item, just normal business like approving resolution for the raffle, for San Gerard, and all the legislation, all the items that are regular. That's what we're voting now on the consent agenda. But before my vote, Council President, I would like to make a request, and it's to move to item number 4 because we have an institution, just so I see, they have children here, and I know it's getting late. So if we could, after the consent agenda, we could take care of item number 4, I'll deeply appreciate it. I know that baby have to go to bed. My vote is yes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilman. Councilman Mims?
My vote is yes.
Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Councilman Mendez, I did that in the sidebar, so.
I'm sorry, Councilman Velez, I didn't hear you. So
That's
it's
fine.
great that you did that on the sidebar. I'm
think-
doing that in public, so that way
we
everybody
think-
knows that
we
I want to
think
make
in the
sure
Oh, my
the
God.
baby go to bed early because
Thank
they got to
you.
go to school tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. That means we're on the same page. You know, as a consent agenda we have in front of us, but I have to say this. Colleagues, we need to keep in mind that whatever we say from this side, and they decide to take us to court, all of us are going to be named in that process. And then I had to hire an attorney to tell them I'm not responsible, accountable of the statement and accusation of my colleague. So I had to spend money when I could spend that money in medical insurance. Let's be honest. One thing I gotta say, and I gotta say it loud and clear. The Office of Economic Development is 99.1 minority. And I could say that, 99.1 minority. And in defense of the director of there, I don't see you, the stamp that they just put you today. You work with 99.1% minorities individual in your office. And I never had a single complaint of any of the employees there of your performance. You know, we have to keep in mind something. We have to keep something in mind. Listen, I have children at home. I have family that watch this meeting through YouTube. I have family that probably is going to question why dad don't come down to Florida and retire instead of taking all that beat that they getting without facts, without the right factual statements. You know, we got family at home. Councilmen, please think about that. Our kids are watching at home. Our pastors are watching at home of our conduct. I could go on and on and on. Yes, to this agenda, there's a lot of items here that all the council members have sponsored. I congratulate all of them for doing this consent agenda. So my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Wow. And many people ask why I get up all the time. This is bad. It's the consent agenda, and my vote is yes.
Thank you. Mr. President?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
The vote is 8 in favor, 1 against. Items 13 through 45 on the consent agenda is hereby adopted.
Madam Clerk, let's take first reading ordinances in order.
Item number 3.
Item number 3.
Next item is our first reading ordinances. Item number 3 for first reading, no public hearing is required. Ordinance creating Paterson Code Chapter 448 to be titled All-Terrain Vehicle, ATV, Dirt Bike, and Snow Mobile Regulation, sponsored by Councilman Mendez and co-sponsored by Councilwoman Cotton, Councilman Mims, and Councilwoman Davila.
Second.
City Council.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Mendez, second by Councilwoman Davila, Mims, and Councilman Velez.
Council President,
Councilman Velez.
can I request respectfully to all the sponsors that the remainder of the council be a co-sponsor of this ordinance?
Which is fine.
As a sponsor, I would like to put the entire council as a co-sponsor of the legislation.
Thank you.
The rest of
As
the
a
council.
co-sponsor, the rest of the council.
Thank you, Councilman Mendez.
Sponsored by Alex Mendez, co-sponsored by the rest of the council.
Thank you.
You have to put the amendment on the floor for
Ro-
H.
Is it-
You said what?
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call on item number 3 for first reading. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want you to know I don't say nothing.
Yeah.
I said, I know, and we all been in trouble with the mopeds and the motorcycles and the dirt bikes, and I remember going to council, our corporation council probably a month ago, and I asked him, I said, Mayor Adams in New York did something where he confiscated and crushed, meaning you don't even get it back. So I'm hoping that with this ordinance that we get ready to pass, this is only first reading, that, because they're causing a major, major, major problem in our community for quite some times now. So with that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
To all the constituents that call us, that have been scared and attacked by these ATV and these illegal riders in the
Councilman
street.
Davila, I'm sorry, I didn't call your name. You notice I called Councilman Jackson.
Yeah, you did.
I'm sorry, but
Hey,
it's
but you
Councilman Davila. That's
Oh,
your turn.
I'm sorry, because Cotton Davila, so
Yeah,
I didn't even hear
No, you
Jackson's
did the
out.
right thing, but I called Councilman Jackson, so I have to put it on the record. It's your turn. Thank you.
Emmelinda, you
Councilwoman-
got me on the record?
Councilman
Okay.
Davila.
Okay, my apologies.
That's okay.
As I stated, to all the constituents, you know, to that specific constituent who sent me the video, the 2-minute video of the over 100 ATVs and illegal motorbikes, you know, the city is saying no, and I think we're moving forward. I'm happy to be co-sponsor of this with Councilman Mendez and Mims and the entire council and Councilwoman Cotton, because there has not been one person on this council that has not been speaking to the administration, to Corporation Council, and that hasn't received a phone call or an email for us to address this. So with that said, on first reading, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So about 4 years ago, I authored a piece of legislation that banned panhandling in certain areas of the city. We have never had one summons written to a panhandler who has been doing so. Several years after that, a couple years ago, we approved a residency parking ordinance in multiple places of the city, still not implemented. This is something that I think is very much so needed. My confidence and faith and trust in the administration being able to enforce it doesn't exist. But anyway, this is much needed in our community. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And I hear the voice of the people and the concern of the resident, and I definitely want to commend Mr. Rocker, because a while ago, very long time ago, we have a discussion about this, and since then, I've been on top of the legal department, working hand in hand with the legal department. We finally got it here. And that's what I'm going to continue doing in this council, legislating, putting legislation in place to make sure that the administration enforces it. And this is going to give the power to the police department to stop those illegal dirt bike, ATV, that are all over the place in the city of Paterson, on the sidewalk, without insurance, without registration. So this is what the police department needed, and I'm looking forward to see them enforcing the law in all the area in the city of Paterson. I know, so I hear a lot of concern. And since I got back, I will start working on this. And it's here on first reading. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Councilman Mims?
My vote is yes.
Councilman Udine?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So just a concern that I want to share about this, and I thank Councilman Mendez for putting this together and making all of us as a co-sponsor for this ordinance. One thing, Corporate Council, that I need to mention here, that it says that for first offense, not to exceed $500. Second offense, it says not to exceed $750. and the other numbers also subject to $1,000 and up to $2,000 fine. One thing I want to be stated, what's the minimum charges would be. What's happening with the sound ordinance right now, that it says up to $500 fine. So when they go to the court, sometimes,
The state.
oh, I cannot say it.
You said what?
Can I state anything, or I should have to just vote?
What are you saying?
Yeah, I can say it. Yeah.
Council President, may I?
Technically,
Yeah. All right, so,
the way this meeting's going.
so, yeah.
Mr. Woodin had the floor, please. Councilman.
All right, corporate counsel. So I just want what's the minimum charge that should be mentioned? Because what happened is, when I'm giving example of sound ordinance that we have as of now in place, that up to $500 fine. So when they go to the court, sometimes court says, okay, pay $50. And so they don't care about this ordinance. And exactly the same thing is going to happen if it says not to exceed $500. So I want it to be stated, minimum $400 or minimum $500, whatever number it is. That's all. And my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
I don't want to act like a judge, he's around here, but the statute stated is a New Jersey statute. On the ordinance in first reading is on the section 448-5 that says violation penalty. We cannot impose less or higher what the state statute established. That's why we have it the way it is. So I think that we are doing a start. We cannot tell the judge where to go, just to follow the ordinance and the violation and penalty that is imposed here. The court system will have a way to identify who are the repeater offenders, and they will do accordingly what the ordinance say and state. So I know that this is a hot topic in the city of Paterson. I gotta say this, like Councilwoman Davila always hear from our Director of Public Safety, we need to create ordinance with teeth. And individually, all 9 members have been lobbying for this type of ordinance in the city of Paterson. So this is a we ordinance, and hopefully it could be enforced. One thing I had to clarify, statements sometimes without facts. I invite anyone, and this is the public invitation, you have the same right to call the Madam Clerk office and ask for the Oprah for any violation given for loud music, any violation given for panhandler, any violation given for any issues in the city of Paterson that address quality of life. We cannot sit here and say that the police department is not doing their job and it's not being enforced. That the same individual get ticket every day? Yes, they do. I seen it. I called the police and they do the job. Just Oprah, ask the police department, give me the amount of fines given in 1 year for this, this, and this, and you will be surprised that they doing the job. My vote is yes.
Thank you.
Sir, I have boots on the grounds. I go Broadway, I see the problem.
Councilman, we are in a voting session.
This is the problem.
Okay, Councilman Velez voted.
Yes.
Mr. President.
Yes,
it's
I
your
already
turn.
voted.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, brother.
The vote is 9 in favor, none against. Item number 3 is hereby adopted on first reading.
Madam Clerk,
Second reading.
go ahead.
Second reading for item number 3, and a public hearing will be held at the next regular meeting of September 27, 2022 at 7 p.m.
Madam Clerk, do we have to take item 52 before we take item 4? Or?
I thought that would be a good idea. That's why I leave it that note.
Okay.
Council President, just item 4.
Council member, let me run this meeting, please. We have enough distraction already.
So
Item
let's do
52, then we'll take item 4.
Yes, Mr. President. Next item on our agenda is on our non-consent item, number 52, resolution designating Hamilton Square Urban Renewal LLC as a redeveloper of property located at 20-21 Mill Street and designated on the City of Paterson tax maps as Block 4609, Lot 7.
So move.
Second.
Also known as 7 and 8, 9 and 9.02, deeming the proposed project consistent with the terms, goals, and objectives of the Great Falls redevelopment plan, and approving and authorizing the execution of a redevelopment agreement with Hamilton Square Urban Renewal LLC, Economic Development Resolution 22.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Mendez, Councilwoman Mims, and Councilman Velez. Roll call on item number 52.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call on item number 52 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz.
So this is attached to the pilot that will come next, so my vote is no.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilman Mims.
So before I vote, let me just state, and I said it last week, but it wasn't televised. When it comes to, and I'll probably go more into depth on item number 4, but when it comes to developers coming before us with the possibility of pilots or redevelopment in those redevelopment zones, there's so many different things that sometimes we ask as councils, the community should get, and I have to commend this group that came before us with the packet that they presented of all the great things that they want to do in that particular location, as well as allowing YORC to operate in there, the no rental, as well as veterans. It's a very multi-purpose facility with rental space. So when things come before us like this with a lot of the issues that we have in our community, when you want to push forward an item, it should be something holistic, such as like this project. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
I just want to commend the Economic Development the Division Department, because that's why we have redevelopment zone in the city of Paterson. 1st Ward, 4th Ward, and 5th Ward. So listen, let's start understanding what is redevelopment zone and the agreement that are entailed to move the city forward. I'm pushing forward to extend the redevelopment zone in different areas of the city to make sure that our city get rebuilt the proper way and beautified the same way. So my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cotton? No, I thought she said pass.
She passed, yeah.
You voted yes?
You voted yes?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Oh,
Maybe
I'm
I'm sorry. I thought I didn't hear you. Okay, Councilman Velez. Mr. President,
My vote is no.
the vote is 7 in favor, 2 against. Item number 52 is hereby adopted.
Item number 4, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
First reading?
First reading ordinance, item number 4. No public hearing is required. Ordinance of the Municipal Council of the City of Paterson, the County of Passaic, State of New Jersey, to authorize and approve the application for tax exemption and financial agreement by and between the City of Paterson and Hamilton Square Urban Renewal LLC Finance.
So move.
Second.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila and Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Mims and Councilman Mendez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 4.
Roll call on item number 4 for first reading. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Thank you, Council President, or Madam Clerk. So, when we have pilots in front of us, it's not against any organization or what's going to go in there, what's not going to go in there. At the end of the day, and this goes to the taxpayers, and I want everyone to listen very, very clearly. When we approve these pilots, the school component of that bill does not get paid by these properties, and it gets pushed off to the taxpayers. That same bill that's going to educate the youth that are going to be in that building does not get paid by the people that develop in that building. When we talk about we're not voting at a tax increase, a pilot is a tax increase to the taxpayers, Because when you don't pay that school tax, guess who picks it up? The taxpayers. That is state law. You can't spin it. When the school district bills the city, we have to pay it. Check the city of Trent. When the city council just tried to hold the tax bill from paying the school district, and corporate CFO will let you know we have to pay the school taxes. So right here, what's in front of us, a difference of $1.35 million that will be pushed off. That's the bill to the county and the taxpayers that's in here that will be pushed off to the residents of the city of Paterson. The same property taxpayers that came here. That's why our school taxes have been exorbitant. 11%, 13%, 14%, 15%. They've increased the taxes. The people, the pilots, do not pay that school tax. So to the residents, to the taxpayers primarily, that portion of the bill in a pilot goes to you. This one comes from the council. There's other pilots throughout the entire city that we don't even have a say on, that everyone has been complaining about. When you see these new buildings, they get pilots that comes through a state program. This one comes in front of us. When we give out a pilot, we cut out the school taxes that gets pushed off to the taxpayers. And I'm not saying it's a bad project. I'm not saying the organization's bad. But the residents, the taxpayers in the city of Paterson always get the short end of the stick. They always get the short end of the stick. I understand that this developer is going to improve these apartments. Guess what? That's what landlords are supposed to do without incentive. When you're a renter and your landlord doesn't do anything, we should give them incentives to fix it up. The two-family homeowners that have to fix their second floor do it without incentive. And we're going to get beat over the head right now with the pilot. And I'm passionate about this because residents of the city of Paterson are paying $12,000, $13,000, $14,000, $15,000 in taxes, similar to their counterparts in the suburbs, and do not get the services. I'm actually disappointed at the school board commissioners because they've been talking about this. The students in these buildings where we give these pilots to go to our schools, and then the taxpayers have to pay for it. So at this time, I cannot. This is a tax increase. Don't wait for the budget. Watch the vote. This is a tax increase. $1.349 million over 30 years gets pushed off to the taxpayers. That's a fact. You can't spin it. The numbers are here. My vote is no.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cotton?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This building that we're talking about now, I think it's almost 1/3 empty. It's 1/3 empty. You have buildings that's been empty 20 years. You got to help them to get it going. You got to help them to get it back. The one thing about this project is so many different components in it. It has veteran housing. The city of Paterson got one veteran housing in the city, and that's in my ward, the 4th Ward of East 18, and it's only about 20 units. That's all it is. They're gonna have, and you know, I get the lady there who has her baby with her. You know, people need to see. I think people sometimes doesn't see what mothers, and I'm saying mothers because that's who's sitting here out there, mothers with children that have special needs, that need space, that need help. You got so many people, and I know they call all of us. I know they call me, they call Councilman Mims, they call Councilman Davila, where they have special needs kids, children, and they don't know where to go. They don't know who to reach. They don't know who to talk to, and they need help. So I hear that you know, the school board, but this component has so many pieces that we need in our city. It helps with the homeless piece. Who was just talking about the homeless? It helps with that. We have a piece in there in this project for the homeless. We have a piece in here for the veteran. We have a piece in here for a nonprofit agency to help mothers or families with special needs children. And you know, and back in the day, and I'm talking about 20, 30 years ago, there was nothing done in this city for special needs kids. I know it. I was at Eastside High School when they didn't care nothing about until we have to fight, and you have to fight, and you have to keep fighting. And I say to people, stop, do not stop fighting. It may not come tomorrow, but it gonna come. It gonna come. Somebody's gonna finally listen to you, and it's gonna come. And I hear what he's saying that, but the building is one-third empty. This component got 3 pieces, which we need: the homelessness piece, the veteran piece, the parents and the families that got special needs children and they don't know what to do. They don't know who to turn to. They don't know where to go for help. We need people agency. And you know, I'm thankful for even my grandparents. Who's gonna have a place soon? Grandparents raising grandchildren, and they need help. And it's not grandparents' fault that they gotta take care of their children, their grandchildren, but they rather do their best to take care of their grandchildren, for them to go to the shelter, for them to go to diapers, for them to go homeless, for them to do all of that. Grandparents, I applaud you for taking care of your grandchildren. But we need this, and you can say whatever you want, but this component has everything in this component that we need here in the city. And with that being said, Madam Clerk, I gotta go with a yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilwoman Davila?
When we heard this item, and we've been hearing this item quite in economic development, finance, when it came to workshop, I made a statement, and I said, and now I'm saying it publicly because now the entire world is watching, whoever's watching YouTube right now or 77. This program and why I believe that we should support, the council should support this program. To a certain extent, what Councilman Abdelaziz indicated, he's not wrong in what he's saying in its totality. But I'm gonna tell you what I'm voting on. I'm not voting on because there's an organization which rightfully so needs a space and our children and parents. No, that's not my breaking point. My breaking point is that we talk about the quality of life. So those same residents, they're residents of Paterson. They deserve to live in a decent place. I was one of the first tenants who moved into where this project, and these new individuals, new. So yes, these tax abatements and pilots, they are for incentives for new. You know what convinced me? Is that when I go asking for support for someone to vote for me, I still see Miss Mammy living in the same building that I lived in almost 30 years ago. Okay? And so when I know that that place, and I can't talk about the developer, you know, that now sold that, he's not even the subject right now. The fact that he didn't do what he was supposed to do, okay? But there's an entity that wants to do right by our constituents. And yes, Councilwoman Cotton, there's a great portion of apartments that are empty. But I want to read this little spot of what makes me want to support this in first reading. Whereas the council approved and adopted the redevelopment agreement, which we just approved, with entity for design, development, financing, construction, and maintenance of 2 refurbished residential buildings consisting of A, 20 Mill Street, Hamilton Square North, a 3-story multifamily building containing 29 residential units, and B, 21 Mill Street, Hamilton Square South, a 4-story mixed-use commercial and residential building, of which only the residential portion containing 39 residential units on floors 2 through 4 shall be part of this redevelopment and associated improvements in the surface level parking area. All are the foregoing with the exclusion of the ground floor commercial at 21 Mill Street, which will hereinafter be referred to as the project, and the same time designated entity as the redeveloper. This didn't come, the council didn't put this forth, the administration did. And they put it forth and they say, you have to approve it if you support it. And I support it because it's going to assist those families that have not had a new rug, a new kitchen, a new bathroom, that deserve to live like others live in the 6th ward, like others live in the 3rd ward, all right? That's the 1st ward. I mentioned that I owned a home. Let me tell you, that was my first apartment coming out of college. Coming out of college. And to go back and knock on those doors now in 2022, thank you, 21 Mill Street, for putting me back in office, and to see, and I looked around the apartments and I'm like, oh my God, nothing has been touched. I think that our community, our residents deserve, and there's seniors there, so let's not just think, there's seniors that are living there, there are veterans that are living there, and then there's a good portion that's empty. The best thing that sold me is that I said, well, how are you gonna do this change? And guess what? They're gonna start off, I believe it's 12, or is it a little more? 12, okay, empty units. They're gonna fix all of them up and move 12 families at a time. So with that said, to the community, this is not about that, oh, I support all entities, because you know, Councilman Abdulaziz stated, there's a lot of as-of-right abatements that we don't even see. There's 5 years, there's 20 years, okay, 25 years. But because this is a 30-year, that is why it's coming before us. No, not all pilots are treated the same. We had DCA, the state, come in here last week and right before our workshop have a conversation, and if I don't want to say it was a training, it was more informational, that not all pilots and not all tax abatements are treated equally. They're not. Because there are some that they're doing nothing. So you can't come and ask me if you already had one and you didn't do what you were supposed to do to then come back. But if it's an entity where their seniors, the most vulnerable, okay, that have a fixed income, I look at my stepdaddy who's 91, and guess what? His Social Security doesn't go up. Thankfully, he has us, and he still has the home where him and my mama lived. May she rest in peace. So let me tell you, yes, I have to govern with this, but I also have to have this. So I want to thank the organization that came, because I know you need the support. And like I said, please don't take wrong my statement that I'm doing it for all. So with that said, Madam Clerk, on this first reading, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam
You're
Clerk.
welcome, sir.
And he scurries off. Él dile no, porque toda la gente que vive ahí son hispanos y los morenos. Ese por qué. Ese no importa. But let's talk about facts. Okay? Because you don't have to only move with your heart, you can still move with your head, right? It's not just seniors who live on a fixed income. It's people who work at DPW who are being underpaid. It's employees of the city. It's our officers that's putting their lives in the line who don't even make $50,000, yet they're giving themselves $50,000 pay increases. I stay stuck on these things. I apologize. But let's talk about the facts. Let's just say he says 1.34 million. Let's just say if it was 2 million over the span of 30 years. 2 million, you divide that by 30 years. Comes to $66,000 a year. Divide that by the 25,000 taxpayers in this community, right? 2 million divided by the 30, 66,000, divide that by the 25,000 taxpayers, $2.67 per year. $2.67 per year. Let's go back to the real numbers. Let's go back to 1.34 million. Divide that by 30, then divide that by the 25,000 taxpayers, $1.80 per year. He's voting no against an organization who is homegrown, who's come back to give back to their community, who has, not just for this organization, but for the grandparents' organization as well, they have done something that's never been done before. In fact, he voted in the affirmative for the Fifth Avenue project that developer's leaving out with an $18 million developer's fee on that project alone. None of them do.
Madam, please, is a voting session going on? Okay? And
When
okay,
your heart,
This is not your abatement.
When your heart speaks, you have to let it be heard. I appreciate that. Now, here's the thing. We sit here and we give away everything to other people, and then we utilize these catchphrases, oh, the taxpayers and the schools and all these other things that these people vote in the affirmative of all the time. We give away money. The stadium is a perfect example of that. $90 million. And they're still coming back for more. But anyway, I'm not going to prolong this. This is an absolutely wonderful thing. The gentlemen that are putting this project together understand, because they've grown up on these streets, they understand what's necessary, and they're here to give back. And for us not to support them, it's an embarrassment. It's an embarrassment. If you can't give a real reason and then sit there and stand on your cause, everything I do, I always give valid reason for it. And I've yet to have one person discredit it. This is a phenomenal thing. We should all be supporting this. There's no reason why this thing should not have a unanimous vote, but obviously some people have different agendas. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez? Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let me start back with this number, and I want the community to pay attention to those numbers. Giving back to the community is extremely important. Let me start talking about the need of affordable housing. I think Councilman Jackson said it best. Now, seniors only need affordable housing. We have people living now in the city of Paterson that they cannot afford the market rate that we have in the city of Paterson, and that's a fact. We have people that have 1 and 2 jobs, and they still cannot make it. And that's the reality in the city of Paterson. And we have to be mindful of that. I know many families, and I see this every single day, people that have to have 1, 2 jobs and have more than one person working on that house in order for them to pay the market rent rate that we have right now in the city of Paterson. Everybody knows that I do real estate. That's what I do for a living. And I understand, listen, Governor Street, Governor, 3-bedroom apartment, close to $2,000. That's market rate. That's what we're facing. So we need affordable housing, not only for seniors, for families that live in the city of Paterson. And everybody knows how I am about tax abatement. I'm very conservative when it comes to that. But I'm all about numbers. I've been in business all my life, and that's what I see. Now, what I love about this project is that since they came into the city of Paterson, they start looking into the need of the community. How can we help Paterson? The first thing that they did, they partnered with a Grandparent Association, Wahida Muhammad, a grassroots organization that once you go to Rosa Park and Hamilton, you see them doing a phenomenal job, working day by day with the community, with the senior, helping the people in the city of Paterson. Those are legitimate institutions, the helping our senior, our families. Now, on the second project, they partnered with Josiah C., an institution that is in charge of taking care of autistic children. And autism is a serious situation in the city of Paterson. And we have an organization that since they came into the city of Paterson, they've been working with our children, with the school, on their need. Now, the beauty of this is that the partnership was in a different way. They agreed to give state-of-the-art facility for free and no cost to those institutions. I look at the facility, minimum $5,000 per month they will pay if they wouldn't have this program. If you look at it, between those entities, they put in $10,000 a month to those entities to make sure that they serve the community, that they serve the resident of the city of Paterson. Then you do the math. $10,000 times 360 months, which is the life of 30 years, is $3,600,000. That's the reason why I'm in full support of this. We allocated 1.3 on the tax abatement on the pilot program. They will pay more than what they currently pay right now. So we're getting more. And on top of that, they're giving out $3.6 million for 1.3. That's a win-win for me. Numbers don't lie, and that's 2-to-1. So, and on top of that, they're looking forward to have a major renovation on that building. We have seniors that live in there in the deplorable condition, in a horrible condition. All those units need to be renovated. and I'm looking forward to see the renovation that they presented to us, state-of-the-art material. So I'm excited to see that because I senior our family, they deserve to live in a decent place. They deserve to live in a decent environment, in good apartment, with a rent that they could pay. So we need affordable housing in the city of Paterson, but we need organization and developer that partner with local institutions. 3.6 instead of against 1.3, I'm 100% in full support. So my vote is yes on first reading. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mims?
So I think you read my notes, Councilman Mendez. So let me just go into some of the details. So this project is a 68-unit project where it will encompass 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, and 3 bedrooms. There will be a total of 7 1-bedrooms, 108 2-bedrooms, and 21 3-bedrooms. So I'm sure people in Paterson are clapping. That means 68 families will have places to live. That's number one. The other part is they said, we're going to partner with 2 entities in the community. One, Soldier On, which is a partnership with our veterans. We talk about it all the time. I'm sure if Mr. Tony Vancheri is watching, I'm sure this is an excitement for him because he has been, him and, what's our lady from the 4th Ward? I can't think of her name, but they've been, Ms. Marcina Cofield. They've been very instrumental when it comes to veterans, home, making sure we have some facilities for our veterans. So we have that included. Then we have Yo Soy I See, which I've been a partner with for years. You've been doing a wonderful job with our children that are on the spectrum, ensuring that they get the resources and the services. Most of you work in the school system, so you really understand the dynamics of what the needs are for our children. And so I did some math just on that portion. So I said the same thing. I said, say for instance, the spaces would cost Soldier On $10,000 and then you $10,000 a month. That's $20,000 for the 2 entities, times 12. That's $240,000 a year, times the life of the 30-year project, $7.2 million. So if it's for the 1.3, we're still investing because we're investing back into Pattersonians. But here's what I think is really awesome. Homeless, at-risk veterans, our youth that are on the spectrum, people that need housing, trash enclosures, security cameras, landscaping, bike racks. The list goes on and on about what is going to be done in this entity. So the woman that was here before with the De Jesus family, she asked a question and it wasn't responded to. She said, what are long-term abatements? Long-term abatements are utilized to bring in potential investors that want to come into our community that may not be able to fully encompass all of the costs or to be able to pay full costs when they come in, but it's a way to attract them to come in, and we utilize it all the time, especially in our redevelopment areas. And that's what this is. This is an investment not just into Yo Soy I See, not just into Soldier On, not just into the Mill Street location, not just into our residents, but it's to the city. And let me close by talking about the 2 individuals who are from Paterson. They're born and raised from Paterson. They knew Dr. Jesse Dixon, who had a vision for housing for the underprivileged. And so when they came back, the first thing they said was, we remember Councilwoman Dr. Jesse Dixon's vision, and we're going to build grandparents raising grandchildren. That's their first project. And when we do it, we're going to go back to the entity that is still carrying the work of her legacy through Ms. Wahida. And we're going to give them rental space for their life. We're going to supply everything in there, and we're going to make sure that they have money to flow and function while they're in there. That was their first project. And now they're back again. Now they've gone to 2 more entities, still community-based. I'm going to go into that when we go into another item that was here last week that made all these grand gestures when they were at the microphone, but I still have not received the packet of what they're saying. The difference in this entity, they said it, is in writing, we have it before us. The group last week, they talked at the mic. I still haven't received it. So if you have it, please send it to me while I'm sitting here, because I did not get that information. And this is what projects should look like. When you're coming in, we're not giving anything away. We're reinvesting back into Paterson residents. And that's what we should be doing. If we're giving the house away to the outsiders, God forbid that we do anything for Paterson. My vote is absolutely yes to this entity, yes to Soldier On, yes to Yo Soy I See, and yes to Paterson. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Udine.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So it is very true that when we give any pilot or abatement, it does hurt homeowners. That's very true, and it is hurting now. But here's the traditional way if we talk about so many of our abatements and pilot that are existing as of now are not giving back to the community anyways. If you talk about school district, that pilot does not pay anything to the school district. It's supposed to go to 21% of the taxes to the school district, but they're just going $0 to the school district. And that's why the homeowners carrying the burden, which is very true. But the point is that can we really stop the abatements or pilot, or we have to make sure that those who are taking these pilots or abatements are giving back to the community? That's what we can confirm. Now, one of the projects that I personally against all the pilots that are not helping our community. And that's why I had talked with so many individuals in the corporate council that what else we can do to make sure that those developers are coming to invest to our city are giving to our school district, giving to our sporting fields in some kind of donation that we can have a clear line that this is what you have to donate towards it. Because we want some kind of return to the community. Now, if you talk about what kind of pilots we want in our city, this can be an example that we are carrying out here that has, they are not here just to, to make money, but here they are giving opportunity to our disabled kids, giving seniors, affordable housing, veterans. They're covering all the needy groups of individuals. And this is what we are looking for. When you're talking about affordable housing, what other ways we can, bring the investors or developers here in the city to invest and help the community? So this is the reason that I feel this is the project that's taking the pilot by giving back to the community, and this is an incentives that we can give to attract the developers to come here and invest to our city. That's what we want. And even in the future, one thing I would say that we have to stick to our, we have to be consistent on this, that if we really do not want to give pilot away or abatements, well, that's fine, but we have to make sure that we are fighting for getting returns. We cannot, sometimes we are giving pilots to the developers, they are not giving anything back to the community other than they are just making money. So with that said, community, this is what helping our community, our kids, our seniors. And because of that, as a homeowners, I feel this is the right project that deserve to get pilot. And my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez.
Every meeting, we start with this sentence: I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic of which it stands, our nation, under God, indivisible, and liberty and justice for all. You know, I'm the last one to speak. I don't interrupt no one. I apologize if somebody do not understand my accent, but I'm going to say it loud and clear. Last week we had a meeting here with DCA and explain us what is a pilot, what are the benefit, and what we should do as a legislator of the city of Paterson when that comes in front of us, presented by the administration. Some people chose not to come and then sit here and give wrong facts. that a lot of people applaud, but really don't have no basis. When we go to talk about the school district, every time they send it the bill and they increase the taxes, they're not investing that tax increase in our teachers, students, staff, lunch monitors, security personnel. They invest in that to pay high salary to the administrations, the administrative part, the supervisors that get paid under the superintendent. Every time they announce a tax increase in the school board, the next article that you see, somebody contract was high, the salary went high, et cetera, et cetera. But then we don't have nobody in here to challenge the school district or take him to court for that tax bill. So, and I understand that teachers are working without contract. They are crying for a fair contract, and I support that union too. The other thing is that when the city or any administration take the responsibility of the needs of Yo Soy Así and other kids and other organizations, per se, County of Disability of Autism, when the city take that responsibility, then we could say, hey, we okay. But they're not doing their responsibility to taking care of those more vulnerable and needs individuals in our city. The two aspects of tax abatement, a tax pilot, is for new project and property that are deteriorated and property that needs repairs. The other factor is how much the pilot's going to cost us. My responsibility is to approve things that will benefit the community at large. And I believe if they turn this building into a warehouse, look at what I'm saying. If they turning this building in the future, instead of apartment, into a warehouse, and they have the commercial part in the bottom, and they have Yo Soy Así, today I'm making the right decision, but at least it's serving those in needs. That is Yo Soy Así. So they know how I feel about Yo Soy Así, and when I mean Yo Soy Así, I am like that. My heart cry. I don't know if I had to make a wall in the 6th ward between the 5th and the 6th. I don't know if I don't want to turn myself into a Donald Trump thing, right? But we all in the same boat. We all suffering. We all have the same needs. I wish and bless Yo Soy Así that is next to a school that serve autism kids. This will serve and help the parents. Okay? Beside that they are going to invest in those apartments for veterans, seniors. Commercial part is still taxable full. So, and for homeless individuals that really a family there are right now. You want to hear this part? They talk about eviction and abatement and tax part. You want to hear this one? We just cut ribbon in a new project on the 5th Avenue. They have dozen and dozen cases in the landlord-tenant court for eviction. People that just moved there, they cannot pay $125 of rent monthly, and they are in Section 8. That's facts. So we have a problem. The council responsibility is not to get land and build. The council responsibility is if the administration find the land and find the space, let's build, we approve, let's get funding, let's get CDBG money, let's get whatever we have to get to make sure that we put the resources out there. And let me say something. If I could sit back here and say I'm against pilots, I'm against then the law. The pilot is a law. It's a New Jersey statute. And in 2013, they passed a municipal ordinance based on the state law that allow us to approve pilots to approve economic development, and you'll be surprised what the state will tell any municipality. Not talking about Paterson only. Any municipality, we give you this tool what you have done to bring your economic development up, your investment, and your redevelopment up. Don't be surprised, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody speak about let's bring Amazon in. What do you think they're gonna say? We need a tax break. Okay? Everybody prays, Amazon is coming. It's a big tax break. Who's gonna say we cannot give it to them? Why? Because they're gonna give jobs, et cetera, et cetera. So before, listen, last but not least, stop criticizing developers in the city of Paterson. I know developers in the city of Paterson that 85, 90% of the employees are from Paterson. Stop criticizing the new development in Paterson when they have companies under the name FTI that rebuilds and pick up people that are in needs. Stop I didn't stop nobody. Stop criticizing developers, okay, when they are giving toys and everybody's making a line. They're giving book bags and everybody making a line. Let's be honest. We cannot serve one God today and tomorrow another one.
Councilman.
Last but not least, stop criticizing developer and then you knock on the door for donation for your organization.
Councilman.
I close my case. Yo soy así. My vote is yes.
Mr. President?
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir.
So many, everybody has their point, everybody has their reasoning. As a council, if we want to help those nonprofit organizations, maybe we should allocate some money in the budget. We should not sacrifice the whole tax base of City of Paterson. Abatement. Let's talk about abatement. Long-term abatement, 30 years. You give it to the developer of an undeveloped entity that you want to incite them to bring them in so they could develop that specific property. So it could go on tax base. Okay? Also, I'm going to ask questions to all the city taxpayers. Last 5, 10, 15, 30 years, have your tax increased or stayed the same or decreased? This property had an abatement before. They're using, I believe, is a poster child to some of this, giving incentive to some of this entity to get this long-term abatement. Also, the school tax and even county's tax, the difference between the regular taxation and the pilots, every taxpayer in the city of Paterson has to pay for that money, that amount. Even $1, somebody calculated $1 something, it is money. So this is a tax increase without a question. And also, these properties, they're not going to pay taxes. They're paying a percentage of net income. Percentage of net income. So, that percentage, the net income could be whatever they put in on the books. So it could be anything. So the base of the county and city, whatever is shown on the paper, it could be way more. I'm with the taxpayers, and my vote is no. You say no to the counties of specializing in the state? No. Thank you. I'm speaking. I said no, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The vote is seven. The vote is.
Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir. The vote is 7 in favor, 2 against. Item number 4 is hereby adopted on first reading. Second reading and public hearing will be held at the next regular meeting of September 27, 2022 at 7 p.m.
Let's take item 5 and 6 next, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Next item is item number 5 for first reading. No public hearing is required. An ordinance authorizing a long-term tax abatement agreement between the City of Paterson East Urban Renewal Corporation for Block 6307, Lot 42.02, Department of Finance. Is there a motion? Number 5, is there a motion on the floor?
Have a motion for number 5? Can I have a motion for number 5?
Moved.
Moved by Councilwoman Velez, second by Councilwoman Davila. Roll call on number 5.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call for item number 5.
Discussion, Councilwoman Mims?
So before we move into a voting session, last week I made a request. I know the board member, he's here, and with, I think it's 5 and 6. 5 and 6. But I made a request last week because there were some statements that were made as far as the rehabilitation of the buildings. So I made a comment on tonight, and I talked to CFO. So on page 4 of, on page 4, you'll see 6. On the last page of the reso, you will see that there is a breakdown where it talks about refrigerator, we'll do this amount, we'll do whatever. So I am putting on the record, and I made the request to CFO and to our BA and to the entity, that there should be pictures. I don't want to see that you give us a spreadsheet or a chart saying we're going to replace 4 refrigerators, 10 dry walls, and all that. I want to see what the apartments look like now, what will be the renovations and the upgrades based on the current standard of and quality of material that is utilized. Because what we see before us, it really doesn't do that. So I don't know if this is, this will stand for me, and it may still pass in first reading, but definitely if it passes tonight for a second reading, that information definitely needs to be attached. And I'm gonna say it again. If it's not attached to this document and it's not in writing, it is not going to happen. So we need to have the picturesque view of what will happen with our tenants, because you know we have a lot of issues over on 20th Ave, and there should be some accommodations to what's there. And I want to go on the record because I talked about security. I don't see that here. I see refrigerators, ranges, bathrooms, emergency generator, elevators, boiler heating system, garbage handling system, paint, caulk, brickwork, it's saying 200,000, kitchen, site improvements, roofing, window storms, whatever. But I don't see anything to security system. I don't see anything that talks about cameras and lighting. I don't see any of that identified. So I am asking, not sure what will happen on tonight, but if it goes forward for a second reading, if those items are not here, I will not be supporting this item because our seniors live in those buildings and they require more than an extended sheet that talks about a replacement cost, units and all that. They definitely deserve better than that. And if this is coming before us to extend, because it's not new, we're extending and giving them an additional 30 years, this package should look better than what we've been presented. So I just wanted to put that on the record.
Council President.
Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Council President. I just want to make a point of clarity for Councilwoman Mims. I'm not negating any of your concerns, but I just wanted to point something out, that the gentleman sitting in the back is not a board member. He is a consultant that is hired by the board. The board is a non-for-profit agency, a board, and it consists of the residents of the facility. So the father, I don't know his name. He's considerably up in age. He had a difficult time last time sitting through our entire meeting. So
That's
he
fine.
couldn't.
But the consultant agrees. He said he's gonna get it done, so.
Yeah.
Thanks
No,
for the
well, I just want-
clarification, but I just wanna
I just
make
want to point
sure.
that out because in the context of how this differs from many of the others, there's not an agency that's making a developer's fee. There's not an
Right.
agency that's benefiting from a profit.
Mhm.
These are the actual residents who sit as board members who are looking to do these improvements. So they need to recast, and in order for them to recast, it needs to be a projection based on, that's amortized over the next 30 years. And this will afford them to do so. Lastly, I just want to make a reference that it is a seniors building, and relative to Councilman Abdelaziz's lack of support for the previous one, the number of children who impact our schools is minimal, and the number of calls for service and things of that nature is minimal. So I just want to, put those on the record, those facts on the record, just for a point of clarity. Thank you, Council President.
Council President.
Can I respond to
Councilman
that
Velez?
one?
Yes, Council President, just elaborate a little bit about what Councilwoman Mims was saying. We just, at the Finance Committee, yes, we requested a list of scope of work that the building is going to be performed. I know you want before and after pictures, and that's good and dandy. The consultant is here, he heard your request. You could do a little pamphlet with a PowerPoint presentation where it's going to go, the recreational gazebo that you mentioned in the on the meeting, et cetera, take the pictures that you need for changes and put what it looks after. It's simple. The other thing is that I know you mentioned something about security. The building has security personnel, and they increased the number of security in the on the whole facility. Also, they invested, I call it fence around the property to make sure this is safe and secure for the tenants. Especially, they fix a big boiler in one of the buildings, and they need to repair more to be able to move forward with the project. And the other thing is, this senior building is more than 30 years old, more than that, 50 years old, and along the years, ADA requirement in those apartments now is a must. Seniors are getting not young, they're not strength, they're not, they don't have a lot of strength in their, walking and this and that. So this is going to be part of this renovation, and I'm totally supportive of it. So, Council President, thank you for allowing me the comments.
Thank you. Roll call?
Hold on, no. I'm still
Okay.
punching numbers that the CFO, so I don't want to go roll call. wanna
So
go
I don't know what
discussion.
happened in the workshop.
So
Definitely, okay.
because
Also,
now we got the
one second,
Council President.
Councilman.
I don't want to
One
go to roll call. Can I get discussion?
Yes,
I have
go
some
ahead,
numbers in front of me. So I usually don't entertain foolishness, but since my name has been called out, now I see why the residents of the 6th Ward soundly rejected your message for the city, and you only got about 60 votes. To the taxpayers, once again, to the taxpayers, this pilot moves the burden of the entire tax bill. A good 40% of your tax bill goes to the county and the school district, shifts it to the taxpayer.
Right.
The CFO is actually punching in numbers. Councilwoman Mims stated this. This isn't a 30-year pilot. This is technically a 60-year. They just finished 30 years. I was 4 years old when they got their first pilot. To the residents at home, listen to this. There's no mortgage on these buildings, completely paid off. Think about your house being completely paid off. And now they're coming back, right? So the money comes in. I was punching in some numbers, Mr. CFO, and I hope they did some due diligence. I'm glad that you're looking at it, because they're saying developer's fee. This nonprofit brings in about $94 million in the 30-year pilot. $94 million. I'm adding the rent revenues. Every month, There's 317 units, approximately 1,250. That's the form that you guys gave us. He's punching in to add it. They're going to improve, right? They're going to improve. Just remember, no mortgage. No mortgage on the property. Because we incentivized it 30 years ago. Some homeowners weren't even born 30 years ago. I was a kid, right? We incentivized it 30 years ago, gave them a pilot. Now that's paid off, it should be self-sufficient now. It should be self-sufficient. How many times are going to bang the heads of the taxpayers? 94 million comes in 30 years. They're going to put improvements. That's what I added up. You have my paper. $533,000 a year times 29 is 17 million approximately, Mr. CFO, that I added up. 31. So they're improving out of 30 years, 31 million. So now we're at 63. 63 million that they still have. They still have expenses. Councilwoman Mims, that 63 should be invested into the seniors. We don't know what they're giving in. But guess what? Guess what? I need that here. Everyone has this in front of them. Everyone has this in front of them. Let me get that's Hamilton Square. I have all these sheets. Stand by. Councilwoman, I have the floor. So, right here, this program, I heard the councilman say, oh, you know, divided by 30 years and this and that. Before it was 1.3 million. This one, in 30 years, pushes $9.2 million to the taxpayers. So keep adding it up. Add up with the other 50 or 60 pilots that are on the books right now, right? Keep adding it up. But you know what? The seniors that live in my ward, that own property in my ward, they don't use a school district either. Guess what? 20% of their property tax bill goes to the schools. Enough, Councilman, I have the floor. And I respect everyone's, you want to vote the way you want to vote. I'm not swaying you. I'm letting the taxpayers know the real facts. This property right here already had a 30-year abatement. Already had a bite at the apple. Invest the money now. No mortgage. We incentivized it. And I heard, he's gone, I heard affordable housing. Yeah. They can't raise the rents. They're not making the rents lower in their actual. Can I get the what's that called? The pro forma. They rent the. Yes. They raise the rents every single year, with the legal percentage that they're allowed to.
That's 30%.
So they raise it. So when we say affordable housing, it's still affordable with the pilot or without the pilot. They're still raising 3% on them, regardless. So if we don't give them the pilot, they're not going to say, hey, your rent is now $2,000. They can't do it. It's illegal.
And also, all of them are Section 8.
So,
all of them, 100%.
So I just want to put that on the record, Councilman.
I'm going to put something
I just want to put it on the record. So, to the residents, I am passionate about this. I am a taxpayer. There's many taxpayers throughout the city. I heard someone say, you know what, this is throughout the city that pay taxes, that get hit over the head. This is the reasons why we get hit over the head. I got nonprofits, supposedly. We got many nonprofits that don't pay taxes in the city. One is enough is enough.
But name the nonprofit.
Enough is enough. Before it's 1.2 million. This one in front of us is 10 million. And I hear some of my colleagues talk about these people get pilots, these people get pilots. Guess what? You can't point at someone when you're doing the same thing. This one comes in front of the council. We own these pilots because it's voted on. The other ones don't. This is passing the buck to the taxpayers that don't get these breaks. And I appreciate it. I really do. When they say, we're going to fix it, I commend you. That's what you're supposed to do as a landlord. Invest in your property. You own a home and you fix it. We're paying for it. The taxpayers, we're paying for you to fix these buildings. Are they paying for the regular homeowner to fix their building? For someone to renovate their property? Enough is enough. This is not a 30-year tax abatement. You're extending it to 60 years. Think about that. 60 years. If we approve this. Thank you.
Council
President.
Councilman Wooden?
Thank you, Council President. Yes, so you just noticed that we just approved the first reading of another text pilot. And when I approved it, I stated something that we are looking for the investment giving back to the community. And when we give that pilot, the intention should be after pilot is over, we are collecting full taxation. And particularly, we're talking about the items number 5, and I can add item number 6, exactly the same case, that they already got 30 years abatement. Now they're seeking for extension. And that's, if we approve that, this is really hard on homeowners' end. So this is what we have to consider before we vote. And if I talk about giving back to the community, and I talked about it, because from now, I think we have to consider that. Any pilot came, we cannot just give that away, but we have to make sure that it's helping our community, any abatement or pilot. And definitely not renewal for another 30 plus years. After 30 years, same project might come for another 30 years. So once it is going to collect the taxation. So consider that. All right, thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Can we do roll call, Madam Clerk?
Roll call.
No, I had something to say.
Oh,
Councilwoman Cotton.
can you do it in a closing?
You know, and I see that the developer, he's not a developer, he's like the consultant for, and like Councilwoman Mims said it, we want to see the before and after picture. You know, see the problem that we're faced with right now, because 30 years ago, none of us was sitting up here. So none of us was here to demand anything. So nothing was demanded upon them 30 years ago. So now they're going to come before us again to say, and you said it, that you're going to take out a loan. You need a mortgage now. You know, he keeps saying mortgage. You got to get a mortgage. You got to get a mortgage to do this work. So your mortgage could be 20 million or 30 million, because you're looking at 200 and something units. You need, 300 units. You want to show the picture before and the picture afterwards. All these people in this unit are seniors, okay? We wasn't here 30 years ago to put this pilot in place. Now we can make sure that there's certain stipulation that will be done to make sure that you do what you're supposed to do. Now, what I'm afraid of is that if this pilot, if we don't help you, then it's going to be an empty building. I don't care anybody. You can say what you want, unless somebody's going to come in here and you can go any state in the United States, and these states are giving people no taxes. But come here. Give me some jobs. You ain't got to pay nothing. Just give me 100 jobs. Give me 200 jobs. That's what these states are going after people. We don't understand that. Now, I'm not sure about that, but there were empty buildings, especially in my ward, back in the 80s and the 90s, that were abandoned factories. 485, 495, East 19th, abandoned. 280 12th Avenue, 446 East 19th Street. Those were empty. Nobody was coming. This is 30 years ago, but I'm saying you got to get a loan. You're going to show what it looks like, what you need to get all these 300-something units done. We weren't here. There was a lot of stuff, and we all sitting here now know all the stuff that was done 20 years ago that wasn't right. And one of the main things that was not right that was done here, when these council members up here went from the liquor store being closed at 10 to 3. And it affected us 25 years later of what we got. 10, they were closing at 10. Let me tell you something. There were 2 council people sitting up here that voted no to do that. And that was Councilwoman Merle Lee Jackson, and that was Councilman Ed Cotton. Because he knew 25 years down the road, it was going to create a major kind of problem going to 3 o'clock in the morning. Now we got to go back and fix that. And we did that with hot zones, hot spots. Some people liked it, some people didn't. But I know what it did for certain areas. But it helped some. But I'm just saying, if you look at this, I'm just asking you, Councilwoman Mims said it. Let's see what it looks like. And I got a call from somebody in that building. They ready to move out of there. That's how bad it is. They're ready to move. They're saying it's molded. But then why you need abatement if it's fine? Don't shake your head now. Right, if you think it's okay, don't say that it's all right. Yeah, so I just want to say that I know you need a loan. There's certain things that's been happening. And, you know, there were buildings that were going to be empty, and they still going to be empty. I got an empty building right now. I wish I can find somebody to go near. Summer Street and Franklin Street. Empty. 4-story looks like, brick building. Can't find nobody to go in there. If they're not going to get no help, they're not going in. They need help. Or if you got to get mortgage money from the New Jersey mortgage, when you borrow money from the state of New Jersey, they tell the cities, if you don't give no help to them, we're not giving them no money.
Councilwoman,
They just said it.
you can finish when we call for the vote. Let's just call for the vote. It's time.
I know, but I just had to keep saying
You
that.
got more time. You can take more time when it's time to vote.
I mean, like, I don't know.
It's 11:15.
Thank you.
Whatever's going on down there, it's your fault, Councilwoman. You let him do all that.
Council President?
You know, people have certain. One thing you got to remember: everybody don't have money. Remember that. We all broke. I'm broke. I ain't got no money like some of these people sitting up here. I'll be truthful with you.
Who are you talking to?
No, I mean I ain't got no money.
Are you finished, Councilwoman?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Madam Clerk,
Yes,
roll call, please.
Yes. Roll call on item number 5 for first reading. Councilman Abdulaziz.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So CFO has given me the numbers that Governor Towers have submitted with the loan that you said they're going to put in. So their expenses and the loan to fix all this, to put a couple refrigerators in, right? For 317 units. Ready? Is $72,650,841. That's your expenses. That's what you submitted, sir. Hey, CFO, is that correct? That's for one. So I'm just giving you one. This is actually just one. There's an east and a west.
Right.
I'm giving you one. $72 million out of 30 years. This nonprofit brings in guaranteed income, 317 units of guaranteed income with annual raises from Section 8, $94,846,137. Once again, what they submitted to the council, this is what their pilot pays on, what comes in. Gives them a net profit. Now, I'm not a math guy. They make $22,195,000 and $296 profit.
You know, 30 years?
Over 30 years. Over 30 years. Once again, CFO gave me this of what Governor Towers. Now, if they paid full taxation, they'll pay an additional $9,248,384. So minus that, from the $22 million, minus $9 million to pay their fair share after, they're still walking away with 13+ million in 30 years. This is what they submitted. Am I correct, Mr. CFO? If I add up net revenues over 30 years.
Please vote, Councilman.
Yeah, I just want the taxpayers to see the public. Councilman, I stay very quiet during this meeting. When it comes to the taxpayers, these are the facts. These are the numbers. 30 years, I get it. Incentivized, they built it, they made senior housing. Thank you very much. Now you're on your own. Now you're on your own. Pay your fair share. This nonprofit will still make $13 million. So there's no developer's fee, but they're making their money. And someone that advocates
Point of order, Council President. We don't
my
vote.
vote is
And
no.
He already did his statement.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I said what I needed to say. You know, this is our first reading. If we want to see a shell, that's what we'll see. Maybe 10 years from now. It won't happen overnight, but it will become. This first reading, I need you to have those forms so everybody can see what it looks like. 13 million over 30 years is not a lot of money. So I don't know what he's talking about, 13 million over 30 years. That's not a lot of money. With that being said, my vote is yes.
Councilwoman Davila?
I think when I spoke previously,
Can't keep people in there.
and this specifically, again, went through finance. We had an extensive conversation. Actually, we had them come back a few times. And we did ask, and I remember asking them about reserves. And I remember them saying, we pretty much, and the Monsignor saying that if they didn't have this, it was going to be very difficult. And when I look at, and I said, as I said before about DCA, how every tax abatement or pilot is not treated the same. So I'm not saying that I don't disagree with a lot of the things that Councilman Abdelaziz, he, as well as Council President, live in wards where, they have a very high percentage of homeowners who pay high taxes. I understand that. They represent wards and I represent the entire city. And as I stated before, when I go into Governor's Towers and I see, I have people that I used to call abuela, grandma, okay, who lived there. My grandmother died when I was little, all right, and who went to the same church with my mom, and I see how they live. I'm like, they deserve more. And again, I always talk about our most vulnerable. Who's taking care of them? Some of them don't even have family members anymore. Some of them never had children or have children that don't even take care of them. So you know what? I'm voting on, as I stated before, I'm voting on the for the most vulnerable. I'm voting on. I'm speaking. I'm speaking, guys.
When you're
I'm voting.
You don't know what it is.
And you know what, Councilwoman Cotton, you are right. When you grow up in the city of Paterson, knowing what that government cheese looked like, knowing that your mother had to be on welfare and collect that back in the day, it was like that monopoly-looking money. And we didn't have the coins. It was in plastic chips. I know what it is to grow up like that. And I know what it is to grow up not having, going to school with a Pathmark plastic bag, all right, with roaches in it, all right, because we lived in a roach-infested place. Yes, we did. But guess what? You have to be there to understand it. And you know what? I'm happy that I'm there for my stepdad now, who's 91. But many of those individuals on 20th Ave do not have that. And so I want to thank you. And believe me, I was pushing back, because I would say, hold up, you already had 30. But guess what? I wasn't here 30 years ago. I'm here now, and I'm elected now, and right now I am going to support this on first reading, making sure that some of the stuff Councilwoman Cotton, Councilwoman Mims, and that we requested, okay, is very important that we have it before that second reading. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'll try to be as brief as possible. So first of all, the average monthly rent for each apartment is $1,200. That's not the average rent being collected right now in the city. There's people in the city paying $2,200 a month. The average monthly rent in each apartment is $1,200. That's with the voucher. That means everybody in there is paying 30% of their income, which is all subsidized. That's the first thing. These vouchers are project-based vouchers. They can call for $1,800 because on the project on Fifth Avenue, Riverside Terrace, that you voted in affirmative of, those vouchers are paying $2,300 a month. And on the renewal of the same developer who captured CCP and did nothing for the last 20+ years, came back here for another $20 million at a rate of $130,000 per apartment. I appreciate the vigor of my young colleague over there. But where's it at on the other projects? You voted in the affirmative. Yeah, whatever. On Fifth Avenue, you voted yes. You voted yes. So let's talk about the facts and the numbers. So let's just say it's $10 million. He says it's $9 million, which it is, okay, $10 million over a 30-year period brings it to $333,000. Divide that amongst the 25,000 taxpayers in this community. it comes to, one second, I had to reset. It comes to,
Councilman Jackson has the floor.
it comes to $13, Councilwoman Cotton. $13. Let's divide that in 4 per quarter. They pay $3.34. $3.33, excuse me. So
Councilman.
here he is making a fuss because they have to recast their mortgage. There's no profit being made there. They can't just lie on their reports. Regardless of what the numbers are, yeah, there's a lot of units there. But he's not saying that when a developer comes in here, puts no money out of his pocket, because that's what happened to Fifth Avenue. And when I was raising sand, I was the only one in contending this thing.
Councilman.
These are facts that's relevant. I
know,
apologize.
but you rushed
I'm not rambling.
Councilwoman Cotton to vote.
It was a whole another ball game. But anyway, he voted in the affirmative for that thing to take place, where this developer walked away with $15 million and is doing shoddy work. People who just moved in those facilities are already complaining of how terrible they're being built. But he voted in the affirmative of that. I'm just trying to gauge, like, how the rationale of your votes come. I mean, I'm just wondering. Because the numbers that you're talking about make absolutely no sense. $13 a year, and you're going to stand against a building that we all know has supported nothing but seniors for the last 30-plus years. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Mims?
So last week, when the consultant came before us, and I always have to stick to principles, I made a request because last week we had a blanket resolution in front of us. But at the microphone, the consultant stated he was going to do all of these renovations for these seniors. And it sounded great, but it was nothing in writing. So I made the request last week to put it in writing. I would like to see it. And tonight we get a elongated Excel sheet that talks about work with no photographs, has nothing to authenticate what has been presented before us. I'm always in the senior buildings of 20th Ave, so I'm not against any of the seniors. They know if anybody is advocating outside of Councilman Velez, who's there, is definitely me. But one thing we have to do, and we talk about these long-term tax abatements, is one thing when it's new and it's coming before us, and you get a packet that looked like the last packet that talks about meeting the needs of the community, also giving back, partnering with, and making sure they put in place amenities for better quality of life. That's one thing. But when an entity has had 30 years, and now they're coming back for an additional 30 years, it really bothers me. I think it almost insults our intelligence that they come and say, well, I'm going to give them 30 refrigerators and 20. This stuff should have been done throughout the course of the 30 years. It shouldn't be done as a result of wanting 30 more years. The apartment should have been remodeled. The hallways, the drywall, all this stuff should have been a part of the quality of life. Don't you think our seniors deserve better? Not at the point of asking for an additional 30 years of abatement. That's almost considered slumlordish. It's almost considered slumlordish to say, now we're coming back, we wanted additional 30 years, so now we're going to fix the refrigerators. Now we're going to fix the kitchens. Now we're going to upgrade the walls. Now we're going to do all this stuff. And it's really insulting because now it's in our purview. It's not the administration, right? Because we talk about the administration a lot, but now the administration can talk about us. Because now the ball is in our court. To say to every person that comes for an additional, what have you done in the course of the years that we gave you this tax abatement? Has it bettered the quality of life? Has it done all these things? And when we get an elongated Excel sheet, only because I asked for it last week, with no photos to authenticate the work, I can't support it. So Paterson, you know I'm always going to advocate on your behalf. I'm not going to allow us or you to be played. I'm just not gonna do it. And we have to do better. I mean, that you wanna come and say, 30 years later, we'll give you a new refrigerator. We'll give you a new microwave. Come on, like, we gotta do better than that. I mean, it's insulting. It's insulting to see what's listed here. And I mean, come on. Our seniors, I would have loved to see, like, we're gonna put maybe a technology center. We're gonna make sure, you know, there's new crosswalks. I mean, come on, something to make me feel like you really know the residents of 20th Ave. This does not show me any of that, and I'm just gonna go back on record. Just indulge me. Emergency generator, boiler, heater system, paint, caulk, brickwork, site improvements, roofing, windows, storm screen, fire protect. So you mean to tell me if this gets done, then they gotta wait 30 more years for upgrades? Come on, come on, I just can't. Madam Clerk, love you. My vote is no.
Thank you. Councilman Udine?
All right, so, yeah, I stated already many things, but one more time I should say this. When we say just hurting the homeowners, that's wrong, though. When homeowners has to pay high mortgage, they have to charge their tenants high rents. What percentage of our population live on Section 8? Think about it. When you're approving another 30 years, we're not just hurting homeowners, we are hurting actually a big portion of our tenants, too. Those are paying $2,000 right now. That's if we say this is the average. They have to pay $2,400 tomorrow if we accept this. And this is why my vote is no.
Councilman Velez?
So let's give a little bit of history here. I bet you I put the money on the table. In 2012, before 2012, the Governor Towers, Councilwoman Davila, and Jackson and Mims, and all my colleagues here, even Councilman Abdelaziz, I'm going to give you something here. Before 2012, the Governor Towers was part of the 6th Ward. I just want to know if we were still in the 6th Ward, if he would vote like that.
I answer that
Okay,
question.
you know why?
There's one
because
coming in
that's
next
a voting
year.
base. I didn't interrupt you. That's a voting base for councilmen to go there. And they go there to meetings, different meetings, and say, we need to do better. That's true. The wall needs to be fixed, do this and that and that and that. I go to the Governor Towers, I'm not going to say daily, but I'm there. I know the needs of those seniors in those buildings. I know what they're looking for. I just explain it. Law change, ADA bathrooms, elevators, new elevators, more security system they have, but they need to upgrade. The surrounding, the gazebo, they presented, the recreational, COVID had changed a lot of the things in the Governor Tower that they need to do outdoor now. The city of Paterson had to pick up the recycling. You know where? A 15 by 15 space. They want to upgrade that for when the city of Paterson had to pick up the recycling, they don't have to go to all those garbage cans or recycling bins. They want to upgrade the place. Ladies and gentlemen, our seniors deserve better, okay? Our senior needs a decent place to live. You need to do a tour with me. I'm not saying that they live in deplorable, but when it comes up to invest, okay, and to give what the seniors need, listen, I'm for it. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm for it. And when I'm having these community meetings, okay, not in political season, I go there and do meetings, well, because the COVID, you know, we have refrained ourselves to do a lot of meetings, but I'm going back again once in a while to talk to the seniors. And what they tell me, Louis, we need new bathtub. We need, you know, seniors cannot even walk and climb over the bathtub. So that's going to be remodeled, okay? So I don't know if this was in the 6th Ward, probably the vote will be different, okay? But it's not. It's in the 5th Ward. And trust me, those buildings, it was, that's what I'm saying. It came back to the Fifth Ward in 2012.
Thank you.
And since 2012, way before being councilman, I always been lobbying for those seniors. I'm going to continue lobbying for them. I think this is good for the seniors of the Governor Towers. You know, I don't want to be sorry in the future, so.
Please, Councilman
And
Velez.
Council President, with all the respect, brother Conley, do you tell that to Jackson when he spent 20 minutes speaking? So have respect. Have respect.
Please, Councilman, you have the
Have
floor.
respect.
Please, no back and forth. Councilman,
Put
please.
order in the public.
Yes, please. Go ahead. Go ahead. Vote, please.
Councilman.
You vote, Councilman? Please, do not talk back and forth. Councilman Velez, continue, please.
Council President, my vote is yes.
Thank you.
Mr. President,
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Once again, Councilwoman, I need to vote. Well, these abatements, the numbers are just projections. You know, most likely, those numbers are going to be higher, without a doubt. All of a sudden, I heard this abatement was great. I don't know what happened. We should give abatement to everybody. We should bring Garrett Heights back too, then. And definitely, you know how I feel about these abatements, because only people, taxpayers, are the one who gonna take the burden. And I heard about this nonprofit. There is no nonprofit out there. Somebody's making profit.
No.
You heard it from me.
No.
Those nonprofit, somebody's making profit. Somebody getting paid.
No, that's
and my vote is yes.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
No, excuse me. My vote is no.
Yeah, all right.
My vote is no on the abatement, Madam Clerk.
thank you, Mr. President.
But the Diocese is a Paterson, it's not. Yeah.
Council President, I need to say something, please.
Please, Madam Clerk, may I continue? Please call the count on the vote.
Yes, Mr. President. The vote is 4 in favor,
See back there, he's scared to vote.
4 against,
He back in the back.
1 absent. Item number 5 failed because it's a tied vote.
Let's do item number 6.
So what we want to do is 6, if number 5 fail. No. We cannot be a joke on this, man.
We cannot make any council member come here or vote on any item, Councilwoman. Can you continue? Read item number 6 into the record, Madam Clerk.
Next item is item number 6. For first reading, no public hearing is required. An ordinance authorizing a long-term tax abatement agreement between the City of Paterson and Reese West Urban Renewal Corporation for Block 6307, Lot 42.01, Finance. Is there a motion?
Move. Oh, sorry.
Is there a
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Davila. Roll call on item number 6.
Go ahead.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call on item number 6 for first reading. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Second building of this pilot, no.
Councilwoman Khan.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just, I appreciate my husband, Ed Kine. He's gone. But he always said to me, Ruby, no matter what happens, you make sure you sit here and vote on important items that come through here. Don't make excuses and leave out and run out, go to the bathroom, go somewhere. If you're going to vote yes, vote yes. You're going to vote no. That's all. And you can explain why. You have to take what I explained, and that's it. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Davila.
Building 2, yes. Item number 6, I'm sorry.
You said yes, Councilwoman?
Yes.
Okay. Councilman Jackson not there. Councilman Mims?
I spoke on this very same item the last time. You should not be extending abatements and being lured into votes making us believe they're going to replace refrigerators. Our seniors and our community deserve more than that. My vote is no.
Councilman Udine?
Again, residents, this is exactly similar project. Exactly same impact will go on your shoulder, so definitely my vote is no.
Councilman Velez?
It's not only refrigerators, rangers, bathrooms, emergency generator. Let's make believe that is a power outage in those buildings right now, around the city. Just think about that. Elevators, let's make believe all the elevators shut down. Just think about that. Boilers, let's make believe the boilers break, okay? Let's think about that. Garbage handling, paint, kitchen, site improvement, roofing, let's make believe that the roof falls. Let's think about that. Windows, fire protection system. Look at this, fire protection system. They are up to code, but they're gonna upgrade it, brother. Your seniors don't live there, right? Your seniors don't live
Councilman.
there. Your seniors don't live there. I don't ask you a question either.
Please.
Yeah, officer, he disrespecting, please, the council.
No. Officer,
Officer,
Councilman Velez. Officer, no, you don't have to do that. No.
Order. I just
Councilman
said to
Velez.
put order.
1 second, Councilman.
Point of order,
She's not.
officer.
Point of order.
You didn't do anything,
Officer, please go back.
please.
Council President, you have the authority to remove.
I am the only one have the authority.
Officer.
Councilman
I
Velez,
didn't
1
say
second.
to remove him.
Come on.
I didn't say to remove him.
Officer,
I didn't
please.
say to remove him. I say to put order.
He should not be removed.
I say to put order.
Councilman Velez,
He
point of
should
order.
not be removed.
Councilman Velez. Councilman Velez.
I say,
No.
Council President,
No, just-
officer, to put order.
Let us finish
I
the
didn't
meeting.
say-
Let us finish the meeting.
I didn't say to remove him. I
Yes,
said
he
to
did.
put order.
He doesn't have to go.
I say to remove. I didn't say to remove him. I say to put order.
Councilman Velez, can you vote?
Vote.
Council President,
Yes.
I have the floor. I'm
Yes,
making
Councilman
my-
Velez,
I'm
continue,
making my
please.
point.
Yeah, Councilman Velez, go ahead. Yes, Councilman Velez, continue, please.
So when you're talking about the flooring of the floor of those buildings and seniors give complaints about the condition and they asking for help, ladies and gentlemen, there's a bunch of lists here that they just want to improve the buildings. I'm not saying nothing different, okay? Tower West, Tower East needs improvement is for all our seniors, okay? It's all our seniors. And I'm not gonna sit here to accept the disrespect of no one. The only thing is, there's an order. There are sergeant at arms, police officer, whatever, and I just call for order of the chambers. So my vote is yes.
Mr. President?
Councilman Jackson is here. I think he did not vote.
Oh, I'm sorry. Councilman Jackson, we're voting on item number 6 for the other, Reef West, and that's, I think that's the
Thank you.
west side of the Governor Paterson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome, Councilman.
Terrible, when people go disrespect you. I bet you they disrespect you, you're not gonna say nothing, right?
Councilmember, please. Councilman
It's Council-
Jackson has the floor.
It's Councilman Jackson's
Councilman Jackson has
turn
the
to
floor.
vote.
Councilman, please vote.
The gentleman has been sitting there all night as a complete gentleman. I'm curious of what possibly could he have done or said to inspire him to say, officer. When you give certain people power that they're not accustomed to having, like outside in the
Read the
street,
books, brother.
they choose to exercise it in ways that's just unbecoming, man. No, take you away for what? For what? Because this guy's, it's ridiculous, man. This is ridiculous. What could he possibly have said to inspire somebody to have to call the cops? Somebody who's, I don't eat that anymore, Councilman. I'm back in the gym working out. This is crazy. That's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. Careful, he might call his dogs his cops or his roaches or whatever the case might be. Madam Clerk, this right here is, it's embarrassing. We have, seniors that are in dire need of upgrades. How do we expect them to be able to do it without us supporting them? Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Mr. President,
My vote is no, Madam Clerk.
the vote is 4 in favor, 4 against, 1 absent. Item number 6 failed.
Councilman Mendez, you could come out now.
Mr. President, did you want
This
to
is the
move on to
bully
item
councilman
7?
we have.
Item number 7, sir?
Anybody want to run the meeting? And I'll leave? No, but, no. All I'm saying
Can't
is
be any worse.
There gotta be a decorum out here. If everybody speak. We're good. Item number 11, Madam Clerk.
Number 11 or 7? Mr. President, I'm not sure what you said, 11 or 7?
11.
11.
Okay. Next item is item number 11 for first reading. No public hearing is required. An ordinance amending ordinance number 07-008 entitled Ordinance Prohibiting the Parking of Commercial Vehicles over 7 tons gross vehicles weight rating between 9 p.m. and 6 a.m. in the city of Paterson to lower the gross vehicle weight rating limit to 2 tons. Sponsored by Councilman Velez and co-sponsored by Councilman Abdelaziz.
So moved.
Second.
Department of Public Works.
So moved.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Abdulaziz. Roll call on item number 11 on first reading.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call on item number 11 for first reading. Councilman Abdelaziz.
I will save my comments for the second reading, Council President Ganley. I hope my council colleagues could join me. My vote is yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Mr. President.
Yes.
That's the first time I think we went
The
with.
vote is 6 in
No-
favor,
no one
3
spoke.
absent. Item number 11 is hereby adopted on first reading. Second reading will be at the next regular meeting of September 27, 2022 at 7 p.m. along with a public hearing.
We're gonna do a couple of non-consent agenda now, Madam Clerk. Item 54, then I'll do item 46.
$54 what?
54, and which was the other one after?
You guys don't have to come up. If anybody had question, we'll call you up. Yes, item 54, Madam Clerk.
Okay. Next item is item number 54. Resolution authorizing the sale of real property owned by the city of Paterson located at 56 North Main Street, Block 213, Lot 1 for nominal consideration pursuant to NJSA 48:12-21. Finance Resolution 22557.
So moved.
Second.
Second by Councilman Udine. Roll call on item number 54, Madam Clerk.
The discussion.
Discussion by Councilman Jackson, then Councilman Velez.
Can you indulge me, please, Corporation Counsel, and place on record the terms of the deed restrictions?
This is not deed restriction.
He expressed to me that there's a deed restriction involved.
Council President, may I?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman Jackson, for that question. I'm just taking a moment to pull up the actual deed restriction. Okay. Councilman Jackson, would you like me to read the deed restriction or just?
Just outlining some of the terms.
Absolutely. So the deed restriction is lengthy, but essentially if the property ceases to be used for any non-profit use or becomes a for-profit use, then it automatically reverts back to the city by the way of deed restriction. Additionally, to reflect some of the concerns of the council, to the extent that there would be live or feeding of individuals and the streets being left a mess and not being cleaned up. There's also a portion of deed restriction which is supposed to be updated to prevent that sort of thing from happening. So
It's supposed to be updated,
yeah, it's from the last, from the workshop.
so it's not updated on what we're voting on?
I'm taking a look now. I know that I had, after the last workshop, I endeavored to reach out to council for the party here, and we had discussed updating it, and changes were made to the deed restriction, essentially prohibiting that particular practice so that council's concern about the streets being dirty or not cleaned up after feedings, public feedings, would be alleviated. So it would essentially be the same deed restriction with the provision that feeding of people on the sidewalk would be prohibited use as well.
On the sidewalk or utilizing the building for feeding?
So it would be, you can go and have services at the building, but in terms of feeding people on the public sidewalk so that there would be debris or mess all over the sidewalk, that particular act would be prohibited.
So, okay, I don't know. I talked to the brother and it was expressed to me specifically that this facility would not be utilized at all for feeding. So now you're saying that that's not the case with the terms of the deed restriction, that feeding can actually take place inside the building.
Actually, I stand corrected, Councilman. I'm looking at the updated deed restriction from September 8th, and we added the language. It says that the property shall not be used as a soup kitchen or be used to hold any regular feeding programs.
Very
So
good.
we updated that to reflect the council's concerns at the workshop.
Very good, thank you.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call on item number 54 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan? 54. That's the one for 56 North Main Street.
Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Councilman Mendez, welcome back. We missed you. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Councilman Jackson, for I know you miss me. I know you got so much love for me. But just for the public, no, seriously, let me apologize to the public. I wake up, I start my day today at 5 a.m. in the morning, and then a quick break, and my lunch was at 11 a.m. And since then I've been running around. I went to Trenton, came back, and I've been up. It's been a rough day today, but I just took a little break, so just to grab something to eat and just get back on track and keep the work. Brother Akbar, you've been a fighter for this item. You've been fighting. Let me make a comment. That comment goes straight to you. You're Paterson resident. I see you working hard for the community. You know my concern with the building, so that was resolved. It is my hope that you bring this building back into the community. I hope that that building serves the people, that area that is in need of those services that you're looking forward to provide on that building. That library has been closed for I don't know how many years, 15 plus, 20 plus years. So I look forward to see that building renovated and back into the community. So you got my support. Let's move the city forward, brother, okay? Let's make it happen. My vote is yes.
Councilman Mims?
So this item is for the dilapidated old library on North Main Street, which Humble Beginnings and the entities and all of the supporters that were in the letter have been coming before this legislative body over the last 3 years, I believe, advocating to take it from where it is to beautify it, and I think it will also improve and better the quality of life in that area. As we know, and if you are not aware, statistically, there's a lot of shootings that are happening. There's a camera there. A lot of families, they need a glimpse of hope in that particular area. And I think this project will reflect that. I think they will do an amazing job And I'm waiting to cut the ribbon for this project because this is a long time coming. And when we can invest back in Patersonians, I'm going to say this again. These are from Paterson that are trying to go back to a ward that they are from and to save the lives of sons and daughters. Some of these projects that we do is about money, but some of them are really about saving our youth, saving our families, and this is one of those particular projects. So I wish we would have voted on it a long time ago, but we're here tonight. And finally, we could just breathe. Oh my God. I don't know why projects like this take so long to get done. It's a no-brainer. But I give kudos to all of you for taking and being very patient with this project, a long time coming. Save our children, save our families, save our city. My vote is yes.
Councilman Udine, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So, one thing I should state here that when we, the appraised amount of this property is $50,000, and we agreed to give this to the organization they're helping the community to $30,000. We had debate before we show up to today's regular meeting. One thing I stated in our workshop session, which was not on live, people do not know. I said that if someone, this property is not in use many years, over 20 years, not in use. And if any private investor take this property for private use and pay $50,000, I would say no. Yes, Google is saying something to tell, I don't know what to say. But now, we are actually sacrificing $20,000, but I'm still happy because this property is going to give back to our community, to our youth over time. And if they don't meet their commitments, it is coming back to the city. Am I correct? And this is the reason I feel this is a correct one, and that's why I was fighting for you guys on a workshop session, and I still love to say absolutely yes to this project.
Mr. President? Councilman Velez is here.
Come on.
Number 54, Councilman.
Madam Clerk, can I have the vote count?
At this point, I have 6 in favor and 1 absent.
So I gotta say this, Mr. Actor, the good thing of democracy is that we agree and disagree. I look at the project, I look at the paperwork you submitted. It took me 2 days to read it again and again and again. And the agreement that you have made and improve in the collaboration of humble beginning. Hopefully we could see more projects coming like this in the first ward, and the community take advantage of it. So if you need my assistance as a councilman, even though it's not my ward, but if you need an assistant as a councilman to assist you to improve and move this project forward for the benefit of those in need, count with me. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Mr. President?
Well, thank you, Madam Clerk. This is long overdue. I mean, they've been coming here for, 4 years now. This is long. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, sir.
Let's do item 46
Sorry,
next.
Mr. President. The vote, I have to announce the vote first. The vote is 8 in favor, 1 absent. Item number 54 is hereby adopted. Next item is item number 46, I'm sorry. Resolution appointing J. Kevin McDuffie as judge of the municipal court of the city of Paterson, sponsored by Mayor Andres Sayer. Administration Resolution 22549.
So moved. Second. Which one is that?
46.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims,
Number
second by
46.
What number?
Councilman Cotton and Councilman Velez. Roll call on item 46.
Put cotton in there?
It's
Yes.
number 46.
46?
Also second by Councilman Mendez.
Okay, Mr. President, I have that.
move it, right?
I moved it.
I have it moved by Councilwoman.
It doesn't matter.
By Dr. Mims, second by Councilwoman Cotton, Councilman Velez, and Councilman Mendez. Correct, Mr. President?
Yes, roll call, please.
Okay. Roll call on item number 46 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Welcome back, Judge. My vote is yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I want to say welcome back, Judge McDuffie. You were there before. You did an excellent job. You should have never been gone, but you're back. And sometimes I say patience, just be patient, and things do happen. So I'm glad to see you back with us. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
A long time coming, capped off by a long, adventurous evening,
Good night.
which I hope you enjoyed. My vote is yes.
Thank
Madam
you.
Clerk.
Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Welcome back, Your Honor. My vote is yes.
Councilman Mims?
So I always go back to some words of wisdom you gave me one time when I was in court, and I had a situation where someone had misused my son's information. And I'll never forget what you said and what you did that day in court for my son, who is now 25 years old. I think someone used his information. He was only like 5 years old, and you know how they give someone's name or whatever. I will never forget that. And even though some years ago, when the situation happened where they did not reappoint you, and I was sitting in the audience, I will never forget your commitment, your stand, even when you went to the county. You never changed the beat. Your character never changed. You never spoke ill will. You never said anything. You understood the power of God, that delay did not mean denial. And that's why God allowed you to have this opportunity to come back, even though it's midnight now, so it's February, it's September the 14th.
No, it's
that-
the 13th.
Huh? Well, by the time it's approved, it'll be
I know,
midnight.
it's the-
She has the floor, Councilwoman.
So,
Please, let's continue with
September
the
the
agenda.
14th, that God knew, He ordained it in the month of birthing, fruit, and harvest, that He will bring you back at the appointed time. But I scripturally repeat these words that are scriptural. It said, even when they esteemed Him stricken, He opened not His mouth. With that said, welcome back, Judge. I don't look forward to having any issues in your court, but looking to see you in operation in your court. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Udine?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. In 2014, I believe, the City Council unanimously confirmed Judge McDuffie for a 3-year term and served over a decade with integrity. And you're a man of trusted, and my vote is absolutely yes.
Councilman Velez?
So reading his resume at Bar Admission in 1988, State of New York, 1991, State of New Jersey, USA District Court, District of New Jersey, in the education of well-educated, you know, with an HD degree, assistant district attorney, 1987, Brooklyn, New York. I think I started knowing in that time the attorney coming into Paterson in 1993, I believe, or before that in the 90s, when you used to try cases here in the city and municipal level. Then you see him as assistant corporate counsel, went back to the private sector, was assistant corporate counsel again, 2002, municipal court judge again. Then he became a chief judge, municipal court judge again, assistant county counsel for the county. I'm not gonna say welcome back. I'm gonna say you always been here. You always been here. And one thing is, I know you have the fear and the wisdom of God in your heart, and that counts a lot. The only thing I always request, I cannot tell you what to do when you're in bench, but I just want you to be fair across the board and make sure that the people of Paterson is looking a better quality of life in the city of Paterson. And I know you're gonna make your right judgment on that. So saying that, you know, I'm pleased to give my vote as affirmative yes.
Thank you. Mr.
Once again,
President?
thank you for your service.
Mr. President?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I get distracted by a lot of things going on. I gotta look at to the residents, the audience in the front. Then I have 4 in the left, 4 in the right. It's a tough job. And Judge McDuffie, I know you do have a tough job in front of you as well. I just want to wish you best of luck. Just be fair and just across the board. And once again, welcome back. My vote is yes.
Thank you. The vote is 8 in favor, 1 absent. Item number 46 is hereby adopted.
Let's do all the non-consent agenda in order, Madam Clerk.
What are we doing now? Oh, non-consent?
47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 53.
47.
Yes, okay.
Okay. Next item is item number 47, resolution honoring Carney P. Bragg's Funeral Homes, Inc. in commemoration of their 85th year anniversary, sponsored by Councilwoman Cotton and co-sponsored by Councilwoman Mims. City
Move it.
Council Resolution 22550.
Second.
Move it.
Moved by Councilwoman Cotton, second by Councilwoman Mims and Councilman Velez. Roll call on item 46?
Yes, sir. No, 47.
47, correct.
Yeah. Roll call on item number 47 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton?
I'd just like to say to the Carney P. Bragg's Funeral Home, they're celebrating 85 years of being there on Rosa Parks Boulevard and Hamilton Avenue. And I can tell you, back in the 50s, when people were coming up from the South, whether South Carolina, North Carolina, Carney P. Bragg Sr. really took care of a lot of people that came up this way to have a better life. And I'm happy to be able to sit here. I did 75 with him already, I did 80 with him already, and now I'm doing 85. And he's been in my ward, 4th ward, our ward, for the last 85 years of doing business in the city of Paterson, and I hope that we can do 85 more. Madam Clerk, with that being said, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez?
Can we just vote?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mims?
As a woman who was born and raised in the 4th Ward, Mr. Bragg was like a community mentor for so many people in business, community, partnerships, the Omegas, and just so many other things. So this is such an honor, the commemoration of his 85th year, and they will be celebrating on Thursday evening. I want to say sleep in heaven, Mr. Bragg, and I want to thank Carney P. Bragg Funeral Homes for all the great work that they're doing. My vote is yes.
Councilman Udine?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Velez?
One thing I had to say is that Mr. Bragg was like Vera Ames. Everybody to go to the funeral home, that he used to call him by his name. He knew everybody that goes in the funeral home. If I walked to there, how you doing, Mr. Velez? He knew people, so, and that's a community funeral home anyway. And the other thing is, in the middle of the pandemic, when a lot of funeral home was not taking the loved ones, Bragg always was available in that home service. So saying that, my vote is yes.
Mr. President?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
The vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 47 is hereby adopted.
Madam
Next
Clerk,
Madam
Clerk,
Yes,
one
sir.
second, Councilman. Can we take item number 53, because he was on the last
53.
regular meeting agenda due to lack of quorum, we
53.
didn't go through.
Yes.
So can
Next
we do
item.
item 53 now?
Yes, sir. Next item is item number
Because
53.
it seemed like some of the council members started leaving already.
Resolution
So hopefully I
on-
have a quorum till end of the meeting. Item 53, please.
Yes, sir. Resolution authorizing the release of deed restrictions imposed by the city against various properties sold by the city during the March 15, 2018 auction. Finance Resolution 22556.
Move it.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Cotton, second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call on item number 53, please.
Yes, sir. Roll call on item number 53 for approval. Councilwoman Khan?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Abstain.
Mr. President?
Yes.
The vote is 5 in favor, 1 abstain, 3 absent. Item number 53 is hereby adopted.
Council President.
Yes, Councilman Velez.
Can we take 50 and 49 and 50?
We're just gonna go in order.
Oh, okay, which one, where we at?
We still gotta do 48, Council.
48.
Oh, okay.
Yes, sir. Next item is item number 48. Resolution honoring Bernard Mr. B. Hill, and this is sponsored by Councilwoman Cotton and co-sponsored by Councilwoman Mims. City Council Resolution 22551.
Second.
Move it.
Moved by Councilwoman Cotton, second by Councilwoman Mims, Velez, and Councilman Mendez. Roll call on item number 48, please.
Yes, sir. Roll call on item number 48 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say to Council President, I'll let you know if we can do the presentation for him, honoring Bernard Mr. B. Hill, music in the city of Paterson, all the entertainment that he has provided, the help that he's given to everyone in our community. So I'll ask you, Council President, we will be able to do
We'll
that.
talk about it later,
Yes.
Councilman. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, congratulations, Bernard Mr. B. Hill. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilman Mims.
So, the one thing it's amazing with Mr. Bernard Hill, for our 8th grade prom, their group sang for my 8th grade prom. So I'm always reminded of that every time I see him. So, Mr. Bernard B. Hill, my vote is yes. I'm forever 21, Council
Thank you,
President.
Councilwoman. Councilman Udine.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Velez.
Mr. B. Hill, great voice, great performance. My vote is yes.
Mr. President.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
The vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 48 is hereby adopted.
Item 49?
Yes, the next item is item number 49, resolution for the provisional district of Verone, Punta Cana of Higui for Sisterhood, sponsored by Councilman Velez, City Council Resolution 22552.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Mendez and Councilwoman Cotton. Roll call, please.
Roll call on item number 49 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton.
Councilman Velez, I just came back from Puerto Cana. I really had a nice time. It was really beautiful. With that being said, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Definitely, Councilman Velez, I know 4950. I would love to be a sponsor also as well with you, that section of Dominican Republic. It's a beautiful destination. I've been there so many times, know so many people, and it's a beautiful place, like the entire Dominican Republic. So, with that being said, as a fellow Dominican, I would like to be also sponsor of that legislation, and my vote is a super yes for 49.
Councilman Mims.
So I think I should be added as well, since it's my favorite destination spot, Punta Cana in Dominican Republic. Councilman Velez, if I can be added on that as well. Maybe I'll get to travel soon. My vote is yes.
Councilman Udine.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Velez.
So, because they requested to be sponsored, so I did the footwork on it, the boot. I'm gonna put them as co-sponsor, both of them co-sponsor in number 49 and 50. Council President, please allow me to put them as co-sponsor, both of them. Not only visiting Punta Cana or District of Verone is understanding that beside the nice beaches and the resorts they have, there's a lot of need in the outside of Punta Cana. So those individuals, I see other things. So when you go to Punta Cana, a lot of people goes to the resorts and the beaches, but there's a lot of places outside of that nice places that are needs right now. So my vote is yes.
Mr. President.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 49 is hereby adopted. Next item is item number 50, resolution for the provincial municipality of Higui for Sisterhood, sponsored by Councilman Velez, City Council Resolution 22553.
Also add a co-sponsor, Councilman Mendez, Councilman Dr. Lisa Mins, and also Councilwoman Davila. She requested before she left. Co-sponsor.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor by Councilman Velez. Is there
Can
a
you add
second?
my name to it as well?
Also co-sponsored by the remaining of the council.
I went there more than 20 years ago.
Anybody that is co-sponsor, remember, I'm getting married in Punta Cana, had to foot the bill.
Thank you.
Do we have a second for this resolution?
Second.
Second by
Second.
Councilwoman Cotton, Councilwoman Mims, and Councilman Mendez. Roll call on item
So second?
50.
50. I move it, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number, I have it, sir. Roll call on item number 50 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton,
Yes.
Councilman Mendez,
Yes.
Councilman Mims,
Yes.
Councilman Udine, Councilman Velez.
So I just want to say that we are receiving a delegation. They already here. Already receiving. They on local hotels outside the city, but they are, and we're gonna have a ceremony. Councilman Mendez on Friday here, sponsored by you, Council Desfile Dominicano.
That is correct,
The
Mr.
mayor.
President.
And we want to invite the whole entire committee. At the same time, invite them to the Desfile Dominicano of New Jersey. It's really important that the city and municipality way is part of the provincia of Alta Gracia. So they also in needs, and I think this sisterhood will be a benefit to Paterson and also to Eway, Dominican Republic. Congratulations to both of those places that was
Thank you,
named
Councilman.
sisterhood in Paterson. Council President, my vote is yes.
Thank you.
Mr. President,
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
the vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 50 is hereby adopted.
Item 51.
Next item is item number 51, resolution authorizing the award of contract for Haya, Grell and Associates, PA, for qualified planning consultant for the creation of a comprehensive economic development and revitalization plan for the Department of Economic Development, RFP number 2022-56, Economic Development Resolution 22554.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by?
I'm a second,
Second by Councilwoman Cotton.
but I have a question for the
Discussion.
director.
Discussion, Councilwoman Cotton, then Councilwoman Mims.
Director, you know what, I'm trying to figure out, this contract with them, what does it really do? What does it do for, the plan for economic development? Okay. Council President. Council President.
Want to check. So thank you, Councilwoman. These are planning dollars that allows the city of Paterson to put together a comprehensive plan for economic development and revitalization. And so what that means is, and I actually have to thank the state legislature and the governor, because what they've done is they've earmarked about $3 million to go to 3 cities in the state of New Jersey: Atlantic City, Trenton, and Paterson. And so we're called a government-sponsored municipality. And so with this, these planning dollars are helping us to create like a vision plan for the whole city. But we're also going to qualify for Phase 2 dollars, which is a bigger pot of money that's going to allow us to go deeper and wider on some of the items that we find during our comprehensive plan. So let's say, for example, we do a comprehensive plan and we look at the 4th Ward, we look at what's happening, what's working in terms of key nodes or commercial corridors or infrastructure. We can look at different infrastructure elements. We can also look at other hot spots that we think would be important in terms of economic development and investment. And so it'll be a broad plan, and then the Phase 2 dollars will help us kind of go deeper and wider in terms of some of those kind of more specific strategies. And on top of it, it's designed, particularly in Phase 2, for us to be able to tee up several different major projects that would utilize these new state incentives that were passed through the legislature and signed by the governor.
Thank you.
Is this, do the city of Paterson get $3 million, or it's $1 million apiece?
It's basically $1 million each. So it's for the first phase is about $250, Phase 2 is $750, and it's for those 3 cities.
Oh, so it's over 3 years?
No, it's over basically about a year. I think
Okay.
we have about 6 months to finish this plan, and then we'll have another 6 months to, or maybe a little bit longer, because it would be probably a series of smaller redevelopment and or revitalization strategies and plans. So like one idea is to do a citywide parking study to look at how do we further comprehensive development, but also take care of the neighborhoods that are, being, maybe not being invested in properly or other things. And I look forward to really working with all my council colleagues and making sure that this is our chance to really put together a broad community vision forward. And I really look forward to working with everybody to do that.
Thank you, Director.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you. Are you going to ask us?
I'm going to ask you numerous times.
To ask us what we would like to see.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
There'll be a series of public meetings. It'll all be publicly noted. I welcome everybody to participate.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Mims, you have a question? No? This is a grant money, correct, Director?
What's
This
that?
is grant money.
This is grant money from
Thank
the
you.
state of New Jersey.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
So, Director, question.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Council President.
You have a question? Yes.
Yeah. So, as we spoke, I just for the viewers out there. So, if we want to extend the redevelopment zone, this is part of it.
This could be part of it if it emerges to be a major element of what the community thinks is important. It's very much about a public process and making sure that we're very community-driven with regards to what we're going to be doing collectively. And I think this is a way for us as an administration to work hand in glove with the council to really kind of look at what would be some really important projects. Because I think one of the things, and I don't want to belabor the obvious, but there's a lot of misinformation about Hinchliffe Stadium and what it is and what it isn't. And so there's a lot of criticism about how the administration saved these tax credits and was able to put forth, catalytic, major, important projects that are bringing back, in my humble opinion, some of the things that have been laying derelict for far too long. But this is a way for us to remedy some of that and really partner and go strategic in terms of what you guys want to see, but what we can implement.
So, we need this plan together to be able to tell the state we need more
Correct.
tax credit.
Well, I think that that's a good point. I do think that there will come a time where, I don't want to get too in the weeds on this, it's a little late, but there's a lot of opportunities for, I think, Paterson. We are one of 3 cities where these state incentives are more valuable here than they are in other places, and I think it's a testament to the fact that Paterson's on the move, but that we still need help.
Correct. That will send a good message to the state.
I agree, 100%.
Thank you.
Thank you. Roll call on item.
Thank you, Council.
Yes, sir.
Well, item
Roll call on item number 51 for approval.
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Mr. President.
Yes.
Voted 6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 51 is hereby adopted.
Item 55.
Yes, sir. Next item is item number 55, resolution authorizing tax collector to issue and record replacement tax sale certificate due to missing or lost tax sale certificate 17-01-339 on block 4321, lot 38, finance, resolution 22558.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Cotton and Councilwoman Mims. Roll call on item 55.
Roll call on item number 55 for approval. Councilwoman Khan.
Yes.
Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Mr. President.
Yes.
The vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 55 is hereby adopted.
56.
Yes, sir. Next item is item number 56, resolution setting a grace period for payment of third quarter tax bills of calendar year 2022, finance resolution 22559.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Cotton. Roll call on item 56.
Yes, sir. Roll call on item number 56 for approval. Councilwoman Khan.
Thank you. If I may to Javier, it's going to take a week before the bills can go out, about a week. So from a week when it's mailed, it's 25 days later. 25 days community for when the tax bill is mailed is 25 days that it would be due. So, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez. Councilman Mendez. Councilman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Mr. President.
Yes.
Vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 56 is hereby adopted.
Item 57.
Yes, sir. Next item is item number 57, resolution to authorize the issuance of estimated tax bills for the third quarter of calendar year 2022, finance resolution 22560.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Cotton. Roll call on item number 57.
just have
Council
one
President,
Yes.
just a question here on 57. When you say estimated, so it's not sure what we gonna put in that bill?
Is it?
It's estimated based on the budget that we presented.
Which one, the one that we, pending?
You said,
Oh.
It's
The one
it's always
pending.
that way, Councilman.
Do we expect a tax
Yeah.
increase in that bill?
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Oh, no, the
no, he
question.
need the answer.
Do we expect a tax increase in that bill?
There's a 2% for the
2%,
municipal
of
portion.
course, everybody voted on it.
Okay. Everybody voted on it?
Yes, you voted on it as well.
I did?
Madam Clerk, roll call on item 57.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call on item number
No.
57 for approval.
No, we didn't vote on
Councilwoman Cotton?
I didn't vote on it.
No, we didn't.
I know, we haven't voted.
Roll call.
Well, he said we voted. That's a
Madam Clerk, my
misinformation.
vote is yes.
Thank
have
you.
not.
Councilman Mendez?
No.
Councilman Mims?
You gotta send them bills out. People calling me
So
every day.
I want to put it on the record, we have not voted.
Yeah.
We had on the agenda tonight, which was removed, the adoption of the budget, it was removed. I'm not sure why we didn't go into a discussion regarding that, but we have not voted to adopt the budget with the increases in there. So I want to put that on the record, but we have to send our tax bills out, so I don't want to be in the way, because there are a lot of responsible taxpayers in the city and want to pay their taxes. My vote is yes.
Yep.
Councilman Udine?
My vote is yes.
Councilman Velez?
You know, we have 23,000 taxable property in the city of Plus. So in that taxable bills are commercials, and they are waiting for the tax bills.
They
You
waiting.
know, and I have received calls, why my bill have not come in?
Yep.
And I always blame it, we haven't approved the budget, but thank you for the administration that doing an estimated tax bill to make sure that they catch up if something happens down the road when we approve the budget. My vote is yes. And let clarify the record, we have not voted yet on the budget.
We voted on introduction of the budget.
But
I'm
not
not saying
adopted.
if somebody voted yes or no. Basically, that vote was a vote for the 2%.
No, it's not adopted.
Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Introduction.
Okay, Mr. President, your vote is set for number 57. Thank you. The vote is 5 in favor, 1 against, 3 absent. Item number 57 is hereby adopted.
Item 58.
Next item is item number 58, resolution authorizing a contract with 4PLE Media Group for speakers and performers for Paterson Police Department Anti-Violence Women Conference, Police Resolution
So moved.
So move.
22561.
Move.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilman Mendez and Councilman Velez. Roll call on item 58.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call on item number 58 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton?
Thank you, ma'am. This item you're voting on now is for the Women's Summit that's gonna be held at, I believe, Kennedy High School on the 24th and the 25th. So if you have not registered for that summit, please do so. It's under the leadership of Lieutenant Sharon Easton. And it's called Women Empowerment. I believe that's what it's called, Women Empowerment. So please, if you have not registered, go to the community policing website, or I'm not sure if it's on the city website, but please register. I'm looking forward to it. All 3 councilwomen that are sitting here are on the panel for this women's conference that's going to be held September 24th, 25th. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
I want to commend Lieutenant Easton, first of all, for when there were not enough resources available to do programs in our community, she pursued, was diligent to write a grant which has increased over the last few years to put together not just women's conferences, but men's conferences and for our youth. So I have to commend her for that. As Councilwoman Khan has already stated, the 3 councilwomen on this dais, we will be a part of the Women in Politics panel. But there's some great people that are coming, like Remy Ma, Papoose, Leandria Johnson, just to name a few. That will be at this conference, September 24th through the 25th at Kennedy High School. Please register and come out to get this powerful information. My vote is yes.
Councilman Udine?
Yeah, so one thing I should mention right here, even before, way before I had talked with Lieutenant Easton about it, and she's still, even this morning, she called me to make sure that our our students from JFK High School and other schools are attending the event. So she forwarded the flyers to the school district, and we're waiting for the approval so that teachers can post on the Google Classroom. And those who are watching us live, make sure that you register and send, and you attend the event. And if you have any young adults, women living in your house, make sure to encourage them to be part of it. Thank you. And my vote is yes.
Councilman Velez?
We don't have short memory. This is investment to the youth, to the women's and men's of the city of Paterson. They do a tremendous job. I have attended. I recall a retreat that they did, one woman retreat, that we all travel over there, you remember? So I would like to see, now that we see youth, women, men, hopefully they come up with council retreat or children retreat. That would be good. But congratulations. I believe there's going to be a superstar singer, her name, and others, but one that they tell me is going to be is Brenda K. Starr. So hopefully that's the one they're coming. Also, everybody's going to be having fun in that event. So my vote is yes.
Mr. President?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk. Councilmember,
46 in
please.
favor, 3 absent. Item number 58 is hereby adopted. Next item is item number 59.
Yes,
Resolution-
59. 1 second, Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir.
Council member is 2 of 26 already. Some of the council member have work in early morning. Like Councilwoman Woodin.
Me too.
Is a teacher. So please, Mims.
We got
I
number
know you
one, right?
teach.
We got
And
ordinance
so,
one.
please be mindful of the time.
Second reading, Council President.
Thank you. Item 59, please.
Yes, sir. Next item is item number 59, resolution authorizing the award of contract to Smith Sunday Asphalt Construction Company, Inc. for 2021 State Aid Road Resurfacing Program, bid number 22.29, Public Works, resolution 22562.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Mendez, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call.
Excuse me.
Roll call.
Because
Roll call
it
on
was
item
close.
number 59.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call on item number 59 for approval. Councilwoman Cotton? Councilman Mendez?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Udine? Councilman Udine?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Mr. President?
Yes.
The vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 59 is hereby adopted.
We need number one.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
We need number one.
Let's finish the first reading. We have only 4 items in the first reading.
4 item.
And we have 2 items in the second reading. Ordinance. Let's do first reading first.
Yes, sir.
Items 7, 8, 9, and 10 in
Yes,
order.
Mr. President. Next item is item number 7, first reading. No public hearing is required. An ordinance establishing all-way stop control intersection of 19th Avenue and East 21st Street, Department of Public Works.
Move.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Cotton. Roll call on item number 7.
Yes, sir. Roll call on item number 7 for first reading. Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Did I say same? Or
I didn't hear you.
yes.
Thank you. Mr. President?
Yes.
The vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 7 is hereby adopted on first reading. Second reading will be at the next regular meeting of September 27, 2022 at 7 p.m. along with a public hearing. Next item is item number 8 for first reading. No public hearing is required. An ordinance designating Carroll Street between Fair Street and Harrison Street as a one-way street northbound, Department of Public Works.
Move it.
Moved by Councilman Mendez, second by Councilwoman Cotton and Councilman Velez.
But that's my, this is mine.
That's okay.
I said this is
This
mine.
is the first reading.
I understand that. Okay, first reading.
Roll call on item number 8, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call on item number 8 for first reading. Councilwoman Cotton?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're going to have the second reading, but before that, we're designating Carroll Street to be a one-way going from Fair Street to all the way down to Harrison Street. There's just nowhere now 2 cars can get through there. And it's just almost impossible. People are not even slowing down for you to come through there. People's mirrors are getting knocked off because they don't want to slow down. It's just absolutely awful. With that being said, this is so dearly needed, making Carroll Street a one-way. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mims?
So I know it's just the first reading, but Madam BA, can we make sure when we're doing these reconfiguration of the streets that the signage is put on correctly? We did the reconfiguration of Dell Ave, making it a one-way, got some complaints. A student almost got hit by a car. I reached out to the traffic supervisor and we went down there only to find out that the signage was put on incorrectly. So can we just provide some oversight through our director and our supervisors to make sure that when the signage is placed after the 20 days of approval, that they're putting it in the right locations? My vote is yes.
Okay. Councilman Udine?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Velez?
Yes, yes.
Mr. President?
My vote is yes, Madam
The
Clerk.
vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 8 is hereby adopted on first reading, second reading, and the public hearing will be held at the next regular meeting of September 27, 2022 at 7 p.m. Number 9, next item is item number 9 for first reading. No public hearing is required. An ordinance designating Auburn Street between Broadway and Governor Street as a one-way street southbound, Department of Public Works.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Mendez.
I ain't got nothing to say.
I have a discussion, but he's not here tonight, so I'll wait
Who
and
do you
reach
need
out.
discussion
I'll
with?
talk to,
Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 9.
Yes, sir.
discussion, just putting on the record, Madam BA. I will reach out to traffic engineer and to, just for the reconfiguration, for accidents, and I want to see what traffic study was done for this particular area, because with the change to this, it may cause more of catastrophe than it does help that area. So I just want to see what traffic study Hung Chow did for this particular item.
I think it was,
Thank you. Thank you.
they wanted to do like this.
Duly noted.
Yes.
Roll call on item 9. Madam
Yes,
Clerk.
Mr. President. Roll call on item number 9 for first reading. Councilwoman Cotton?
It was actually Hung Chow who suggested the one-way, because I requested Carroll Street. So by doing Carroll Street, he suggested Auburn Street. You can't get down these streets with these 2 cars. 2 cars
Right.
cannot go down these streets with cars parked on the side of the street. I asked for Carroll Street. He recommended Auburn Street to so the traffic route can come around. But, you know, whatever she requested, give her what she requested, but those streets are so narrow that 2 cars no longer can fit down there at the same time. And then, Councilman Velez, when is the next DPW committee meeting? Is it the Sunday,
Is that
the
the
Monday
Tuesday?
before?
No, the.
We
the
are on a
Monday-
roll call?
The
Right.
Monday.
We are on a roll call?
You know why? Because they keep messing up. They changing all the time.
No, Madam.
It's supposed to be the Monday before a regular meeting.
Madam Clerk.
Yes,
I mean,
I'm just asking.
Councilman, you could have that conversation
Yeah,
on
we
the
are, but I
sidebar.
just, because there's
Not-
another issue that I need to go with
go ahead.
Carroll Street and Auburn Street.
That is fine.
Councilman Velez.
Yes, Madam.
Right, but I'm saying, if go down there tomorrow, take a chance and ride through there.
I
and
do
see
so.
what I mean.
I will do so.
Thank you.
It's an order.
Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mims?
So I know we're voting on this tonight, but I would like to see that study that was done, and all of the accident reports in that particular area. I'm going to vote to move it through first reading, but I definitely would like to see
But we'll ride down
all
there
that,
together.
all that information and the recommendation from Hung Chow for this particular area. My vote is yes.
Councilman Udine?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Velez?
So, the traffic engineer, not necessarily have to have a traffic accident report to change the street.
No.
If the street merits, like Councilwoman just stated, that Carroll Street, all the cars are on the sidewalk, front all the way down from Market Street, all the way down to the 4th Ward. All the cars are in the sidewalk in both sides because it's too narrow. You cannot go through there. Not even a fire truck will go through there if they park there. So we requested the study to Hunt Chow, not because accident, it's because the narrow street and because the traffic has become in heavily traffic roads. That's why he's doing this necessary changes. Yes, correct. But
Thank
yes, I gotta have my Muppet driving around the wards. Muppet, and I'll be doing what Ruby Cotton said. So my vote is yes.
Mr. President,
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
the vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 9 is hereby adopted on first reading. Second reading and public hearing will be held at the next regular meeting of September 27, 2022 at 7 p.m. Next item is item number 10 for first reading. No public hearing is required. An ordinance amending subsection F3 of Ordinance 500-7.1 to decrease the weight of commercial vehicles that are prohibited from parking in residential districts. Department of Public Works.
Moved by Councilman Velez.
Second.
Second by Councilman Mendez. Roll call on item number 10.
Yes, sir. Roll call on item number 10 for first reading. Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
This will allow, and the second reading will be good, but this will allow more spaces for our residents to park. I vote is yes.
Mr. President?
Yes.
Vote is five in favor, 4 absent. Item number 10 is hereby adopted in first reading. Second reading and public hearing will be held at the next regular meeting of September 27, 2022 at 7 p.m. So, Mr. President, I think we have the other two
Yes,
second reading ordinances.
Yes.
What about
Please. Item number 1.
What happened with number 11?
11 is done.
Oh, good. It passed?
Yes.
No.
Thank you.
We did 11.
Yes.
Okay.
Item number 1, please, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Next item is item number 1, second reading ordinances. Second reading ordinance public hearing is required. An ordinance creating section 429 of the Paterson Municipal Code entitled Speed Humps, a policy for speed humps and rumble strips within the city of Paterson. This is sponsored by Councilman Velez, Councilman Mendez, and co-sponsored by Dr. Mims and Councilwoman Cotton. Public Works Ordinance Number 2205.
Move to amend.
Second.
No, Councilman.
Oh.
Okay, this is what we have to do.
Okay.
And you, this is what happened, okay. We have to have a motion and a second on the floor first.
Okay, move.
Okay, moved by, Madam Clerk, moved by Councilman Mendez and Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Udine.
Okay.
Okay.
So
move
I
to
would like
amend.
No, Councilman, hold on.
Okay.
So we have a motion and a second on the floor.
Correct.
Now we have to open the public hearing.
Move to close, don't want to see.
Public hearing is now open.
See, no, to move to close.
Move to close by Councilman Mendez, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call to close the public hearing.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call to close the public hearing on item number 1. Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes.
Councilman Udine?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Mr. President?
Yes.
The vote is 5 in favor, 4 absent. The public hearing is now closed for item number 1.
Yeah.
So now
So-
we're requesting an amendment, so I need a motion and a second.
Well,
I have a
Move to
motion on the
amend.
floor to amend to add the line 14 on the amendment.
Okay, amendment motion
Which
by
one? Which one?
Councilman.
Okay,
Let me do the item,
Okay.
the item section that we're gonna amend to
Madam Clerk,
include
I
back.
have it here. I'm sorry. Councilman.
Well, let me read it.
Corporation
She has
Council.
it, she will read
Oh,
it
you
out.
got it?
Corporation
Okay.
Council was very gracious and kind enough to have it ready for me.
That's why they
I
got
have
it
it
ready.
right here.
Thank you.
So there's a motion on the floor by who motioned?
Me
Councilman Velez
and Councilman Mendez.
and Councilman Mendez to amend the ordinance to include section H, and it reads, speed humps shall only be installed if 100% of the owners of residences immediately adjacent to the proposed speed humps, and in parentheses, 1 vote per ownership, and 67% of the occupants of residences in the neighborhood signing a petition, 1 in parentheses, 1 vote per dwelling unit, close the bracket, request the speed humps, and that's the amendment.
Okay,
So may I have
Madam
a-
Clerk, I move it, but let's clarify that is in a section 429-3, and we're gonna add the section H.
Yes, and I just read that into the.
Correct.
record,
Yeah, correct.
Since I have it. Okay, roll call on the amendment. Now I have to do a roll call.
Discussion on the amendment.
Okay.
Discussion by Councilwoman Mims.
So, quick discussion on the amendment. H was a part of the original resolution and was removed. So why is it being added back?
So let me explain, Council President.
Please, Councilman Velez.
Oh,
Tell them what happened in
think-
our meeting, please.
Corporate.
so it was,
Oh, but he didn't know because he wasn't in there.
well, he was there.
Was you there?
And this
He was
is-
there.
and this-
No, he
No,
wasn't.
you were, okay, so let me explain.
One second, Councilmember. Councilman Velez?
Yes, thank you, Council President. The reason it was amended back to put an H into it because the traffic engineer took the model from Jersey City and took the model from other cities, and to be able to put to work the speed humps policy and procedure, that H had to be there. If we don't put that H there, then everybody's gonna have a speed hump, everybody's gonna be doing whatever they want in the city of Paterson.
Okay, so my next question, and I don't see Madam BA, but perhaps Mr. CFO and Corporation Counsel, I asked some questions or I had some concerns, not about the speed humps, because we definitely need them, but about the enforcement and do we have the capacity to maintain the volume of requests that are going to come in. So I made a request on what will be the cost. What will it cost, say 19th Ave is the first one that gets done. What is the cost of 19th Ave? And then a guesstimate if we did maybe 10 stretches of 19th Ave, 5 stretches. It may not be that, but I'm just saying, we need to know, because if this item gets final approval, we have to ensure that it will be enforced. And I want to make sure that we have the money that goes along with it. And in this case,
Can I?
in this case, because we're amending it and adding H, this item is second reading, it has to go back to first reading. Corporation Counsel, can you confirm that? Because this item was publicized without H included. Now that we're amending it on the floor, this item has to go back to first reading and have to be republicized.
I think we discussed it in the
We sure
first,
did.
when
We
we voted on the
discussed it.
first reading, yes.
Yep.
But it
Put it on
wasn't
the floor.
amended and changed.
No, we said it
Council
in the
Yes,
President, may I?
Corporation Counsel?
Yes, thank you.
He said it in the workshop.
Dr. Mims, thank you for that question. So the response is twofold. First, it was already discussed and reviewed in first reading. Second, this is not a material change to the ordinance such that it would require it to go back to first reading.
But are you saying that, well, it is a material change because the item was not there. Now we're adding the item back, that line back to the resolution, so we're changing the information that's in the resolution.
Let me,
Because
Corporation
I'm
Counsel.
just doing it for
Corporation
the
Counsel.
validity of the resolution. The resolution currently, as it stands, we talked about it, but we did not during workshop period do the amendment. We're doing it now in the voting period. So based on Robert Rules of Orders, to put that and add it to it, it has to revert back to first because it was publicized in first and second without H, right? Because it was with H, then we removed H. Now we're adding H. So now we got to go back to the beginning.
Thank you, Dr. Mims, for that question. This is not a Robert Rules situation. This is putting the public on notice as to what's being adopted and advertised. And given the fact that H was removed and added, does not in and of itself require it to go back to first reading. The question that needs to be answered, is this a material change of what was already advertised and published? The law department has looked at this. We've prepared this ordinance, this change, even before the amendment was adopted in light of what was expressed during the workshop. And after looking at this, the law department has decided that this is not a material change in what was previously advertised and posted. Therefore, it does not need to go back to first reading.
Council President.
I don't agree with that. I don't.
Can I explain something,
Madam,
please,
Madam,
Madam? Mr.
Madam
President?
Clerk, also this explanation only could be given by the Corporation Council or
Yeah,
Madam-
Mr. President,
Madam
I,
Clerk. So
okay,
let
I
them-
just,
let them
Madam
explain, please.
Councilman Mims.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Okay. It was removed from the first reading, and it was published.
Right.
Last week, when we have the workshop, the council wanted the amendment. It was not done because it was a workshop. Okay, so now we're amending to include that paragraph, that section back into, for second reading. Legal had confirmed it's not a substantial changes, so it would not revert back to first reading. So, revert to second reading. So what I'll do, I'm putting the amendment on the floor and it's gonna be adopted with the amendment, and then it will be published. So it will be published in the newspaper for the public to see that the amendment was done.
So it's gonna be public and it's approved, but it's gonna, the public gonna see the amendment.
It's gonna publish again.
I know, but I think, Council President, we have to bring, this is important, it's important that we.
Go ahead, Councilman.
It's important that we emphasize this. There was one council member that having a concern about letter H.
Yes.
Since we create this legislation, and I work really extremely close with Corporation Council about this until we got this into the DPW committee, that Councilman Velez got this on board, and we expedite this as soon as possible. And since the beginning, we clearly say, we model in Jersey City, Newark, and all the city that already have this established
And they
in
have
the
the
system, and it's been working. One council member insisting to take letter H,
He
and that's the reason.
insisted.
Since the beginning,
He insisted.
he insisted.
He
Since the
insisted.
beginning, that's been part of the
They take it out.
legislation. We put it back
No.
in. I don't think that's a.
That's all.
Yeah.
Yes, so
Madam
once-
Clerk, please, roll call.
Once legal make that decision that it's not a substantial
Yeah.
changes to the ordinance, then it's okay. So now I'm going to do the vote on the amendment, not to adopt it yet. So
Okay.
roll call on the amendment that I read into the record.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Cotton, on the
Yeah,
amendment.
thank you, Madam Clerk. The H was put back in because some council members felt that the public didn't need to be notified if they was gonna put speed humps on their block. And our engineer says, when you look at other models, you have to notify the community of what is being warned. Not to say it's gonna happen, because a lot of these streets are not gonna get speed bumps, I can tell you now. So, because if you have someone in your block that do not want it, it's not coming. So please, we had to put H back in there to
Yes.
let the community know, period. That was it. It's
Thank you.
notifying you in the community.
Correct.
What is being asked from other members of your community.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes to add the H back in there.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Paterson residents, this is long overdue, and I really want to take this time to thank Corporation Council for addressing this matter and work with me really close on this and expedite this in a timely fashion by bringing, all the legislation to all the different municipalities that look like Paterson, the same side of Paterson, and to have this piece of legislation. I'm looking forward to have those meetings with our community. That's the reason why I've been working so hard, so close with this legislation. So my vote is yes, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Paterson.
Yes, Councilman Mims, on the amendment.
So we're amending.
Yes.
H was in this item. It was here. And we removed it. And now we're on second reading for public hearing, final vote. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. There is no public here. They're gonna watch this tomorrow or whenever. There's no one here to give input. I don't even know if we're in violation of the sunshine law. We're voting on this item that needs to be enforced with dollar amounts that are inside of it at 1 o'clock in the morning. So I'm just, it's just a concern.
I'm just discouraged now, like.
We cannot start new business, but we in business. That's what sunshine law means.
No,
Thank
it
you.
means
We've been
anything, it means anything after 12.
No, no. it's not.
We've been here after 12 every day.
I hope everybody should follow the time.
I'm almost,
Yes,
Right.
Madam Clerk, please.
Okay, come on, Madam Clerk. Yes or no?
I need some sugar.
so,
I'm done.
H removed, H is coming back. So you know what? I'm definitely for speed humps. This is the amendment, so I'm gonna abstain from the speed hump, this amendment, because I'm gonna abstain.
Okay, Councilman Udine?
So we are voting for amendments, which is we have to notify the neighborhood, right? Am I correct, Corporate Counsel? We have to notify the neighborhood when we are going to put a,
Yeah,
right?
the people on that street, yes.
Yeah, so I believe it's important because if one person wants a speed bump, and if we put the speed bump there and other people do not have any knowledge that there's a speed bump coming. So I believe this is what needed. And I think this is a good change, I would say. So my vote is yes.
Councilman Velez?
So, Councilwoman Rubicon stated, not a lot of people is gonna get speed bumps, or strip. Not a lot of people. Imagine, if you don't have 3,000 cars going through your street daily, don't think you get a speed hump. Probably you're gonna get a strip, but not a speed bump. But,
Thank you.
but ladies and gentlemen, this is needed in the city of Paterson. So the cost is gonna be minimum, trust me. The life of the people, when we lose in an accident, that costs more. So, Councilman Mendez and the entire committee and those that co-sponsor and sponsor it.
We're voting on amendment.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm not gonna speak after this. My vote is yes.
Mr. President?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Council member, we voting on amendment, and hopefully when we vote, we don't repeat ourselves again.
Correct.
My vote is yes on the amendment.
Yes. The vote is 5 in favor, 1 abstain, 3 absent. The amendment is hereby adopted for item number 1. So now I have to do a vote to adopt it on second reading
Yes.
with the amendment.
Yes. Correct.
So roll call to adopt it on second reading with the amendment. Councilwoman Khan.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. When this item was brought up, there was only 2 council people who said, do not take H out.
Yeah.
Because H said you must contact the community when you want to do something.
Correct.
So period. So now we're putting H back in there to let the people know somebody wants a speed bump. Nothing necessary, you're gonna get one, but I said, H is back in there to let the community know, that's all we asking for, let the community know when someone's requesting speed bumps or they don't, not even speed bumps, they call other names too, but Madam Clerk, with that being said, my vote is yes.
Thank you.
Point of order.
Yes.
After, before we voted,
Right.
we're gonna have to remove and open a public hearing, and then we did not open up.
No, he did that. I thought she did that.
When did we do that?
I
long
did,
time
I did that.
Uh-huh.
Before the
Actually, there
amendment?
was a bit of confusion with, no disrespect, Councilman Velez. So I stopped it and I rolled it along smoothly.
Okay.
That I needed a motion on the floor
Right.
and a second.
So you
that
did the
I
public
had,
hearing
and then we
before?
opened the public hearing and we closed it.
Okay.
And then we went back and get a motion and a second with the amendment. I read the amendment into the record.
So do we need to do, now, I'm not reading anyone's text.
No.
Yeah.
After the amendment vote,
Right,
do we
right.
need to do another public hearing for that?
No, we just,
Corporation Council.
no, it wasn't published.
Okay. I'm just, I'm asking.
Councilman Mims has the floor.
Parliamentarian. Jesus.
Now we are
They should've
adopting
never
it
came out from the-
on second reading with
Right.
the amendment, and then I will publish it in the paper.
Thank you.
The
I
public-
wasn't in the chambers, Madam Clerk, so thank
Yes,
you.
if
Madam
after a couple
Parliament-
days, after 20
Parliamentarian.
days after it's published, if someone wants to,
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Reject
I
it.
wasn't in the chambers, so
you
thank
came
you.
from,
okay, so I have Councilwoman Carney just voted.
Yes.
Now on the second reading with the amendment. Now this time is Councilman Mendez.
Mendez votes.
Madam Clerk, she voted.
We already did the amendment, so now we have to vote on it to adopt it on second reading with the amendment.
this is becoming
another
worse than a
vote.
pilot.
Council President,
Yeah, but I didn't vote no for nothing. I vote yes, yes.
she
Madam
voted
Clerk?
yes.
Who's voting now, Madam Clerk?
Councilman Mendez.
Councilman Mendez, everybody else, please,
I'm definitely waiting for my turn, Council President. And
go
then
ahead, Mendez.
It's your
Councilman
turn now,
Mendez.
nomination
Councilman.
of Madam Clerk.
It's your
And
Councilman.
finally, and Councilwoman Orange, my favorite memes. Paterson, I'm excited. I think this is definitely long overdue, but this is a very important piece of legislation, and it's my hope that the administration put the resources in place to establish those speed hump on the area that is needed. You go to Union City, you go to Jersey City, you go to Newark, around the school system, they put in place those speed bump, and a speed hump to make sure that people reduce the traffic, slow down, and to protect our children. So if we care, if the administration really care about the safety of our children, and in the different area, they will definitely put the resources, and that's the next fight. But for now, I really want to thank Corporation Council for being right there, just working hand in hand. We spent a lot of time on this. I want to thank Councilman Velez for holding this legislation on the committee and move it quick and fast. And I'm excited to see that this is going to be done. So my vote is yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Mims?
So Paterson, no comprende.
No, I say,
habla español un
I told
poquito.
Velez that he should thank
Tú
me.
hablas
for the
español.
Come on, it's
legislation.
1
Tú
o'clock
hablas
in the
español
morning.
un poquito. No comprende. So Paterson, this is a new piece of legislation that is being put forward for speed humps and rumble strips. So after it's approved on tonight, 20 days after it becomes law, which will be October the 12th, per the scheduled calendar date, I want you to put on record and on notice how many speed humps will be put in place in the city of Paterson after this is done. I have requested, see, even Siri is agreeing with me. I have requested the guesstimate of what it will cost, because we have to make sure that we have the money in our budget to do what's required. Do we have the money to do it? How much would it cost? I mean, I could go on and on. I'm gonna approve it because I know we need some speed bumps and rumble strips in the city, but Paterson, maybe in 2050, we'll see some speed humps and rumble strips in the city of Paterson. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Yes, I think this is, so many requests we're getting from our community members. And I think it was, we need more speed bumps around the school zones. And my vote is yes.
Councilman Velez?
This is the first time I see an ordinance become reality. Right, Ruby Kind?
Say that again?
A ordinance that comes as a reality. It comes in paper, but in action, every goes hump, down, up and down, bing, boom, bang. Listen, as a councilman, everybody, there was a gentleman that lived behind the city hall here. A long time he don't come, so what's his name? They speak about the trucks behind the village and Triangle Village and the speed hump that we have there. This is go way back many years, long overdue. I think the community will appreciate the priorities of schools, seniors area, and those that have a heavy traffic roads and traffic of vehicles. So I think it's the right decision. Regarding the expenditures and the money that we supposed to get that, I know this administration will use the road resurface program the right way and make sure that it don't cost a lot, So safety is the must. A life, when it's lost, that costs more than a speed hump. My vote is yes.
Mr.
And rubble
President?
strip.
Mr. President?
We
Yes.
love repeating stuff. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 1 is hereby adopted on second reading with the amendment. Mr. President and honorable council members, I just want to put something on the floor. When we have certain items on the agenda that we are in doubt, the legal department and the clerk communicate.
Yes.
And we clarify stuff before we come to a public meeting. So we are on the same page when we do our homework before. So this was already done with Corporation Counsel and myself, so we knew exactly what we were going to do tonight.
That's true. That's,
Thank you.
I could test
Last
that.
item, Madam Clerk.
Sometimes I don't
What
agree
kind-
with
what
corporation.
kind of
Number two.
item?
Item number
We're
two,
going to
Madam
sign
Clerk.
this one.
What item we have?
President,
Another
gonna sign this
item?
one. This is the one that is.
Number 2.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. President. Last item on the agenda for second reading. Public hearing is required. An ordinance establishing a commercial loading zone on East 35th Street between Market Street and Alabama Avenue. Public Works Ordinance 2205.
So moved.
Second, because it's the third
Moved
ward.
by Councilman Mendez, second by Councilman Velez.
Public hearing is required.
Yes,
C01,
public hearing is open
do you
on
say
item
no?
number
You
2.
want to say something?
Come.
No?
Councilman, can we finish this meeting? Then he could stay here
See
all
no
night.
Move to close the public portion, that's what I'm
The
saying.
night is over, Council President. We're in the morning now.
Oh, look at that look.
Move to close the public hearing by Councilman Mendez, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call to close the public hearing for item number 2. Councilwoman
gone.
Cotton. Councilman Mendez.
Yes.
Councilman Mims.
Well, I want to know where Councilman Jackson is.
No, he waiting for the closing remarks.
He held up the meeting all night and he left. Councilman Jackson, we're looking for you in the chambers. My vote is yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Mr. President.
Yes.
The vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. The public hearing is now closed for item number 2.
Move to close?
No, Councilman.
No? Oh, I guess,
So,
Roll call on item number 2, Madam Clerk.
yes, Mr. President. Roll call on item number 2 for second reading. Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Mendez.
This was discussed at the DPW committee. My vote is yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mims.
I have to go somewhere else, too.
Councilman Mims.
Can't make it. Yes.
No,
Is it me?
Councilman Mims.
We're voting on number,
2 for second reading.
thank you, Madam Clerk, because I trust your judgment. Sometimes corporation, my vote is yes.
We work together very diligently. Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
yes.
Mr. President.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
The vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 2 is hereby adopted on second reading.
Move to close.
This one.
Second.
Move to close by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Mendez.
Madam BA.
Move by Councilman Velez
Discussion,
for
citizen.
closing. I'm sorry. Who's this?
Seriously?
Mendez.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Mendez.
Okay.
Roll call.
You see time when some people
Roll
are
call to
quiet?
close this regular meeting of September 13, 2022.
Discussion.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Discussion and the closing.
Councilman,
Roll call, please.
we are closing, Councilman Cotton. Roll call to close this regular meeting.
Discussion.
Roll call.
What we discussing?
We're not discussing anything.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say thank you to everyone who supported me. The second annual golf outing for the Ed Cotton Foundation. This money is going to be used for the community and for events that's going on. And I had a young lady from Eastside High School that played golf. I'm going to do something for both golf teams, Eastside High School, Kennedy, and then I'm going to do something for Passaic County Tech too. But I want to thank everybody for all their support that they gave us, the Ed Cotton Foundation. You know, what I find is that people, you know, I lost my husband to COVID in 2020 when it first came out. People, and I can still say it could have been avoided, but this country was greedy. They didn't want no one to know, but COVID was here since 2019. But anyhow, thank you to everybody who supported me. I also have a crime prevention meeting on Thursday at 147 Montgomery Street. I've been talking about this for the last 8 years. I have applied now with the DCA for some neighborhood revitalization tax credits. Hopefully that we can get it. I have a big 20-block area in my ward that I would like to get some work done in there. So with that being said, to everyone, have a good night. We have Bragg's Party coming up. We have the Dominican Gala, which is tomorrow night. There's so many events going on. Oh, I can't even remember, but it's a lot. But just look at my Facebook page and you'll see. To everyone here, have a great night. TV Land, God bless you. Stay safe. As I say, be kind to one another. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So before we close this meeting, before my vote, I want to take this time to thank all the residents of the great city of Paterson for attending our first-time homebuyer seminar this past Saturday. It was incredible. The amount of people that we have, close to 300 people. From 2 p.m., we stay all the way until 7 p.m., and they all stay there getting information about the rehab program, the first-time home buyer that the city has, $14,500 to buy your first property. We have those funding available in the city. I'm encouraging all the residents of the city of Paterson to apply to those funding. Also, the rehab program, we're getting $15,000 per floor, up to $45,000 on a three family. There was a lot of discussion about that. All the community, they received information, and I have multiple bank, accounting. So it was a great forum with a group of experts. And so the community, they're requesting the event again. That's going to take a little bit of time to put that forum together. I have people that from Miami, from New Jersey, from D.C. on that event on this past Saturday. So it was an amazing event, and that's the best way to empower the community. I'm going to continue promoting homeownership because that's the only way that we could fix the city. Let's give people the opportunity to become homeowners in the city of Paterson. It's not impossible. So you just need the right information to organize your finance and get in the right track to buy your property. So with that being said, Paterson, God bless you all. Let's continue praying for our city. Our two police officers, thank you for being here with us tonight. It's been a long meeting, but let's continue praying for Paterson. We're facing a very difficult time. If you walk around our city and you see the condition that we have, what we got in the city, you hear the speaker and the reason why how they come here. So we have to pray to make sure that this administration and this mayor understand that we have a lot of priorities on the table that need to be covered. With that being said, my vote is yes. Good night, Paterson.
Thank you. Councilman Mims?
So the night has been well spent on city's business and just talking on tonight. But I'm praying that, there are a lot of issues. So sometimes I know it does appear somewhat chaotic, but I don't think it's chaotic. I think it's more informative and more of holding not just ourselves, but others accountable for what we should be doing to make sure that we're moving our city forward. So I want to thank Madam Clerk for all that you do, even after we leave and you're still here, making sure that all the lights are out and so many other things, making sure all the stuff is back where it needs to be. When people are leaving their laptops and stuff, you're putting that stuff away for everybody. So I want to thank you for that. To Jennifer, our secretary, who's here on tonight, who was running around making copies for all of us and getting signatures. To our BA, welcome back. I'm glad you're feeling better. Our CFO. And to Corporation Counsel, is he still here? To Corporation Counsel, he's still working. I'm going to send you something tomorrow. So I want to put on the record tonight, and I'm going to sponsor this item, Corporation Counsel. I looked into our books, and we don't have it on the record. I've been getting calls. We have a serious concern with Airbnb property that should be an actual home, but they're renting out as an Airbnb in the 3rd Ward. And I want to put some legislation on the books. It was one just recently passed for Jersey City. I would like to present the same here in Paterson, just crafted a little bit better. And I would like to sponsor that for the meeting on the September 20th meeting. I would like to bring that forward, that ordinance for Airbnb properties. I would like to be the sponsor. Council President, yes, Airbnb in your ward, 3rd Ward. So I'm putting that resolution forward. There is resolution on the books in Jersey City was just passed. I would like to bring that same language here and have it on the agenda for September the 20th as a sponsor. And if someone, you want to be a co-sponsor? And then co-sponsor, okay, co-sponsor Councilman Alex Mendez. So there's many events going on. Tomorrow night is the Dominican Gala. Always a wonderful experience. I'm really looking forward to all of the beautiful gowns and the nice, festivities. Festivities that will take place. Elsa Mantilla, I love you. I'm really grateful to always be a supporter of all the communities. And tomorrow night we will celebrate with our Dominican sisters and brothers. And then the parade is on Sunday. We also have coming up, we have Carney Bragg's, which will be Thursday night. We also have October the 22nd is the National Council of Negro Women Luncheon. I am putting it out to all of our council members. The tickets are $70. Please, we would like all of the council members to come and participate in such a historic celebration, the Pearls of Wisdom Luncheon. It's going to be at Brownstone on the 22nd from 12 to 4. And there's many other events that's going on that I will definitely make the announcements and we'll put them out there since we have some more meetings coming up. To our officers, did I say thank you to our officers? Thank you, officers, for coming and staying with us all night. And then
They want to go home, I think.
And then to our one member of the public that stayed with us, thank you so much. To our one member of the public, thank you for remaining with us. He's an A, but he's a member of the public. He lives here. And to Ermelinda, thank you. To Ermelinda, to Ming, Nancy, thank you for all that you do. Council President, Madam Clerk, since it's morning time, I'll take a stretch, but it is time to go home. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Oden?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, everyone. Those who are here today and those who, the public portion, those public attended the meeting and watching still. Thank you, everyone. Your feedback help us to make correct decision. Again, this is the life of the public servant. Tomorrow morning I have to wake up and go to school and teach our students. Yes. And thank you, everyone, those who are here. Have a good night, everyone, and my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
Councilwoman Mintz forgot a very important crew that you probably don't see it in the chambers, but they always are downstairs. The security staff, also the maintenance of DPW. I know you didn't always look at them, but I just want to mention that too. Corporation Council, thank you. There was a lot of resolution there put at the last minute, and appreciate your hard work of your staff. The welcoming staff that you have also in your office. Thank you. Madam BA, just I just want to say, she haven't spoke all night. Yeah, you did? Oh, so, Javier, thank you. Once again, let's all pray for the city of Paterson, make sure that we have a better tomorrow. God bless you all. Good and better tomorrow. Did I say it? And a better Paterson. Let's go. Remember, there's the Dominican parade Sunday. I just want to advise the whole entire community. There is zero, and Councilman Mendez could test this, zero tolerance on Market Street. There's a zero tolerance on Park Avenue, from Straight Street, all the way down to Madison Avenue, and is zero tolerance in the city of Paterson in the festivities of the Dominican Republic Week. So enjoy, take care of your neighbors, let's all have fun, but with the right conduct, right? Madam Clerk, we could spend all night saying a lot of stuff, but my vote is yes.
Thank you. Mr. President?
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome.
Good night, Paterson. Councilman member. We should practice what we preach.
That was Jackson standing up. Jackson was the one
You
that
know,
started the meeting.
we should practice what we preach. That's all I'm going to say. Good night, Paterson. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. The vote is 6 in favor, 3 absent. The regular meeting of September 13, 2022 is hereby adjourned. Good night, everyone. Thank you.